누구시지? 아, 저 이서희가 지금 저렇게 등 보고 있지 말라고 지금. 시작 전 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 현장에 계신 분들께서는 동시 통역 서비스를 제공하고 있으니 책상에 있는 리시버에 한국어는 채널 1번, 영어는 채널 2번에 맞추어 사용해 주시기 바랍니다. 네. 그리고 휴대폰은 행사에 방해되지 않도록 진동 혹은 무음 모드로 바꿔 주시기 바랍니다. 온라인으로 참석하시는 참석자께서는 화면을 켜서 웹캠이 잘 작동하고 있는지 확인을 부탁드리고 개회식이 진행되는 동안에는 카메라를 켜두시기 바랍니다. 개회식 마지막에 단체 촬영이 있습니다. 그리고 동시 통역 서비스도 제공하고 있으니 화면 하단에 지구 모양의 아이콘을 사용해 주시면 되겠습니다. 곧 행사를 시작하오니 착석 부탁드립니다. 그리고 현장에 계신 분들께서는 마스크를 반드시 착용하고 계시기 바랍니다. 네. Good morning, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2021 Global Ocean Regime Conference. My name is Kim Ju-hyung from Korean Maritime Institute. And it is deeply honored to grab a microphone as an MC this meaningful occasions. Well, before beginning, let us extend our sincere gratitude for joining us today. Our conference will be running in the hybrid format due to the COVID-19. So this is to inform you that this conference is safely held in accordance with Korean government guideline about quarantine. Today's conference is being streamed live through the 2021 Global Ocean Regime Conference YouTube channel. And you can also join by the Zoom link with the ID and passcode on the program. Global Ocean Regime Conference is sponsored by Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries and organized by Korean Maritime Institute. And we are lucky to have such a distinguished group of guests with us today through online and offline. In addition, we would like to show sincere gratitude to all the scholars and experts for joining us today despite the time difference. Now, let us begin the opening ceremony with the opening remarks from Dr. Kim Jong-deok, the acting president of Korean Maritime Institute. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 한국해양수산개발원 원장 직무대행을 맡고 있는 김종덕입니다. 반갑습니다. 올해로 9회를 맞이한 글로벌 오션 레진 컨퍼런스에 참석해 주신 여러분들을 진심으로 환영합니다. 특히 바쁘신 중에서도 오늘 직접 현장에 오셔서 저희 컨퍼런스 개최를 축하하고 격려해 주시는 문성혁 해양수산부 장관님께 각별한 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 감사합니다. 그리고 글로벌 오션 레진 포럼의 공동의장으로서 오늘 개인적인 사정으로 지금 현장에 참석하시지 못했지만 컨퍼런스의 성공적인 개최를 위해 애써주시는 김성진 전 해양수산부 장관님과 박용환 유엔 대륙붕 한계위원회 위원님, 그리고 국제재판의 빠듯한 일정 가운데서도 기꺼이 기소강연을 맡아주신 백진현 국제해양법 재판소 재판관님께 감사를 드립니다. 또한 제임스 크라스카 교수님, 스티븐 키딩 박사님, 앤드류 테터본 교수님, 알디노 캠퍼스 CLCS 위원님을 비롯한 발표와 토론을 맡아주신 모든 해외 참석자 여러분들께 감사드리며, 아울러 각 세션에서 사회 발표와 토론을 맡아 이곳에 참석해 계신 한국의 전문가분들께도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 존경하는 내외 귀빈 여러분, 그동안 글로벌 오션 레짐 컨퍼런스는 국내외 해양법 전문가들이 모여서 대륙붕 개발, 동중국해와 남중국해 문제, 기후변화 문제, 관할권 중첩 해역 문제, 글로벌 해양 거버넌스와 국제기구의 역할 등 중요한 국제해양 이슈들을 폭넓게 논의하고 해결책을 찾는 데 노력해 왔습니다. 비록 코로나 팬데믹 상황으로 인해서 올해에도 해외 발표자분들과 여러 전문가분들은 온라인으로 뵐 수밖에 없어 대단히 유감스럽습니다만 이 또한 글로벌 위기를 함께 극복해 나가는 과정이라고 생각합니다. 인공지능, 블록체인, 위성 원격 제어 시스템, 빅데이터와 사물 인터넷 등 4차 산업혁명 시대의 첨단 기술들이 해양에 적용되면서 우리는 1982년 유엔 해양법 협약 체결 채택 당시에는 상상하지 못했던 많은 변화들을 마주하고 있습니다. 이러한 변화는 항만, 선박, 자원개발과 과학 탐사 등 모든 분야에서 일어나면서 인간의 삶을 더욱 풍성하게 만들어가고 있습니다. 예컨대 인공지능, 블록체인과 빅데이터 기술을 활용한 스마트 항만 구축은 환경 친화적이면서 운영 효율성을 극대화시키고 머지않아 도입될 자율 운항 선박은 국제 해상 무역 교통의 패러다임을 전환시킬 가능성이 있습니다. 한편 이러한 혁신 기술들이 적용됨에 따른 일부 어려움도 예상이 됩니다. 예를 들어서 과학적 또는 군사적 목적의 수중 무인 드론은 연안국과의 관할권 충돌 문제, 선박 또는 단순 장비로 처리할지에 대한 문제들을 발생시키고 자율운항 선박은 충돌 사고 시 민형사상의 문제, 책임 문제와 해상보험 문제 등 해양법과 해상법상 중요한 문제들을 내포하고 있습니다. 따라서 혁신 기술들을 통한 해양산업 발전과 평화로운 해양질서 유지를 위해서는 기존 법 제도에 대한 정밀한 검토와 수정, 필요한 경우 새로운 규범의 제정이 필요하다고 생각이 됩니다. 이에 저희 연구원에서는 해양수산 4차 산업혁명 시대를 맞이하여 인공지능, 빅데이터 등을 활용한 스마트 해상물류체계 구축과 자율운항 선박 도입은 물론 전통적인 해양수산 산업의 경쟁력 강화를 위한 연구들을 수행해 오고 있습니다. 오늘 회의도 이러한 연구의 연장선에서 중요한 해양수산 분야 기술 혁신들을 살펴보고 해양법의 역할을 찾아보기 위해서 마련되었습니다. 먼저 제1세션에서 기술혁신과 해양법이라는 주제로 자율운항 선박, 인공지능, 친환경 선박 기술과 해양법적 문제를 살펴보고 제2세션에서는 기술혁신과 해양산업이라는 주제로 블록체인, 원격 선박 검사 기술, 선박 엔진 고장 예측 시스템 및 위성을 통한 선박 모니터링 기술을 다루고 마지막 제3세션에서는 대륙분 탐사와 개발에 활용되는 혁신 기술과 한국에서 적용되고 있는 3D 디지털 트윈에 대한 논의가 예정되어 있습니다. 오늘 발표와 토론을 통해서 해양에 적용되고 있는 기술 혁신에 대한 이해를 높이고 나아가서 해양법의 새로운 역할에 대한 고민을 같이 하는 자리가 되기를 기대합니다. 그래서 이 회의가 기술 혁신이 바다에 더욱 적용이 촉진되고 이를 통해 인류의 삶이 더욱 윤택해지는 데 기여할 수 있도록 되기를 희망합니다. 끝으로 해양수산부와 KMI 관계자분들을 포함한 이 회의에 관계하신 모든 분들의 노고에 깊이 감사를 드리면서 인사 말씀을 가름하고자 합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Now, the following is a welcoming remarks from His Excellency Moon Sung-hyuk, Minister of Oceans and Fisheries. Ladies and gentlemen, please we give him a warm round of applause to the stage.
여러분 반갑습니다. 해양수산부 장관 문성혁입니다. 제9회 글로벌 오션 레짐 컨퍼런스 개최를 축하합니다. 2013년부터 시작된 글로벌 오션 레짐 컨퍼런스는 전 세계 해양법 전문가들이 다양한 해양 현안에 대해 논의하는 인적, 학술적 교류장으로 자리 잡아가고 있습니다. 올해도 코로나19로 인한 어려운 여건에도 기술 혁신과 해양법의 의미와 역할에 대해 지혜를 모으는 그러한 자리가 준비되었습니다. 함께해 주신 여러 국제기구, 연구기관, 학계, 관계자분들께 따뜻한 환영의 인사를 드립니다. 아울러 개인 사정으로 아직 이 자리에 함께 하고 계시지는 못합니다만 컨퍼런스의 성공적 개최를 위해 온갖 지원과 성원을 아끼지 않으신 김성진 글로벌 오션 레짐 포럼 회장님, 박용환 유엔 대륙분 한계위원회 위원님, 김종덕 한국해양수산개발원 원장 직무대행 및 관계자 여러분께 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 또한 기술혁신이 가져온 해양법 역할의 확대라는 주제로 기조연설을 맡아주신 백진현 UN 해양법 재판소 재판관님, 제임스 크라스카 미 해군대학 교수님을 비롯한 발표자와 토론자 여러분께도 감사의 인사를 드립니다. 존경하는 내외 기빈 여러분, 최근 4차 산업혁명 시대를 맞이하여 항만, 선박 등 다양한 해양 분야의 첨단 기술이 도입되고 있습니다. 인공지능, 블록체인, 빅데이터, 사물 인터넷 기술 등을 활용하여 항만의 물류 흐름을 최적화하는 스마트 항만이 구축되고 있으며 자율 운항 선박의 상용화가 우리 눈앞에 다가오고 있습니다. 이러한 기술 혁신에 따라 바다와 함께하는 인간의 삶이 편리해지는 만큼 과거에는 없었던 여러 해양법적 이슈들 또한 새롭게 대두되고 있습니다. 오늘 컨퍼런스는 이러한 과학기술이 해양에서 어떻게 사용되고 있는지를 살피는 데에서 한 걸음 더 나아가 해양법의 새로운 역할을 고민하는 자리입니다. 첨단 과학기술을 해양에 적용하는 데 있어서 기술적, 법적 장애 요인들이 무엇인지를 파악하고 이를 해결하기 위한 단초를 찾는 뜻깊은 기회가 될 것입니다. 존경하는 내외 기빈 여러분, 대한민국은 삼면이 바다로 둘러싸인 해양 국가입니다. 바다를 통해서 일제 식민지와 6.25 전쟁의 폐허에 의해서 오늘날의 발전을 이루었습니다. 해양법은 대한민국의 국제활동 틀을 제공하는 중요한 규범입니다. 해양수산부도 이러한 해양법의 의미와 역할에 대해 깊이 인식하고 글로벌 경쟁력을 갖춘 젊은 해양법 전문가 양성을 통해 안정적인 국제 해양 질서의 정착을 지원할 수 있도록 적극 앞장서겠습니다. 다시 한번 제9회 글로벌 오션 레짐 컨퍼런스 개최를 축하하며 오늘 컨퍼런스가 기술 혁신에 따른 해양법의 역할을 모색하는 알찬 토론의 장이 되길 기대합니다. 함께해 주신 모든 분들의 건강과 행복을 기원합니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, the Judge Baek Jin-hyun of International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, Minister Moon, Acting President Kim, and dear colleagues. I'm pleased to be here to deliver a keynote speech in 2021 Global Ocean Regime Conference. First, I want to thank the organizer of the conference, Korea Maritime Institute, for its kind invitation. I also want to congratulate KMI for successfully organizing this conference under the challenging circumstances. The theme of the conference, Technological Innovation and the Role of the Law of the Sea, draws our attention to one of the most important aspects of the international law of the sea, namely the interplay between law, science, and technology. Historically, science and technology have been one of the major drivers of the law of the sea. There are many instances in which science and technology have influenced the development of the law of the sea. This trend has been further accelerated in the recent times with the intensification of the use of the oceans through technological development and increased scientific knowledge about the state of the oceans. Thus, Ambassador Jens Evensen of Norway, one of the key figures at the third UN Conference on the Law of the Sea, observed after the conclusion of the conference that I quote, "The basic problems with which the Law of Sea Conference tried to cope were the impact of the revolutionary developments in science and technology and the influence of those forces in international law." End of quote. The interplay between science and technology and law can take place in various ways. Often, technological developments create uncertainties in the existing law, thus leading to its revision or its replacement with a new law. For example, the cannon shot rule for measuring the breadth of the territorial sea was one of the oldest rules of the law of the sea. The cannon shot doctrine had the merit of rationalizing both the legal basis of states' authority over coastal waters and its extent. However, the doctrine had its own shortcomings, as the range of cannon was bound to change with the progress of technology, thus causing considerable uncertainty as to the limit of the territorial sea. For this and other reasons, the cannon shot rule had eventually been replaced by the fixed distance rule, the exact extent of which had again been subject to serious controversy for considerable time. The rise and fall of the cannon shot rule illustrates how technology influences the evolution of the law of the sea. The similar thing happened to the definition of the continental shelf. The 1958 Geneva Convention on the Continental Shelf defined the continental shelf as the seabed and subsoil of the submarine areas to a depth of 200 meters, or beyond that limit to where the depths of the superjacent waters admits of the exploitation of the natural resources of the said areas. The criterion of exploitability, however, could allow a coastal state to extend its continental shelf almost indefinitely as technology advances. It did not take long before it was realized that this open-ended definition would not be sustainable. A completely new formulation was thus introduced and eventually accepted in the Third UN Conference, which now stands as Article 76 of the Convention. Technological innovation can also bring about activities or situations to which there is no applicable rule or which existing rule may not adequately regulate. It is well known that technology often moves ahead of law and that law tries to catch up with technological innovation belatedly. The latest example of this kind relates to the increasing use of maritime autonomous vehicles or unmanned maritime vehicles and the challenges it poses for the law of the sea. Of course, this is a subject which is close to the works of KMI, as mentioned by President Kim and Minister Moon, and I understand will be addressed in the subsequent session today. The maritime autonomous vehicles do not easily fit into the existing framework of the law of sea, such as UNCLOS or IMO regulations. It remains to be seen whether the Convention or IMO regulations can adjust to cope effectively with the challenges arising from the use of various types of marine autonomous vehicles. In the long run, the widespread use of MAVs may require the amendment and supplementation of the existing legal framework. Dear colleagues, the next year will mark the 40th anniversary of the adoption of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. As the Convention ages, the inevitable question that will arise is, I believe many of us should reflect on, whether the Convention, which is a product of political, economic, scientific, and technological conditions of 1970s, can remain relevant to today's changed circumstances? This is the kind of question that can arise for any international agreement, but it may be more pressing for the Convention in light of its close relationship with science and technology. Of course, technological innovation did not stop with the adoption of the Convention. On the contrary, technological developments have further accelerated since the adoption of the Convention, and I'm sure will continue to do so in the future. In fact, the drafters of the Convention were well aware of the challenge that lay ahead of the Convention they negotiated. They expected that scientific and technological changes would inevitably occur and new political, economic, and legal developments might take place which could affect relevance and viability of the Convention. They thus found it necessary to draft the Convention in such a way that it could adapt to subsequent changes and developments. For decades after the adoption of the Convention, has the Convention been adaptive enough to stand the test of the time? This is the question I want to address briefly today. Dear colleagues, the Convention can evolve and adapt in many different ways. The first and formal mechanism for change in this regard is an amendment procedure contained in the Convention. The Convention sets out three types of amendment procedure: an amendment conference, a simplified procedure, and a procedure specific to amendments relating to activities in the area. Each procedure may only be triggered by a proposal from a state party, and once adopted, an amendment has to be ratified or acceded by at least 2/3 of state parties before it will enter into force. No amendments have so far been proposed using one of these procedures, and it is not difficult to see why. They are cumbersome with the stringent requirements and also risky in the sense that any attempt of amendments could unravel the package deal upon which the Convention is based, unless consensus is reached on the need for and the direction of amendments. Another method of change which has been utilized by states parties is the adoption of an implementing agreement. Two implementing agreements have already been adopted and entered into force, namely the 1994 Implementing Agreement relating to Part 11 of the Convention and 1995 Fish Stocks Agreement. Currently, the negotiation for the third implementing agreement on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction is underway. While the title of the 1994 agreement refers to implementation of Part 11, it is no secret that it goes far beyond its implementation and effectively amends several provisions of that part. The 1995 agreement is also more than the implementation of the provisions of the Convention. It complements and strengthens the high sea fisheries regime contained in the Convention, which was considered too vague and as a consequence resulted in the serious problem of overfishing. The 1995 agreement incorporated several new notions which has not been widely known at the time of Third UN Conference, such as precautionary approach, ecosystem approach, the duty to protect marine diversity, and the compatibility of conservation and management measures within and beyond areas of national jurisdiction. The third implementing agreement under negotiation at the moment addresses the conservation and sustainable use of marine genetic resources, which was also not widely known at the time of the conference. It remains to be seen what the final outcome would look like, but it is quite likely that the agreement, like the two previous ones, will go beyond the mere implementation of the convention. Dear colleagues, now let me turn to the third way in which the convention can accommodate changes. In this regard, I want to remind you that convention as a comprehensive framework of legal principles does not, in general, attempt to prescribe a detailed set of rules or standards for the various subjects it deals with. Instead, the convention first formulates a general duty and then refers to and incorporates those rules or standards developed in other legal instruments into its ambit. This approach is intended to give specific content to the general duty enunciated by the convention. It also serves a useful purpose of enabling the convention to update the content of general duty, thus ensuring the long-term relevance and validity of the convention. This so-called rule of reference is widely employed, particularly in Part 12 of the Convention on the Protection and Preservation of Marine Environment. One of the consequences of employing the rule of reference is to impose legal obligation on a state to apply certain rules and standards which it would otherwise not have been legally bound to apply. In such a situation, the rules and standards apply to states not because they are legally binding as either treaty or custom, but because they are incorporated into the convention through the rule of reference. The rule of reference is a crucial instrument to update the convention, in particular in the field of marine environmental protection. Various rules and standards developed by competent international organizations such as IMO and FAO have been internalized to the UNCLOS framework through this mechanism. Indeed, the rule of reference vested IMO with a critical role in maintaining the vitality of shipping standards. It also vested the FAO with a role to strengthen rules relating to the conservation of marine living resources. Through this mechanism, the convention can evolve and adapt to changes coming from technical and other developments. Dear colleagues, finally, let me say a few words about the role to be played by international courts and tribunals in the evolution of the convention. Of course, the primary function of the law of sea tribunals under Article 287 of the Convention is to settle disputes concerning the interpretation or application of the Convention. In so doing, however, they contribute to the development of the law of sea by clarifying the provision of the Convention. This contribution is all the more important when the provisions in question are ambiguous or lack any substance. The same may be said when there has been significant legal development since the adoption of the Convention. I can give you a couple of examples in this regard. As you may know, technological advancement has now enabled coastal states to develop oil and gas in the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles, commonly known as the outer continental shelf. This has given rise to the overlaps of claim to the outer continental shelf between neighboring states, thus the need for delimitation. However, the provision on the delimitation of the exclusive economic zone or continental shelf contained in Articles 74 and 83 of the Convention are notoriously vague, lacking any substance. dispute concerning the delimitation of the maritime boundary in the Bay of Bengal, which was submitted to ITLOS in 2010, provided the tribunal with an opportunity to develop law on delimitation, in particular with respect to outer continental shelf. In this case, the tribunal reinforced the existing jurisprudence on the delimitation of the EEZ and continental shelf within 200 miles by following the equidistance relevant circumstance method and three-stage approach developed by ICJ and arbitral tribunals. However, the tribunal opened a new chapter by proceeding to the delimitation of the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles without awaiting the establishment of its outer limit or the recommendation by the Commission on the Limits of Continental Shelf, CLCS, on such limit. In so doing, the tribunal clarified and elaborated several key legal notions related to the continental shelf regime and boundary delimitation, including relationship between entitlement and delimitation, the meaning of natural prolongation under Article 76 of the Convention, and the respective role of CLCS and the tribunal, to name a few. This aspect of judgments was truly pioneering and innovative. 2 years after ITLO's decision, the Annex 7 Arbitral Tribunal in another Bay of Bengal case followed the approach of the tribunal. Likewise, in its judgment in Nicaragua-Colombia case, the ICJ also took a similar view as to whether it should exercise the jurisdiction to delimit the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles. The seabed special chamber of the tribunal confirmed this approach in the dispute over delimitation between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. In this way, the Law of Sea Tribunal under Article 287, led by ITLOS, has made significant contribution to the evolution of the Convention, especially with respect to new problems triggered by technological innovation, namely the delimitation of the outer continental shelf, over which many disputes are expected to arise in the years to come. Another example is related to the application of the precautionary approach. Of course, the precautionary approach was not commonly known at the time of UNCLOS, at the time of Third UN Conference on the Law of the Sea. However, starting with the Rio Declaration of 1992, this approach has been incorporated into a growing number of international treaties and other instruments. ITLOS was the first to acknowledge and apply this critical post-UNCLOS legal development in the interpretation and application of the provision of the Convention. In Southern Bluefin Tuna case, without employing the term precautionary approach, the tribunal prescribed requested provisional measure using reasoning and expression which closely resemble the precautionary approach. This may be another pertinent example of how international courts and tribunals can contribute to making convention adaptive to subsequent changes. Dear colleagues, looking back the past 4 decades, I believe that UNCLOS has adapted and adapted successfully. It remains relevant to a broad range of issues that simply were not conceived of or anticipated at the time of its adoption. And it will continue to evolve in such a way to be able to meet new challenges, such as the protection of marine biodiversity and climate change. This does not mean that there will be no limit to the evolution of the Convention. As an international treaty based on package deal, the convention may not evolve beyond the fundamental principles and ideas underlying such deal. I do not know whether or when the tipping point will come. I do believe, however, that we are not there yet. This brings me to the end of my remarks. I would like to thank the organizer again to give me an opportunity to share with you my thoughts on the technological innovation and the law of the sea. I look forward to productive discussion on the specific aspects of this theme. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Now we will have a group photo session here. Distinguished guests, presenters, and discussants, please come up to the stage. And our distinguished guests on the online, please wait for a minute. After taking a photo here, we will take a group photo together with online and offline participants. So please turn on your camera and please wait a second. Thank you for your patience. 저 앞으로 나와주시기 바랍니다. 네, 올라가시면 됩니다. Yes. 네, 저 참석자 여러분 카메라를 켜주시기 바랍니다. 온라인 참석자 여러분 카메라 켜주시기 바랍니다. Please turn on your webcam. 네, 감사합니다. Thank you. That completes the opening ceremony for the 2021 Global Ocean Resin Conference. Thank you very much to participating. And we will continue to next program after a short break for the setting up the stage. Please join us again at 11 a.m. Thank you. 네, 안녕하십니까. 지금 1세션이 잠깐 좀 지연되고 있습니다. 잠시만 더 대기해 주시기 바랍니다. 안녕하십니까. 네? 네, 오케이. 네. 곧 시작하겠습니다. 착석 부탁드립니다. 네, 우선 토론자분들께서도 앞에 나오셔서 인사하시고 저희 영상 보실 때 다시 들어가시면 되겠습니다. 토론자분께서도 올라와 주시기 바랍니다. 1세션 시작하겠습니다. 아니요, 저 영상. 조심해서 올라가. Thank you for waiting us. Now we are going to commence session 1. This session will be discussing about the technological innovation and the law of the sea. Moderator of this session is Professor Lee Geun-kwan. Now I will turn this session over to him.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you are. Well, it is such a privilege and honor for me to moderate the first session of this important conference titled Technological Innovation and the Role of the Law of the Sea. Well, this is the this GORC, Global Ocean Regime Conference, was launched in the year 2013. So this is the 8th year, and GORC, for the past 8 years, GORC has been dealing with very important issues of the law of the sea. So I'm very proud and grateful to be part of this very important initiative undertaken by the Korean Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries and the KMI, Korean Maritime Institute. Well, it is obvious that the law of the sea does not exist in a vacuum. So there are various factors impacting on the law of the sea, such as the environmental change, as amply demonstrated by the challenge posed by the sea level rise. And one can also mention other factors, such as the change in power relations in international society. One should not forget to mention, of course, technological innovation. And the importance of this factor or element in the evolution of international law was elegantly and eloquently demonstrated in the keynote speech delivered by Judge Chin Young-pak just a few minutes ago. Today, we are very fortunate to discuss in this conference the state-of-the-art technological innovations that should exert a substantial, even a transformative influence or impact on the future configuration of the law of the sea. I'm sure this conference will help a great deal in articulating the roadmap for the future development of the law of the sea. In this session, we are very delighted to have a wonderful panel who will discuss autonomous ships, artificial intelligence, and eco-friendliness in the shipbuilding and international shipping industries, and their impact on the future configuration of the law of the sea. Well, first of all, let me briefly introduce our speakers, three speakers, and two discussants. First, let me introduce Professor James Kreska. He is a Stockton Professor of International Maritime Law at U.S. Naval War College. And our next speaker is Mr. Stephen Jeffrey Keating. He is serving as Assistant General Counsel of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. And we have our third speaker is Dr. Jung Tae-hwan. He is a principal researcher at the Korea Research Institute of Ships and Ocean Engineering. Professor James Kreska, he will deliver his speech on autonomous ships and the law of the sea. Excuse me. Mr. Keating will talk about artificial intelligence and safe navigation of ships. And Dr. Jung will speak on the subject of paradigm shift toward eco-friendliness in the shipbuilding and international shipping industries following the intensification of the IMO GHG, greenhouse gas emission regulations. So we look forward to three wonderful presentations by the experts in these fields. And we are also very lucky to have two distinguished discussants. So first, Professor Kim Hyun-soo. He is a professor at Inha University Law School, and he is a leading authority on the law of the sea. And we also have Dr. Kim Min-chul. He is a director of Yumin International Law Institute. It's a pity that we can't have all the participants in Korea due to the COVID-19 crisis. So as you know, that this conference is being conducted in a hybrid manner. So I think I need to talk a little bit about the organization of this session. Our three speakers, they were kind enough to pre-record their lectures for the timely management of this session. So we will, they will deliver a lecture first, and then we'll have live discussions from our two discussants, and then we'll also have a live Q&A. So that's how this session will be conducted. So first we'll play the pre-recorded lectures first, and then while these pre-recorded lectures are being played, will go down from the podium, and then we'll get back onto the podium for our live discussions. Okay, thank you for your understanding.
Hello, and thank you very much for the invitation from the Korea Maritime Institute to be able to talk a little bit about autonomous ships and the law of the sea. I'm James Kraska, and I'm the chair and Charles H. Stockton Professor of International Law at the U.S. Naval War College. So what we'll talk about is the trend toward autonomous or uncrewed, unmanned vessels. And one of the principal inflection point is to determine what exactly is a ship, because we have devices and vessels or ships in the water, and the line between them may be rather arbitrary. This will principally be a flag state decision, and of course, reasonable people can disagree, just like you see here Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer on a raft. Is that a ship or is it not? And there's case law in the United States and the United Kingdom and other countries that discuss what constitutes a ship or a vessel. And of course, all of the law of the sea, as well as the International Maritime Organization regulatory structure, attaches to those things in the water that are going to be considered vessels. Typically in the law, vessels are those things that are designed for conveyance or movement in the water. And we know that technology and the cost imperative is bringing a greater attention toward autonomous or uncrewed ships. And we've already reached the point where there are test and demonstration models that are operating today. For example, last year, the Navy operated an unmanned surface vessel that went through the Gulf of Mexico. It transited the Panama Canal and arrived safely in California over nearly 5,000 nautical miles, and about 97% of that transit was in an autonomous mode. The Pentagon has also tested another USV in 2021, and this also went through the Panama Canal, operating mostly in an autonomous mode. There are other examples as well, and this has caused the IMO to develop a strategic plan that integrates new and advancing technologies and foresees the integration of unmanned ships into the international shipping industry. And those efforts have caused initiation and now conclusion of a scoping study for maritime autonomous surface ships. And this study and the IMO member states are looking at how we contend with unmanned vessels with regard to the most important instruments of the IMO, which of course include the Safety of Life at Sea Convention, the collision regulations, and others. We have to determine how mass fit into the existing IMO instruments and see whether any new instruments have to be negotiated or perhaps amendments to the existing treaties. Well, first of all, are unmanned systems or ships, rather ships or devices under each of these agreements? And so many of the IMO instruments have their own definition of what constitutes a ship. For example, you see here in the Safety of Life at Sea Convention that ships mean any ship, vessel, or craft, irrespective of type and purpose. And that's obviously a very broad remit. Similarly, MARPOL defines a ship as any vessel of any type whatsoever operating in the marine environment and includes a long list of examples of vessels that fall under the MARPOL Convention. And there are similar definitions in other IMO instruments. In fact, mass appears that it will be affecting every instrument of the Maritime Safety Committee, as well as the Marine Environmental Protection Committee and Legal Committee. All of these major instruments are going to be affected by mass, such as COLREGs, the Load Lines Convention, STCW, Tonnage Convention, and the rest. Now, that caused the member states of the IMO to conduct a mass regulatory scoping exercise to determine what degree possible can unmanned vessels or mass operate in the marine environment, and how these instruments would apply. They looked at 4 different types of human-machine interaction. The first is automated processes and decision support. We already have this, such as global positioning or automatic identification system. The second level of independence or autonomy is remotely controlled vessels with seafarers on board, just in case there is a contingency or an incident. The third level is to have a ship that is remotely controlled without any human seafarers on board. And then finally, we will have fully autonomous ships. So these 4 levels of autonomy drove the mass scoping exercise. And those were compared with the most appropriate means for addressing mass operations. So if you had one of those 4 levels of autonomy, how would you then, with each convention, how would you then apply that convention? And you could do so through one of 4 categories, which are defined with these Roman numerals. So in the first instance, you might say that you could interpret the convention as having equivalences that cover unmanned systems. The second way that you might interpret or apply the convention is that you could amend it. You could amend the treaty to accommodate unmanned surface ships. The third is that you could develop a new instrument or treaty for an entire convention, or maybe just for part of a convention, that you could not either equate to unmanned systems, or you could not amend it in an easier fashion. And then finally, you might say that there is none of these courses of action are possible. So let's look in a couple of cases of how that might actually apply. You notice that for the degrees of autonomy on the far left, Arabic numerals 1, 2, 3, and 4, these are the levels of autonomy, going all the way down to number 4, which is a fully autonomous system. And in the second category from the left, Roman numeral 1 or 2 are the application of what would be needed in order to make that instrument apply. What are the most appropriate ways at that level of autonomy to apply that particular convention? So with the collision regulations, you can see that at a category 1 type of vessel, the ship with automated processes and decision support, that you could apply the provisions on the role of the master, such as bridge, watchkeeping, and other operations, that those could be done through equivalences within the convention. That is, even if there's not a human necessarily on board in all instances, but you could equate if you have humans on board, but they're not looking exactly out to sea, but you're relying on some sort of instruments. In the second degree of autonomy, what you have are remotely controlled ships with seafarers on board. Remotely controlled ships with seafarers on board, and you can see that in this case, the control for potentially being shifted to a remote location will require interpretations and amendments. Remember, interpretations is the Roman numeral #1 approach, and amendments is the Roman numeral #2 approach. And so this gets to the responsibility of the remote operator. In level of autonomy #3 for the collision regulations, you're talking about how do we address remotely controlled ships without seafarers on board, and that's also going to be amenable to either interpretations or amendments to the collision regulations, as well as having to address the gaps in how to manage distress signals. Now, with the fourth level of autonomy, which is fully autonomous, the collision regulations could be applied again through level 2, which remember constitutes amending the collision regulations. So in none of these instances did we say that we had to develop a new instrument or that none of these options would apply. And so it looks like the collision regulations can either be applied to equate to unmanned systems, or they could be amended to apply to unmanned systems throughout the 4 levels of autonomy. And so the regulatory scoping exercise did this for a number of the instruments, and they went provision by provision. This is an example of the appropriate ways of dealing with provisions in the Safety of Life at Sea Convention for the 4 levels of autonomy. You can see over here, the 4th level of autonomy requires either amendments to the collision regulations, or amendments to the Safety of Life at Sea Convention, or Roman numeral #3 requires a completely new instrument. So that is the approach taken by the regulatory scoping exercise, and now the member states have to look in greater detail in order to figure out these issues. You can see here the same thing with regard to degrees of autonomy for the Search and Rescue Convention and the most appropriate levels of addressing them, such as in degree 1, there are no potential gaps for level of autonomy 1, but for degree of autonomy or level of autonomy 2, then the most appropriate way would be a Roman numeral 2, which is amending the SAR system. And so that is how MASS will transform the roles and the duties of seafarers and how they will apply in each of these instruments. And of course, all of this is still unfolding, and it's a very exciting time to be involved in the shipping industry and the public international law of the sea related to maritime autonomous surface ships. Thank you very much.
Good day. My name is Stephen Joffrey Keating, and my presentation is on artificial intelligence to facilitate safe marine navigation. My opening comments are first to thank the Korea Maritime Institute for their kind invitation to discuss this topic relating to technological innovation and the law of the sea. 고맙습니다. This presentation will touch upon subject matter covered more in depth in a chapter for the forthcoming book entitled Emerging Technology and the Law of the Sea, edited by Professors James Kraska and Young Kil Park, to be published by Cambridge University Press. Disclaimer: I have the permission of my agency, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, to conduct the research and writing to make this presentation. However, this presentation represents my individual analysis and should not be presumed to reflect the opinions of NGA or the United States Department of Defense, unless where I am quoting from official United States policy documents. My major thesis points for this presentation is that while artificial intelligence, AI, is an evolving concept, hard to define precisely, both state and non-state actors are competitively pursuing it. To put it simply, AI, in whatever form it will develop, is inevitable. Now, AI can improve maritime domain decision-making in the areas of hydrographic services and safety of navigation, subject to the legal regimes in the broad corpus of the international law of the sea. Now, the premise is that we are going to focus on human crewed vessels and not focus on automated vessels without personnel on board. Now, the law of the sea is a system of law based upon international treaty as well as customary international law. Some of these treaties are listed below. We're going to discuss the following preliminary concepts: artificial intelligence, marine navigation, the maritime domain awareness, geospatial intelligence. We'll also look at the spectrum of AI and how it can be applied to solve some problems within the maritime domain. So when we look at artificial intelligence, we realize that there are manifold interpretations to this broad evolving concept. And yet, AI is often stated in Tesla's theorem as what we have not yet been able to do. So it is a goal, it's something in the future and we're reaching for, but it is not as elusive and sometimes very elusive. Let's look at two attempted descriptions by both the United States and the United Kingdom. The United States Defense Innovation Board defines artificial intelligence as a variety of information processing techniques and technologies used to perform a goal-oriented task and the means to reason in the pursuit of that task. Let's contrast that and compare it with the United Kingdom Government Office of Science, which says it is the analysis of data to model some aspect of the world. Inferences from these models are then used to predict and anticipate possible future events. So we then move to marine navigation. It is a simple definition by the International Hydrographic Dictionary, which is the process of directing the movement of a craft from one point to another. We have an image on the right of the English Channel, which shows some depictions of safety of navigation aids as well as routes and a vessel track. Now, when you look at what does navigation require, it requires a knowledge of your origin point, your destination point, the relative distance between the 2 points, the velocity or speed at which you will transit between point A and point B. Now, navigation also requires your understanding of those conditions of intervening space over time. So what's involved with that? There are environmental influences because the maritime domain is indeed dynamic. There is compliance with legal regimes and customary practices, and these are both spatially as well as temporally dependent. There are also economic influences and constraints. So we look at how COVID has impacted international shipping. We look at how the price of fuel impacts the ability of vessels to make their transits. So therefore, the sound decision-making based upon these inputs is crucial. When we look at an example of navigation, we have the 1789 voyage of Captain William Bligh from the time he was unceremoniously removed from command in the mutiny aboard the Bounty. He was deposited into an open gig boat with his crew, who were loyal to him, near Tonga. And he took that open boat 3,618 miles across dangerous waters without charts and a compass. An amazing feat of navigation. And he traveled in part through what we call the maritime domain. And that maritime domain is defined as all things, all areas and things on, under, related to, adjacent to, or bordering on a sea, ocean, or other navigable waterway, including all maritime-related activities, infrastructure, cargo vessels, and other conveniences. So when we look at the maritime domain, it is a huge set of features and functions and dependencies. How do we understand that to navigate safely? We rely upon what is called Maritime Domain Awareness, or MDA. And MDA is the effective understanding of anything associated with the maritime domain that could impact the safety, security, economy, or environment of the state or stakeholder. I want to focus on two key words here, is the effective understanding and anything that could impact. So that maritime domain awareness requires value decisions, because there are so many bits of data that a human could be inundated, overloaded by what knowledge relates to a specific location in the ocean. But it's only those things that relate to and impacting the safety, security, economy, or the environment of the state or stakeholder that are relevant at the time. So that's where decision making is crucial. Geospatial intelligence can assist in maritime domain awareness. And it's defined as an intelligence discipline, which is the exploitation and analysis of imagery and geospatial information to describe, assess, and visually depict physical features and geographically referenced activities on or about the Earth. That's a statutory definition that is rooted predominantly in a national security context, but it is broader than that. So outside of the statutory construct, academics define geospatial intelligence as the perception, cognition, computation, control, reaction, and understanding of physical features and geographically referenced activity. And that comes to us from Dold and Groupman in 2017. I really like this definition because it involves the cognition, computation, and understanding. So humans can be very good at this. Machines are outstanding at computation. But machines can sometimes not be so good at cognition and understanding. So again, let's look at what AI can bring to this set of problems. AI presents a continuum of capabilities. So when we look at this continuum, it's a spectrum. On the left of our diagram, we have algorithms. And to the right extreme, we have artificial general intelligence. Algorithms are more or less formula which leverage data and apply rules to those data to provide an outcome. Algorithms have been with us for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Machine learning is something relatively new with the development of silicon-based computational instruments. And machine learning incorporates the concepts and the technologies of supervised learning, unsupervised learning, reinforcement learning, deep learning. Now, these concepts are defined more deeply in my chapter in Emerging Technologies and the Law of the Sea. But they have specific applications, but they do complement each other. Artificial general intelligence is that hoped-for state in the future where machines can actually think independently the terminology that is used is the manifestation or the singularity. Some scholars believe this may be sometime in the future. So I am not so concerned right now with artificial general intelligence, but the application of machine learning to the problem sets of safety of navigation. So then let's look at how AI can be applied with human interface. And we have the following paradigms. We have human in the loop, human on the loop, and human out of the loop. These are all mannerisms or manifestations in which AI either incorporates human activity or operates outside of human activity. So human in the loop is where the human is an essential part of the process. The human actually is a partner in the training of the AI system to help it. And so this can be done in supervised learning as well as reinforcement learning. When we look at human on the loop and human out of the loop, human on the loop is where machines do the bulk of the work and humans are used as important validators of the work the computer is doing, where the human involvement is a check on the computer's processes to ensure that they are operating within specification, and for we as lawyers would be operating within the rule of law. A human out of the loop system is where human involvement is not required and oftentimes excluded. Machines do such things in automated processes. When human out of the loop systems operate effectively and reliably, they are outstanding at saving human capacity to be devoted to higher level decision processes. But when human out of the loop goes wrong, it can be disastrous. To the right, we have the picture of the passenger vessel MV Viking Sky, which had a human out of the loop incident in 2019. What occurred in this instance was there was a lubrication oil sensor in the engine system, and diesel engines require sufficient lubrication. The human out of the loop process was that if there was insufficient lubrication in the system would need to shut down to prevent damage to the engine. The MV Viking Sky was in heavy seas off the coast of Norway, and the sensor erroneously detected a low lube oil pressure warning. It shut off the diesel engine, and the vessel was rendered powerless less than 2 miles from the coast. Luckily, the engineers were able to restart the engine after evacuation procedures had begun, and the vessel did not run aground. But that shows that we cannot just blindly rely on human out-of-the-loop processes. So when we look at the goal of AI in the maritime domain, is the challenges for AI is to combine the optimal computational power and stamina of a machine with the genius of human intuition. So think of combining the stamina of a system like AlphaZero, that deep learning machine which actually taught itself how to play Go and beat the Go grandmaster of the world, and combining that with the intuition of a Polynesian master navigator who has the ability to sail a vessel across the Pacific without a GPS, compass, or mechanical watch. These Polynesian master navigators learn their skills over decades, and they can smell changes in the weather and changes in current that are oftentimes not readily visible to other machine systems. So the value of AI is that one doesn't need to consolidate the knowledge in one person or processor. And maritime domain awareness can be raised to the AI power and distributed across many stakeholders. My proposal is to leverage AI to improve hydrographic services by advancing the means of hydrographic surveying and charting, which I call a front-end improvement. My second proposal is to improve human-crewed vessel operations and navigation, maximizing GEOINT and maritime domain awareness, to reduce threats of grounding, elision, and collision. And I call this a heuristic process improvement. So AI can aid marine disaster prevention. And we have two case studies to look at, which basically involve human bias errors and how AI can reduce or eliminate those biased errors. In 2012, the United States ship Guardian grounded on Tabataha Reef off the coast of the Philippines. The facts of this case was that the commanding officer of the vessel had two charts which depicted the reef in two different locations. The reef was more or less offset by about 7.8 miles. Now, what had occurred in this particular case was that the bias of the commanding officer was that he looked at the larger scale coastal chart and he presumed that that would be the more accurate and precise depiction of Tabataha Reef, because he thought a general chart depicts a larger area of water and therefore would be prone to larger error rates. He was absolutely incorrect. Instead of relying on the other information he had on board the vessel, he proceeded to navigate his vessel right onto the reef. The vessel was a total loss, well over $200 million of loss to the vessel, as well as significant environmental damage to a UNESCO World Heritage Site location. Our next disaster was the 2015 case of the SS El Faro, which sank during Hurricane Joaquin. This vessel, which was an old steamship carrying containers, departed Jacksonville, Florida with a 5-degree starboard list, as you can see in the photograph to the left. Developing near San Juan was a major storm system called Hurricane Joaquin. The master in this particular case had a bias towards one weather routing system called Bon Voyage Services. He thought Bon Voyage was the best system to rely upon because it depicted things in colorful pictures. He thought pictures are better than text. Pictures are modern. But he was incorrect, because the Bon Voyage Services system erroneously sent out duplicate reports on the progress of the hurricane. The tragedy of this event was that the second officer and chief officer of the vessel alerted the master that there was contradictory information from a text-based system called NavText. The master chose to ignore that alternative information. He drove his vessel directly into the path of a Category 4 hurricane, resulting in the total loss of the ship, its cargo, and the loss of 33 lives. So the potential models of using AI in the forms of human in the loop and human on the loop. AI can be an advisor in voyage planning and decision making. While these crews and navigators are sitting down to plan their route, they could employ AI to review vast amounts of data to determine whether or not there is correlation or contradiction in presentation of features and/or hazards. With regards to human on the loop, there may be instances when a ship is actually underway where AI could override poor decision making caused by bias or fatigue. There's also the case of human hubris, which occurred in the tragic case of the passenger vessel Costa Concordia in 2012 off the coast of Italy, where the master drove his vessel at too fast a rate of speed in low visibility, too close to a dangerous reef. He grounded his vessel on the reef, the vessel capsized, resulting in the loss of 32 lives. So when we look at What are the challenges for AI systems? Well, as I said earlier, computers are great at following rote programs. What AI needs to be able to do is to evolve out-of-the-box heuristic creativity that is needed to avoid collision in complex time-dominant situations, especially those involving multi-vessel, multi-rule variables. And to go a little bit more in depth about this is that future AI systems which are programmed for collision avoidance compliance that employ either human in the loop or human on the loop would benefit from reinforcement learning that leverages the experiential C-sense developed over time in prudent mariners. And this is absolutely essential to comply with what is called Rule 2B in the coal regs. And there's a paradoxical nature to Rule 2B. It basically states, in construing and complying with these rules, due regard shall be had to all dangers of navigation and collision, and to any special circumstances, including the limitations of the vessels involved, which may make a departure from these rules necessary to avoid immediate danger. So as I said earlier, computers are great at following rules and routines. Sometimes these computers will need to be able to step outside of the routine to safely navigate a vessel. So as we come to a conclusion, the premise and the argument is that compliance with the rule of law can benefit from AI application. When we look at the law of the sea, it facilitates commerce, international relations, and should be used to maximize peaceful and sustainable use of the seas for the balanced benefit of all mankind. AI application can improve hydrography and marine navigation, which includes voyage planning, voyage execution, and contingency management. These will support compliance with the law of the sea and international norms that will also promote environmental stewardship. I thank you for your time, and I am welcoming any questions you may have.
Hello everyone, my name is Tae-Hwan Jung of GRISO, Korea Research Institute of Ships and Ocean Engineering. I am pleased to meet you all in online, but it is a bit pity not to meet you all at the conference room due to my schedule in London. I hope to see you all in face-to-face one day. Today I will talk about paradigm shift toward eco-friendliness in the shipbuilding and international shipping industries following the intensification of the IMO GHG emission regulations. The content of my presentation are as follows. Firstly, I will talk about decarbonization drive in IMO, followed by EEXI and CII regulation, and expected reactions of industrial sector. Finally, this presentation will be concluded with summary and conclusion. Decarbonization drive in IMO. The initial IMO strategy on reduction of GHG emission from ships, so-called IMO GHG initial strategy, has adopted at MEPC 72 in April 2018. The vision of the initial strategy is decarbonization in this century, and the target or levels of ambition is total annual emissions 50% by 2050 compared to 2008. Suggested candidate measures are categorized by short, mid, and long-term measures, as you can see here. List of candidate measures you can see here. In short-term measures, the typical short-term measures are technical and operational energy efficiency measures, and midterm measures, market-based measures, and low-carbon fuels are key points. Finally, long-term measures are zero-carbon fuels. Commercialization is key point. Required CO2 reduction rates per ships approximately 85% CO2 reduction for ships. The initial IMO GH strategy and the GH reduction potential by current techniques you can see here. As you can see here, logistics and digitalization or hydrodynamics and machineries are all limited values. So you can see here, alternative fuel should be developed to meet initial IMO GHG strategy. Now, let me introduce how to respond to EEXI and CII. EEDI for new ships and EEXI for existing ships are quite similar because EEXI is calculated by the same formula as EEDI, as you can see here. The concept of EEDI or EEXI is CO2 emissions from ships when ships sail transport 1 ton cargo for 1 nautical mile. Engine power multiplied by CO2 conversion factor and SFC, so-called fuel consumption factor, divided by capacity and speed. EEDI applied for new ships. The application for EEDI goes for 400 gross tonnage and above for international voyage. Ships for the building contract is placed on or after 1st January 2013. 12 ship types applied as follows. Year of application and required EEDI as you can see here. EEXI applied for existing ships and required EEXI formula as you can see here. The reference line value calculated by A, B, C as you can see here. The reduction factor Y depends on ship type and ship size and reduction factor. The reduction factor are as follows here, and the partly of the reduction factor calculated by linear interpolation. EEXI reduction factor will be applied quite similar to EEDI. EEDI will be reduced by 30% compared to 2008. EEXI also quite similar to reduction factor with EEDI. If any ships are not able to meet required EEXI, the ship should improve their efficiency. The method of improve efficiency are shaft engine power limit or fuel ship change or replacement with new ships. The timeline of EEXI regulations as follows. In the case of CII, it is applied to ships of 5,000 tons or more, and the types of ship is the same as that of EEDI. The CII calculation formula as follows. CII and SIMPS are also applied as in EEXI, which will be applied in 2023. And ships that receive the D or E for 3 consecutive years will be required to take corrective measures for immediate energy efficiency improvement. The formula for calculating CII and the formula for providing the baselines are as follows. The CII reduction rate has following reduction compared to the reference calculated by DCS in 2019. The reduction factor is expected to be further strengthened after 2027. The timeline for applying for CII regulation is as follows. It will be applied for the first time in 2023 and will be reviewed in 2026. The first IMO GH study has revealed last year. We have seen that the result of the effort. The improvement efficiency of the ships, but increased total emission from the international shipping sector. Black carbon is currently unincluded, but estimated about 7% of total CO2 equilibrium. Methane increased 151% due to increased use of high methane slip dual fuel machinery. Let me move on to the expected reactions of shipbuilding and international shipping industries. Several organizations have revealed GHG emission reduction potentials. IMO has also given the information on GHG emission reduction potentials with current and future technologies. As you can see here, hydrogen, biofuel, and full electronic systems are quite competitive. Reviewed more than 60 studies with 5 main groups. Biofuels is the most competitive measure from this research. DNVGL revealed GHG emission reduction potentials in 2019, and alternative fuels will be most dominant measures in 2050. The alternative fuel will be dominant measures from 2040, as you can see here. Synthetic fuels or electrofuels, e-fuels, is one of the most candidate measures, but it needs to be matured. Energy density, bunkering interval, and tank size of the fuels are important and should be compared carefully. Life cycle assessment of the all fuels is required when well-to-tank, tank-to-propeller considered. For example, if hydrogen is produced from CH4 or other method except renewable energy, CO2 emission rate is higher than other fossil fuels. Fuel life cycle level categorized by 5 types. fossil, biomass, captured carbon, zero carbon, and electricity. Well-to-wake or well-to-propeller emission factor is calculated by this method. Methane and nitrous oxide are also included in this formula. Energy loss of the ships should be considered for finding where energy efficiency can be increased. The bottom bar in the diagram represents the energy input to the main engine from the fuel. Energy resources from mechanical energy for propulsion can be categorized as shown this figure. Energy improvement of the ships by innovative energy efficient technologies are considered in IMO. There are a lot of ways for reduction CO2 emission from ships with energy-saving technologies as shown in these figures. IMO categorized 5 types of GHG reduction technologies. Category A is innovative energy efficient technology by reduction of main engine power that cannot be separated from overall performance of the vessel, such as conventional energy-saving device. Category B-1 is innovative technology efficiency technology by reduction of main engine power that can be treated separately from overall performance of the vessel, such as air lubrication system. Energy improvement of air lubrication is about 3 to 15%. IMO guideline is available, but tests and analysis procedures are needed. Typical technology of category B-2 is wind assistant. Energy improvement of wind assistant estimated about 5 to 20%. Categorized category C-1 is innovative energy efficiency technology by reduction of auxiliary power that can be effective at all times, such as waste heat recovery system. Energy improvement by waste heat recovery system is about 4 to 8%. Category C-2 is innovative energy efficiency technology by reduction of auxiliary power that is depending on ambient environment such as photovoltaic. Energy improvement is 1 to 3%. IMO guideline is available. Summary and conclusion. Let me summarize my presentation. The IMO initial strategy means rapid action, developing innovative technology, and moving away from fossil fuels. The shipbuilding and international shipping industry is facing strengthened environmental regulations, especially decarbonization regulations. Thorough investigation of EEXI and CII for existing ships and required seeking the most cost-effective action. According to review of EEXI's impact for ships in serve, the majority of free EEDI ships do not satisfy the EEDI requirements. Investments is moving fast to scalable zero carbon fuels, but LCA life cycle assessment is required to be considered. Let me conclude my presentation. The change in propulsion system has been typical technical push, but this innovation is required demand pulled by regulation. Therefore, the possibility of failure in research investment is very high level, implicates high uncertainty. A sophisticated strategy is required. Let me expect the future. Strengthening regulation on energy efficiency of existing ships. That will be influence on shipping and shipbuilding and equipment companies quickly and significantly. Preparing for market-based measure MBM should be considered. Global cooperation activities for technology development is very important. Also, development of innovative next-generation eco-friendly ship technology to reduce GHG is unavoidable. There is no time to use 3 types of fuels in next 3 years: LSFO, LNG, or zero carbon fuels. Therefore, building a zero-ready from 2020 could significantly reduce the risk of uninterrupted fuel switch. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. I'd like to express my sincere thanks to our 3 presenters. Well, at the start of this session, I made a statement that we are very fortunate to have these 3 tremendous speakers who are the leading experts in these fields. And I'm sure that you'll agree with me that my statement was fully vindicated. They presented brave new world of technological innovations in the law of the sea field, and they also offered their ideas and proposals for tackling these challenges. And once again, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to all our 3 presenters. And before handing over the floor to our 2 distinguished discussants, let me just try to help you with some of the acronyms, abbreviations used in the presentations. Professor Kraska, he used the expression MASS. This is rather well known, but for those of you who are not familiar with these acronyms, MASS stands for Maritime Autonomous Surface Ships. And in Dr. Zhang's presentation, a number of acronyms were used. EEDI stands for Energy Efficiency Design Index. And EEXI stands for Energy Efficiency Existing Ship Index. And SEEMP stands for Ship Energy Efficiency Management Plan. Okay, then without further ado, let me invite Professor Kim to make his comments, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Kim Hyun, working at University. To begin with, I thank you to KMI for its kind invitation to me. Also, I would thank you to 3 wonderful presenters. Today, I'm going to make simple comments on particularly Professor Kraska's presentation titled Autonomous Ships and the Law of the Sea, from the point of international law of the sea. Professor Kraska well introduced and analyzed related issues concerning autonomous ship. But as we are well aware the definition on ship is so diverse in terms of IMO and the international law, as Professor James already pointed out. And because of that, it might cause some serious maritime disputes or ocean conflict among the concerned countries. In particular, there's no definition on so-called autonomous warships, which Israeli Navy, who is quite effectively using its autonomous military ships against terrorists, pirates, and border patrol in the Mediterranean Sea. Is it possible for us to regard those ships as warships in international law? I'm not sure. If so, I would like to invoke the definition of warships in Article 29 of the UN Convention of the Sea as follows. Warship means a ship belonging to the armed forces of a state bearing the external marks distinguishing such ships of its nationality under the command of an officer duly commissioned by the government of the state and whose name appears in the appropriate service list or is equivalent and manned by a crew which is on the regular armed forces discipline. This is the definition on just warships, not autonomous ships, autonomous warships. In this regard, an autonomous warship is not a warship based on UNCLOS international law. Currently, as you know, we are facing with a similar case regarding military activities in the EEZ of the coastal state by foreign warships. This is still quite a controversial issue globally, especially whether military activities are possible or not in terms of international rule of law, because UNCLOS did not give us clear answer for that so far. And also, some developing countries have different domestic laws and regulations from other maritime powers on that issue for the maintenance of peace and security in the EEZ, as we already had an experience in the past. Related articles, I would like to introduce some related articles regarding warships in UNCLOS. Article 29, 30, 32, 45, 96, 110, 111, 236, and so on. So all those articles are to be directly affected by the definition of warship itself. I think that will be ultimately a matter of interpretation of UNCLOS, safe practice, and international jurisprudence. Similar problems with regard to an autonomous warship can be seriously raised, especially by developing countries and minor powers as well. So, I would like to ask Professor James Kraska, how could you assess the above-mentioned problems? And also, could you suggest how to solve the problems which occurs by the absence of the definition on an autonomous warship in UNCLOS? And I'm also so interested in Stephen's presentation. Stephen is my colleague. We're working at IHO as a member and observer. AI and self-navigation, I could learn a lot from his presentation. Also, I agree with his proposals for the safety of navigation related to the AI. So but I have no further comments on his presentation. But I'd hope Dr. Kim, next panelist, will discuss about two other presentations in details. That's my simple comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim. And let me invite Dr. Kim Min-chul, to make his comments, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's a great honor to participate in this session as a discussant. Before start, I want to thank the Korean Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries and the Korea Maritime Institute for making every effort to make it happen despite the COVID-19 crisis. Also, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the speakers for providing great inspiration and insights. The topic of today's morning session is technological innovation and the law of the sea. As we expected, the three presentations respectively deal with the very intriguing, exciting, but professional and technical issues. Although these topics are somewhat new to me, I perceive that the three issues can be observed from the perspective of the interaction between technologies and rules of law. To begin with, I want to note the role of the technologies facilitating the evolvement of rules. I think Professor Kraska touched on this point in the first presentation about autonomous ships. As a matter of fact, the current law of the sea was based on the technology level of the 1970s and 80s. For example, since the 1980s UNCLOS adoption, in the field of the marine scientific research, there has been a debate on the regulation of the new marine information gathering tools such as surface drifting buoys, profiling prows, and underwater gliders. This is about whether the MSR consent regime ought to be applied to the MSR-related activities using such devices that were not envisaged by the drafters. Given the development of scientific technology, we always need to make every effort to bridge the gap between the norms and the international reality. In this regard, my question goes to the first speaker, Professor Kraska. I fully agree with the key strategic direction and regulatory scoping exercise about the autonomous ship under the IMO regime. But at the same time, I think it should be emphasized that UNCLOS is the most paramount and general instrument in the field of the law of the sea, despite the U.S. non-ratification of UNCLOS. In my opinion, the introduction of the autonomous ships can be seen in the framework of the interpretation and implementation of UNCLOS. Of course, under the UNCLOS system, conflicts in the interpretation may happen. Professor Kraska, do you think the development of autonomous ships urges the international community to amend UNCLOS or adopt an implementation agreement to accommodate such change? Or do you believe we can use UNCLOS as it is by amending or developing instruments under the IMO regimes? If there is any such debate within the UNCLOS or IMO system, please share it with us. Now, I turn to the second and third topics of this session, artificial intelligence by Mr. Keating and the greenhouse gas emission regulation by Dr. Zhang. I think these two presentations shows us the role of the technology that contributed to the rule of law and environmental protection. Regarding the artificial intelligence, I fully agree with the point that AI can help benefit humans in the areas of the enhancement of human ocean knowledge, the reduction of ship collision accident, and so on. Particularly, Mr. Keating's observation is impressive that AI can assist in complying with norms on international regulation for preventing collision at sea. It seems a very fresh look for lawyers, including myself. From the rule of law aspects, I expect that AI may play a bigger role in the future. My first question to Mr. Keating is that for safe AI navigation, it seems crucial to completely minimize the possibility of AI errors. But as many people suspect, all machines break down from time to time. In this context, I'm wondering how experts assess the possibility of AI errors in navigation and prevention of such errors. Second, I assume that if AI learns the normal behaviors of experienced mariners and applies the knowledge to actual navigation, we may use AI in evaluating the regularity of human activities. AI can assist human judges by providing comprehensive, quantified information on certain circumstances. Of course, in the far future, AI might be able to directly judge whether a certain human activities violate the rules in a judicial process. In this sense, what do you, Mr. Keating, think about the possibility of AI's role in a judicial process in the future? Yeah. In terms of the IM greenhouse gas emission regulation, Dr. Jung's presentation shows how technology can contribute to the compliance with rules and how technology can evolve to protect the marine environment. My wife is a security and investment analyst. Last summer, she told me that the shipping build stocks would become promising due to the new IM regulations. Today, I got clearly understand the point that my wife mentioned thanks to Dr. Zhang's presentation. The world's shipping industry has to meet the new IM regulations. New technologies should be actively developed and adopted for the sake of the environmental improvement and energy efficiency of the ship. But in my opinion, there may be concerns about the financial burden. It means that new eco-friendly ships could be expensive. Therefore, shipping companies that cannot use existing ships and cannot afford high fees may not be able to survive in the industry anymore. I understand that IM regulates ship air pollution through MARPOL Next 6. In this regard, I would like to ask Dr. Zhang if there has been any opposition in the process of adopting or reinforcing the regulatory standards in IMO. I also wonder what kind of consideration has been advanced for countries or companies that still seek to maintain their existing ships. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kim and Professor Dr. Kim. Okay, so I'll now invite three presenters to make their responses to those to the comments made and questions put to them. And I would appreciate it if they could limit their responses to less than 3 minutes. And before handing over the floor to our speakers, let me just add, with your indulgence, let me abuse my my prerogative as moderator, and let me ask Dr. Zhang. By the way, Dr. Zhang is joining us from London, and I'm sure that it's about 3:30 in the morning. So I thank you for your effort. And I'm just wondering whether artificial intelligence can be utilized in trying to reduce the GHG emissions by ships. So I wonder whether you can offer your reflections on that question. Okay, then first let me invite Professor Kraska to address the questions and comments, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. Thank you for your role in moderating, and also want to congratulate you and the international law community of the Republic of Korea for your election to the International Law Commission. It's a great achievement and very promising for the development of international law. So I'll take a moment to address first the question by Professor Kim Hyun Soo, who rightly points out that there could be potential disputes over what constitutes a ship. I would suggest, though, that ultimately the cards are in the hands of the flag states. In particular, in UNCLOS Article 92 and Article 94, it appears that the flag states are solely positioned to be able to designate what craft constitute a ship versus what are just instruments or devices in the marine environment. You also asked about the question of autonomous warships, and that's a very important question because you mentioned in peacetime, warships have rights under Article 110, 111, as well as sovereign immune exemption, and they also have belligerent rights during armed conflict. What I would say there is that it may be debatable, but most states would take the position that the definition in Article 29 does not require the commander, the commanding officer, or manned by a crew to be on board the ship. That is, that those sailors and officers could be remotely situated or remotely commanding. And if you think about this, we've already done the same thing with drones and unmanned aerial vehicles, where you can have one human in charge of a fleet of unmanned aerial vehicles. So I believe that's where we're heading. Professor Kim Mun-chul has similar questions with regard to whether it's necessary to amend UNCLOS. And I would suggest that it's not possible to do so in a satisfactory way, and that therefore the scoping exercise and the appropriate amendments of the individual IMO instruments would be preferable to trying to amend UNCLOS. There has been some disagreement in the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission over whether marine instruments are entitled to navigational rights, such as innocent passage. And so it would be important to know whether those instruments constitute ships or are just marine instruments or devices. So this is still unfolding. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Professor Kreska. And now let me invite Mr. Keating to address the questions and comments, please.
Yes, Mr. Lee and Professors Kim, thank you so much for your questions. So with regards to the first question, with regards to assessing the possibility of AI errors, that is a very real possibility. It will most likely occur. I just would like to cite there is some developing literature among in academic circles. I'd like to cite an article, a 2018 article by Dreyer and Oltedal from Norway, which focuses on the types of errors that AI systems may be prone to. So they kind of break down into two kind of planes. One is the software error, which basically can be the human-induced error in software, or the software modification that may be done by reinforcement learning by the machine, the AI system itself. So there is a possibility for error. The other aspect for error is that as these AI systems develop into better observation capacity to serve as lookouts and to be able to detect objects that humans at present may be better able to detect, those are still errors that remain within the set of risk factors. So what I would recommend in those particular cases is the paradigm is to leverage human experience and to build the reinforcement models so that AI systems can incorporate human learning into AI heuristic modeling. With regards to the sensor capability, technology will continue to evolve with regards to that. So I think from the standpoint of, there are many people in the maritime industry, specifically seafarers, as well as people in the longshore and the shoreside industry who are afraid of AI technology as supplanting human employment. But I would argue that there will be requirement for modification of human employment to make these systems more efficient and reduce the risk to the marine environment, both in the deep ocean, the broad ocean, as well as the littoral areas. Going to the second question that Professor Kim Min-chul raised, this raises the question of whether or not we will see the evolution towards AI jurists. And I think that's a real challenging question because like navigation, jurisprudence is both an art and a science. And so while we see some countries already promoting the use of AI in terms of arbitral type of proceedings for business matters, I think the United Arab Emirates has developed an automated court system for merchant activities, and it's almost like the AI version of the law merchant. They're developing a very simplified rules to address predictable scenarios. Some of the questions that arbitral panels, as well as the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, are faced with are highly complex, both from a legal as well as a political and a scientific fashion. So in the literature, I'd like to recommend reading, there's a 2020 article by Professor Francesco Contini entitled Artificial Intelligence and the Transformation of Humans, Law, and Technology Interactions in Judicial Proceedings. And this particular article is fascinating. It cites the ongoing work of the European community, which has developed the ethical charter on the use of artificial intelligence in judicial systems. So this is an area that requires deep study and continuing study to make sure that any system that is incorporated into juridical proceedings are going to be able to provide the transparency, the reduction of bias that could be placed as well in AI systems, which also may exist in human systems. So I think we are going to see an evolution, but I don't think we're going to see a rapid replacement of human jurists by AI systems. I think the diversity of human experience is such that having humans on these panels is very, very important, but I also believe these panels and these tribunals will continue to use AI for evidentiary purposes, et cetera, and for record-keeping filings, et cetera. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keating. Well, thank you for your response. And, well, I'd like to express my thanks also for the very helpful bibliographical information. And congratulations on the publication of your article in the book co-edited by Professor Kraska and Dr. Park, and we look forward to reading it. Okay, Dr. Jung, please. Please turn on your mic, please. We can't hear you, please. Dr. Jung, could you hold on? Still, I don't think the audio is working.
Can you hear me now?
Now fine. All right. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for giving me your time. First of all, as Professor Lee mentioned, I'm attending this meeting, participating in this meeting from London now. As I think our scheduled time is already over. Let me briefly respond to question from Professor Lee and Director Kim. First of all, as Director Kim mentioned, existing ship is consuming a lot of money, so we need to think about CapEx and OpEx. Need to calculate quite precisely. So existing ships should be more economically reduced. I think I have some technical problems here. I cannot hear something, so let me speak in Korean. So if English interpreter is ready, it's more precise. I can my idea deliver more precisely. Yeah.
Yes, you can do so. But at the same time, because this conference is being translated simultaneously, but make your statement at dictation speed so that the interpreters can translate your statement well, please.
Thank you, Chair. 한국말로 좀 말씀을 드리는 게 훨씬 더 편리할 것 같습니다. 지금 간섭이 좀 자꾸 들어와서요. 예. 처음에 좌장님께서 질문하신 AI 시스템도 말씀드리겠습니다. AI 시스템은 항로 최적화나 항만과의 협업을 통한 온실가스 감축이 가능하다고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 AI 시스템 같은 경우는 온실가스 감축 효과에도 많은 도움이 될 것으로 생각을 하고 있습니다.
Dr. Jung, sorry to interrupt, but can you hold on just a second? And it appears that the audience, probably I think you can find the language choice function on your screen, I hope. Well, because some of the audience members seem to be at a loss, so maybe it may be a good idea for us to give some time to them to find the language choice function on the screen.
Can you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. So I hope that you have changed into the English section.
Professor
Sorry,
Prescott, did you find the globe shape button? Bottom of your monitor?
Yeah, you can find it. You can find the function on the bottom, at the bottom of your screen. You can choose the language. I hope that you have found it. And then, okay, Dr. Jung, sorry for the interruption, and please go ahead.
네, 죄송합니다. 간단히 그 질문에 대해서 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 좌장이신 이근관 교수님께서 질문하신 AI 시스템이 선박의 온실가스와 어떻게 관계되느냐에 대한 답변을 드리겠습니다. 선박의 AI 시스템은 항로 최적화 또는 항만과의 협업 관계를 통해서 온실가스가 감축하다고 많은 전문가들이 이야기하고 있습니다. 선박은 자동차와 다르게 선박에 대한 크기나 또는 선박에 대한 어떤 그 자동화 정도가 상당히 베리에이션이 많이 큰 걸로 알고 있습니다. 그래서 이제 선박에 대해서 많은 이제 베리에이션을 어떻게 인공지능을 활용해서 보다 많은 표준화에 근접하게 활용할 수 있겠는가 이렇게 많이 보고 있습니다. 그래서 특히 이제 항로 같은 경우는 기상이라든지 해양 환경에 따라서 많은 변화가 있기 때문에 이러한 환경의 변화에 대해서는 AI 시스템이 적극적으로 활용될 필요가 있다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다. 지금 IMO에서 다루고 있는 바이오 파울링이나 선박의 엔진과 관계되는 어떤 고장이라든지 수리라든지 이런 부분들도 AI들이 관계 많이 되고 있습니다. 그래서 AI 시스템은 온실가스 감축에 기여하는 부분에 기술적 협업체 중요한 요체로서 도움이 될 수 있다 이렇게 생각하고 되고 있고요. 이러한 기술이 온실가스 감축과 협업될 수 있도록 많은 전문가들의 협조와 노력이 필요하다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다. 처음에 질문하셨던 그 김민철 부장님의 질문에 답변 좀 드리겠습니다. 현존선 유지에 대해서 많은 이제 재무적 부담이 있다 이렇게 말씀을 하셨는데요. 맞습니다. 지금 현존선이 지금 EXI나 CII 규제에 의해서 많은 어려움을 가지고 있습니다. 그래서 이것들은 정책적으로 또는 이제 규제적으로 보급 및 확산을 하기 위해서 많은 도움을 줘야 된다 이렇게 생각을 하고 있고요. 장기적으로 활용을 하기 위해서는 이제 카펙스나 오펙스 등으로 계산을 잘 해서 이 선박이 장기적으로 활용할 수 있게끔 뭐 국제적으로나 국내적 또는 뭐 많은 선박들을 활용 가치를 우선순위에 둬야 된다 이렇게 생각을 하고 있는데 만약에 이걸 이제 상업적이거나 그 우선순위에 두게 된다면 이제 또 다른 문제가 발생될 수 있습니다. 그래서 이거는 규제와 정책이 함께 가야 된다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같고요. 개도국이나 다른 기술이 약간 좀 떨어지는 나라들에서는 말씀하신 대로 반대가 지금 많이 심하게 있습니다. 하지만 이제 기후변화에 대응해야 되는 어떤 대승적 견지에 대해서는 모든 나라들 또는 국제사회에서 공감을 얻고 있습니다. 그래서 이렇게 규제가 들어오는 거에 대해서는 모두 찬성을 하고 있지만 각 나라들, 각 산업 섹터들을 별로 영향평가는 공정하게 해서 이러한 영향평가에 의해서 불이익이 없도록 하는 것에 대한 논의가 계속 진행되고 있습니다. 그래서 어떤 연료를 사용한다든지 또는 어떤 그 규제가 들어온다든지 하는 것들은 아주 신중하게 고려해야 될 부분들이 있습니다. 그래서 특히 대체 연료 같은 경우는 수요와 공급을 잘 봐야 되는 부분이 있기 때문에 우리가 IMO 초기 전략이 규제가 강력하게 들어온다 하더라도 이러한 상업적 요건과 현실적 요건이 잘 맞춰져야 되는 그런 부분들이 있습니다. 만약에 이런 것들이 잘 맞춰지지 않고 규제만 강력하게 된다면 온실가스가 더 많이 배출되게 되는 역효과도 있습니다. 일예로서 유럽에서 지금 논의 많이 되고 있는 탄소세라든지 또는 에미션 트레이딩 시스템, 탄소 거래제라든지 이런 규제가 2중, 3중으로 부과하게 된다고 한다면 선박이 그 항로를 가지 않고 우회하는 문제도 발생하게 됩니다. 그러면 선박이 우회하게 된다면 오히려 온실가스는 더 나오게 되거든요. 그래서 규제만 강력하게 하고 특히 지역적 규제만 강력하게 한다고 해서 전 지구적, 전 글로벌한 온실가스가 감축되지는 않는다 이렇게 보고 있습니다. 그래서 온실가스를 감축하고 기후변화에 대응하기 위해서는 국제적 협력과 국제적 합의도 상당히 중요한 부분이다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다. 이상입니다.
Thank you, Dr. Jung, for your response. Well, I'd like to express thanks to the audience as well. And well, there was one question put to Professor Kraska by Daun, and it was, I think, it was skillfully Professor Kraska answered the question in the chatting room. So I'd like to refer you to that. And I'm sorry, but due to time constraint, and I can't. Give the audience an opportunity to put their questions and make comments. Well, first, once again, we had a wonderful discussion in this session, and so once again, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to all the participants, our wonderful presenters, and to distinguished discussants. Well, I'm sure that you will agree with me that this session will be of great help in mapping and also navigating the largely uncharted waters, that is, technological innovations and its impact on the future configuration of international law. And so once again, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to all the participants and especially our audience joining from all over the world. And okay, so with that, I'd like to close this session. Once again, thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you. I'd like to thanks to all the speakers and audience for your contributions. Now, the afternoon session will begin at 2 p.m. So, to online participants, please make sure to join us here again, 10 to 2 p.m. at Korean Standard Time. Thank you. 네, 1시 50분에 뵙겠습니다. 식사는 여기서 진행을 하고요. 앉으신 자리에서 드시면 되고 5분 뒤부터 서빙될 예정입니다. 감사합니다. 예, 잠시 후 2시부터 세션 2를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 지금 로비에 계신 분들께서는 안으로 들어와 주시기 바랍니다. To the online participant, good afternoon. We are going to get started session 2 in a few minutes. So all speakers and discussants, please join us again. 지금 장내에 계신 토론자분, 발표자분 앞으로 나와주시기 바랍니다. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we start the session 2, which will be discussing about the technological innovation and its application in the ocean industry. Moderator of this session is Dr. Kim Do-young, Distinguished Research Fellow of KMI and the former Deputy Registrar, ITLOS. Now I will turn this session over to him.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everyone. My name is Do-young Kim. I am assigned to chair this session. I have been affiliated as a research fellow with the Korea Maritime Institute since November 2017. At the outset, I wish to express my deep thanks to the organizer of this conference, the Korea Maritime Institute, and the Korean Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, for giving me the privilege to act as chair of this session. As we are witnessing these days, the speedy development in information technology is changing all look of our life. As a result, maritime field is also being affected. This afternoon, we will see how the advancement in information technology may significantly impact the shipping business, the way of implementing international regulatory regime of inspection for vessels, and monitoring of illegal maritime activities by vessels. As announced, the subject of this session is technological innovation and its application in the ocean industry. Under this subject, we have 4 separate topics: blockchain and shipping, overcoming international regulatory barriers for remote inspection technology in an ocean industry context, ship engine failure prediction system, and lastly, ship monitoring by using satellite constellation. The first of these 2 topics, the first 2 of these topics, namely blockchain and shipping, and overcoming international regulatory barriers for remote inspection technology in an ocean context, will be covered by 2 renowned overseas experts, Mr. Andrew Tettenborn, professor at Swansea University in Wales, United Kingdom, and Mr. Tapsir Johansson, senior research officer, World Maritime University in Malmö, Sweden. Professor Tettenborn and Mr. Johansson have already sent us their pre-recorded presentations. The remaining 2 topics, namely ship engine failure prediction system and ship monitoring by using satellite constellation, will be presented in person by 2 Korean experts, Mr. Seo Young-woo, who is the CEO of 2GRAM Systems, and Mr. Park Jae-pil, who is the CEO of Nara Space Technology. At the conclusion of the presentations by the 4 distinguished speakers, we will listen to comments from 2 discussants, Mr. Lee Sung-woo, Deputy President of Korea Maritime Institute, and Mr. Park Han-sun, Research Fellow at Maritime Industry and Logistics Division of the Korea Maritime Institute. Mr. Park Han-sun is not present here, and he will make his comment via Zoom. A total of 9 minutes is allotted to this session, which in my view will be quite tight as we have 4 speakers and 2 discussants. As is chair, I'll try to do my best to be within the time allocated. I am planning to allocate 65 minutes to the 4 speakers. 35 minutes will be used to watch the pre-recorded 2 presentations. And 30 minutes will be given to 2 Korean speakers, 15 minutes maximum for each. To the 2 discussants, 15 minutes will be assigned, 7 or 8 minutes for each. And if any questions are raised to speakers by the discussant or audience, the remaining time will be used for answers by the speakers. Soon we will watch the presentations prepared by Professor Tettenborn and Dr. Johansson. Professor Tettenborn, a barrister, has been attached to the Institute for International Shipping and Trade Law, Swansea Law School since 2010, where he teaches Admiralty, International Trade, and Payments and Banking. Dr. Johansson holds office as Assistant Research Officer at World Maritime University, Sasaka Global Ocean Institute. He is currently acting as a principal investigator on behalf of GOI under the European Union Horizon 2020 program, funded project titled Overcoming Regulatory Barriers for Service Robotics in the Ocean Domain. The 2 presentations prepared by Professor Tettenborn and Dr. Johansson will take 35 minutes. Now we will watch the 2 presentations. Could you play? No, okay.
안녕하십니까. Good afternoon. What I want to talk about during this session is the subject of distributed ledger technology and its possible effects in shipping law. This is very much a work in progress, and what I will be trying to do is to foresee how the use of this kind of technology is likely to develop in future. I want to concentrate on 3 specific subjects, 3 specific ways in which distributed ledger technology is likely to be showing in effect. Firstly, sea cargo documentation, bills of lading, sea waybills, and so on. Secondly, questions of cargo care and cargo claims. And thirdly, cases of vessel monitoring, specifically in connection with chartering and with insurance. I won't say very much about distributed ledger technology, since I'll assume that most of you know roughly how it works. Essentially, what we're talking about is a system under which information is distributed across a relatively large number of individual computers or servers, so that it becomes essentially impossible to falsify or to change, at least without alteration. This is the kind of technology, of course, as I think you all know, which lies behind cryptocurrencies like, for example, Bitcoin or Ethereum. Anyway, if I can begin with the function of distributed ledger technology as regards sea cargo documentation, in particular documents such as bills of lading, it's not difficult to see why it could become important here. Bills of lading in paper form cause all sorts of problems. Their need for carrying around the world gives rise to difficulties because of slow transmission and the fact that the ship may very well arrive before the bill of lading. Bills of lading are also very easy to forge for anyone with an up-to-date copy of Microsoft Word. That being the case, if we can find a way of avoiding these problems, then it will very much be to everybody's advantage. Now, of course, to some extent, when it comes to carriage documents, you can introduce electronicization without going to the extent of distributed ledger technology. When you're not dealing with bills of lading, but you're dealing with rather more informal transport documents, like sea waybills, then there's very little problem anyway, because a sea waybill is not a document of title. It doesn't need to be presented in order to obtain possession of the goods, and therefore no problem of forgery or anything like that arises. And indeed, the use of sea waybills instead of bills of lading has been encouraged for some time. But nevertheless, there are cases where only a bill of lading will do, especially in things like the commodity trades. Now here, there are enormous advantages to distributed ledger technology, just as it's possible with Bitcoin for distributed ledger technology to make sure that only one person has control of Bitcoin, only one person is able to transfer it. And once it's been transferred, that person can't then transfer it again. Exactly the same requirement applies to bills of lading. And indeed, there are a number of startups which aim to exploit exactly this feature of distributed ledger technology. Wave, eDocs, TradeLens, GSBN, and a whole lot of others. These are very promising technologies and indeed are increasingly being adopted in the laws of developed countries. I'm afraid I'm not qualified to speak on the law of Korea, but for example, the laws of New York and of Singapore have already adopted reforms which would very easily accommodate distributed ledger technology. England hasn't yet, but the Law Commission, which is the English law reform body, is already on the case, and we expect a report sometime next year from that body, and with a bit of luck, some fairly quick reform here. There are, of course, problems. One noticeable problem is this: it's all very well to say that advanced nations like Singapore or some jurisdictions in the United States have accepted that this technology can be written into their law, but a large number of countries haven't. And one problem is what happens if cargo ends up in, for example, a port of refuge in a country that does not recognize e-bills of lading. That's a problem that's going to have to be dealt with. We're not quite sure how. It probably will be. In practice, actually, the issue is really one of risk and how far, for example, P&I clubs are prepared to accept the risk of the occasional misdelivery of cargo. Signs here are quite hopeful. The international group of P&I clubs has, for example, decided that it will accept electronic bills of lading produced under the eDocs system. So much anyway for cargo documentation. Turning to cargo care and monitoring, this is actually an area where distributed ledgers could be very useful indeed. Most litigation concerning cargo loss, most cargo litigation concerns questions of fact. What happened to cargo? Why did it happen? And when did it happen? Now, as it is, very large amounts of cargo are carried in containers, and smart containers are very rapidly becoming the rule rather than the exception. Smart containers which can detect changes in temperature, changes in humidity, unauthorized entry into the container, the physical position of the container, and so on. Were this information to be included in a blockchain distributed ledger system and distributed to the carrier and the cargo owner, this certainly has the potential to greatly simplify cargo litigation. So you'll know, as a result of the storage of this information, when this refrigerated cargo went off, why it was that the cargo was stolen, and so on. And actually, this doesn't only apply to containers, it also applies to bulk cargoes. Bulk carriers oil tankers already again are required actually under IMO regulations to have very considerable electronic monitoring equipment on board. And again, there is no reason why this should not be hooked up to a distributed ledger system. The third area where this is likely to be particularly important is vessel monitoring. Again, under IMO regulations, vessels already have to have considerable monitoring equipment fitted. A vessel of any size, over 3,000 gross registered tons, has, for example, to have fairly detailed recording under a VDR recorder. Now, this is obviously very important when it comes to collisions and so on, but it could also be important when it comes to charter disputes. A lot of disputes arising, for example, under time charters, concern matters where trustworthy shared information is vital. Think, for example, of the question of the cause of accidental damage to a vessel in the course of a voyage. Questions of fact, dealing with the question whether a cargo claim or a demurrage claim can be passed up a chain of charterers and sub-charterers. You've got questions whether a vessel has infringed, for example, limits of geographical or cargo limits contained in a charter. All these questions can be very profitably made much easier to answer if the relevant information is contained in an absolutely reliable blockchain distributed ledger situation, distributed among owners, disponent owners, charterers, P&I clubs, and so on. The other area where vessel monitoring can actually become very important is, of course, insurance. P&I clubs are already actually fairly aware of this, as are cargo insurers, in order to decide whether loss to cargo or damage to cargo is included in the risks insured, and precisely how it happened. It's now becoming very much commoner for insurers and cargo owners to have a system of distributed ledger technology. So, for example, the Ascot and Beasley Insurance Group have set up a system to do exactly that. And hull insurers are also coming on board. An example there being an initiative dating from 2018 called InsureWave, a joint venture between Guardtime and Ernst & Young, again meant to make it easier to determine and pay claims in hull insurance disputes. This has necessarily been a very short introduction. Those of you who have the misfortune to listen to me in person at the conference may very well get further details, but I think I've done enough to give you an idea of what this talk is about, especially for those who have not been able to make the main conference. It remains for me to say, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed.
Technology has its ubiquitous influence in everyday life, and the ocean domain is no exception. In retrospect, autonomous vessels have captured the scene for quite some time now. However, that is not the only niche area where one can witness the play of the notion of autonomy. While it is correct to say that autonomous vessels and smart ports are leading topics, an important development is taking place in tandem. Service robotics are being deployed to perform class and statutory services, those that have been traditionally conducted via the human element. Benefits of such integration are numerous. Minimal downtime and reduction in fuel consumption are a few incentives that serve as the plinth for testing remote technologies. However, successful integration into the current manual-driven system requires a detailed consideration of the techno-regulatory barriers. Speakers, participants, and audience, a very good day to you all from the southern coast of Sweden. My presentation intends to provide a synoptic overview of the international regulatory barriers, as well as a first-hand insight into the regulatory blueprint developed under the auspices of the European Union Horizon 2020 program-funded project BugRide 2, applicable to survey and inspection of bulk carriers using remote technologies. The United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea provides the comprehensive regime of rules governing all uses of the oceans and their resources. It is also important to stress here that as a bedrock principle, UNCLOS views the role of the generally accepted international rules and standards as a legal mechanism for safeguarding the marine environment. This rule of reference is spread across a number of articles throughout UNCLOS, including Article 211 titled Pollution from Vessels, which is considered an implicit reference for cooperation through the IMO. Thereby, the rules of reference via GAIRS not only offers consistency with IMO regulatory instruments, but also elucidates a broad scope for considering IMO recognized organizations, in this case, classification societies, and their rules and requirements. United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change is another relevant instrument. Article 4 addresses climate technology and specifies that all parties should cooperate in the development and transfer of technologies that reduce anthropogenic emissions of greenhouse gases in all relevant sectors, including the transport industry. Besides, the fundamental force that connects outer hull inspection, cleaning, and maintenance with the Paris Agreement is related to the vision of fully realizing technology developments and transfer for reducing GHG emissions and enhancing climate resilience. In addition, we have the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which includes 17 Sustainable Development Goals, 3 of which, 13, 14, and 15, are related to the environmental dimensions of development. Frontier technologies can contribute to the targets of the 3 SDGs through the analysis of large-scale interconnected databases, development of joint environmental action, and low-carbon energy systems. At the outset, the scene is set with reference to UNCTAD, that states that there are about 100,000 commercial vessels that comprise the global maritime fleet. Now, optimum performance with the highest level of efficiency is an implied notion that drives the world fleet's operation. And among the many key subfactors affecting hull performance, hull fouling or biofouling contributes substantially to increased emissions and viewed as a global shipping phenomenon. The tools used to protect the asset and the environment cannot be clearer. Going through a plethora of documents, one will come across many terms: inspection, examination, repairs, damage repairs. In other words, the tools that are internationally recognized are in fact survey and maintenance with some form of reference to cleaning. Now, the journey of RIT begins with 3 distinct remote technologies: microaerial vehicles or drones, magnetic crawlers, and remotely operated vehicles, each capable of navigating within its own designated environment, air, steel, and underwater respectively. What is also understood is that the entire concept of RIT utilization is consistent with IMO Strategic Direction 1, aiming at the effective, efficient, and consistent implementation and enforcement of the provisions of the IMO instruments, and with Strategic Direction 2, which aims to strive towards a legal framework that accommodates new and advancing technologies and approaches as set out in paragraph 19 of the Annex to Resolution A111030. What we also understand is that the proposal to integrate these 3 remote technologies could eventually replace the physical presence of a human surveyor, with the technology itself being capable of functioning as the human eye in the air, on steel, or underwater in annual surveys, statutory surveys, and occasional surveys that fall between periodical surveys. And from a statutory survey perspective, we have IMO's harmonized system of survey and certification. As for bulk carriers, we have in place the 2011 Enhanced Survey Program Code for bulk carriers and oil tankers. The code itself provides detailed insights on matters governing processes concerning thickness measurement and close-up surveys. In terms of robotics and autonomous systems, we have the 2011 guidelines that concentrates on biofouling. It is in this very document one will come across cleaning and maintenance with a special focus on in-water inspection that could be conducted via divers or remotely operated vehicles. So RIVs are currently the only remote technology whose operation has been permitted at the international level. In other words, the 2011 guidelines is flexible insofar as surveys by divers and surveys by ROVs are acceptable. Continuously stricter regulations cannot alone push our industry to achieve compliance. It needs accelerated technological developments, innovation, commercial incentives, and international collaboration. Now, our industry should embrace the fourth industrial revolution as being a pathway forward with a view to achieving environmental compliance and a sustainable maritime future. And a big part of this revolution entails accomplishing all tasks in a cohesive manner, and that is where we rely on standards. Now, standards and innovation go hand in hand insofar as standards provide people and organizations with a basis for mutual understanding and are used as tools to facilitate communication, measurement, commerce, and manufacturing. So this begs the question, what are the regulatory standards that demand our attention in this phase of the industrial revolution, considering a niche but important area aptly known as remote inspection technology? In this quest, the first international organization that we come across is ISO. However, the 343 standards published by Technical Committee ISO TC8 are very technical in nature and does not give the much needed insight into the human element aspects we require. And this is where we delve into the work of the International Association of Classification Societies, or IACS. It is important to note that more than 90% of the world's cargo carrying tonnage is covered by standards set by the 12 member societies of IACS. IACS standards revolve around the same spirit of ISO as they seek for better quality management, taking into consideration three important elements: actors, tools, and mechanisms. But when we segue into the discussion on RIT, the appropriate regulation that applies in IACS Unified Requirement Z17, we see that the building blocks for usage of RIT found in this unified requirement is very clear, concise, and straightforward, and embedded across various sections that note the do's and don'ts in relation to actors, mechanisms, and tasks. In short, IACS UR Z17 revolves around human element, the reporting system, and procedures and guidelines. The human element considers a number of provisions, including qualifications of supervisor and operator, as well as training of personnel that needs to be ensured by the supplier so that the operator and supervisor has adequate knowledge on a number of matters outlined therein. And other than procedures and guidelines, there are strict provisions on the reporting system. Careful examination reveals that the basics are well documented across all selected member society rules and requirements. Those would include the preliminaries, procedures in relation to in-water survey using ROVs, procedures using RIT as an alternative means for close-up survey of hull structures, and of course, finally, the reporting system that should detail the results gathered from the remote inspection technology. And then a further close examination of selected member classification society rules reveal that a lot of schemes have been added that are not available in the text of IACS UR Z17. And in my opinion, the two most noteworthy provisions include the safety management system provision developed by American Bureau of Shipping, as well as the liability provisions covered by Lloyd's Register calling for third-party liability insurance to be maintained by service providers. The simple takeaway from all this deep dive into standards is that IACS indeed has laid down the foundation for dealing with RITs. And of course, it is evident that selected member societies have gone beyond those basic building blocks by developing uniques, the RIT landscape quite imbalanced and unclear. The simple takeaway leads us to three important deductions. Number one, the current system is not fully autonomous and is subject to human-robotic interaction. Number two, the landscape within which humans and robots will interact is rather uneven. And number three, uneven due to the fact that a number of integral elements such as data management and data protection, liability, safety system is currently absent. The question is not whose responsibility it is to help even out the landscape, but rather on the repercussions of this unevenness, leading to the question, are we looking at a trustworthy system, which in turn leads to the question, what makes the system trustworthy in an environment where the human element engages with remote inspection technologies? A national comparative analysis was conducted earlier this year with 60+ respondents from the United States, Canada, China, Singapore, Norway, and the Netherlands. And a big part of the study was to evaluate the element of trustworthiness between the human element and RIT. Respondents revealed that a need for a policy modernization and alignment of current instruments to incorporate RIT provisions remains at the core. For policy modernization, 6 elements are considered important. And all of these elements were taken into account when developing a regulatory blueprint under the auspices of Bug Right 2. So we have stakeholder cooperation, technical robustness, and proof of robustness for ensuring safety, allocation of roles and responsibilities in the planning, operation reporting stages, human element skills development, data reliability and security, and finally, liability. So what are the integral elements of the regulatory blueprint? The first element is, of course, the preliminary challenge. While we have a standard definition of RIT, however, IX does not provide the definition on specific technologies. And is this something that we can extract from the guidance note already developed by classification societies? The second element is the need to revisit IMO's enhanced survey program. The current definition of close-up survey is inadequate given that IX has now created the possibility to use RITs for remote inspection, which kind of provides a sensorial experience to the surveyor. The third element is on variety. There are different types of RITs and a lot of categories in each type. The question is, for each of those varieties, do service suppliers need technical and operational standards, as well as training-specific guidance for the human element? At the current stage of technology, humans cannot be ignored. The surveyor's professional judgment should not be different from existing procedures for the physical survey. Therefore, in the remote inspection regime, the class surveyors, technical superintendents, and employees on board should be trained adequately. The next element of the regulatory blueprint is the consideration of the degree of autonomy. Given that we are looking at robotics and autonomous systems, the obvious question is, how autonomous are these service robotics, and can these be streamlined following the 4 degrees of autonomy found in IMO's mass scoping exercise? Closely connected to technical and operational standards come safety assessments, safety assurance, and risk management, all of which are closely tied to the concept of the precautionary principle, clearly endorsed at the international as well as the European Union level. With reference to data storage and data preservation, we opine that IX-UR Z17 is inadequate because the provision deals with control of data, emphasizing on the ability of computer software. And of course, this requires further research, given that there is a chance that this might conflict with European Union's policy on data dissemination and data protection. And there are a number of questions that need to be addressed moving forward. Who is responsible for the data and image preservation? How data is shared between the different stakeholders? How could classification societies complement regional and national laws on end-user data privacy? Closely connected to data storage and data preservation is the liability element. Matters on intellectual property over collected data and information is broadly overlooked at this current stage. And looking at contracts developed by service providers, we know that service suppliers will retain the IP pertaining to the defects, deficiencies, and areas repaired, all of which are connected to the vessel. So important to note is that we need to safeguard information that is pertaining to the vessel, that is the instrument of the business. I think this is a more trivial question at this point. So what we know today is that annual surveys take around 1 to 2 days. Intermediate surveys take around 3 to 4 days, special surveys around 1 to 2 weeks. But the question is, how much time could RITs actually save? And the final element that belongs to the blueprint is a key building block, that is trustworthy products. This is a very important consideration before mass deployment. Now, the 3 elements proposed by the European Union high-level expert group on AI in the ethics guidelines is lawful, ethical, and robust. Because if you look at the previous points, we actually touch upon all of the 3 considerations directly or indirectly. So what are the countermeasures for each of those strands? For RITs, the starting point would be to see the entire topic from two distinct prisms. One is the technology itself, for which we require technical standards, and the second one is the survey process itself, which calls for attention to certification, training, operations, operational drawbacks such as data governance and liability, acceptance, validation, and verification. Today, this dichotomy is not maintained at the international level. That is probably one of the reasons why we see individual class societies doing DIYs. The second countermeasure requires the cognizance of the fact that regulatory standards should not be developed for innovators, but rather with innovators. It makes no sense to regulate robotics as a whole to make the code of robotics, because cars and vessels might have very different issues than what is triggered by drones, crawlers, and ROVs, to name a few. There should be a class by application approach, also because similar technological traits may give rise to different legal, ethical, and social issues, and therefore there is a need to devise the right incentive that need to be provided to manufacturers, researchers, and users of specific technologies. Finally, if we reverse engineer the regulatory standards at hand, we will certainly come to a realization that there are gray areas left during the development that could only be resolved through meaningful participation and by adding a common goal, that is to ensure that all items are present so the end users can benefit from the innovation. Regulatory sandbox is the current buzzword that allows innovators to conduct live experiments in a controlled environment under a regulator's supervision. That could just be the best way forward to bring the triple helix to sort out things from the get-go. And then these countermeasures could be applied in policy modernization initiatives, thus ensuring each strand of modernization receives adequate and the much needed attention. So if we move from the bottom to the top, we start with innovators that remain at the core of it all. After going through the patent process and before standards are developed, the triple helix needs to come together. And of course, one of the tools is the regulatory sandbox concept, as I just mentioned. At the top of the diagram, we have a lot of building blocks. So if we start from the left, we have RIT integration into business model. The current model provides the opportunity to engage with stakeholders. But then the question is, how transparent is the system? Because this model process needs to integrate the triple helix that could undoubtedly help develop a common language program that serves as a catalyst in reaching the common goal. In the middle, you have both international and national standard setting processes. This is where things get a little bit tricky. The processes apparently are not the same, and not that they should be. But if we adopt a top-down approach, we will certainly be sure that whatever standards emanate from the outcome have certainly gone through two rigid, arduous processes and have visited all these distinct building blocks, especially the blocks concerning inquiry and feedback from the triple helix. Then again, having an umbrella regulation helps disseminate those standards throughout the globe, simply because statutory and class surveys are mandatory for all vessels engaged in international shipping. Lastly, we have the transcending pyramidal model that underlines the importance of standards derived from private industry forces, such as class societies. So when we read through the text of any classification societies, we are looking at private prompted standards, and private prompted standards serve as external non-governmental forces, paralleling and supporting the regulatory regime. Adherence and compliance boost the economic value of those industries while also serving the public interest. Since the public interest is one of the core mandates of government, regulators are encouraged to incorporate international, industrial, and private standards whenever applicable as a means to enhance the efficiency and optimization of the regulatory regime. Capitalizing on industry-based standards developed by both international nonprofit and industry organizations enables member state regulators to maintain a robust regulatory regime, as well as help maneuver in a landscape that is shared with all stakeholders. With that statement, allow me to take a bow, and before I do, I would like to thank the Korea Maritime Institute and the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, Korea, for the kind invite. Thank you so very much.
You have watched the two presentations. I thank Professor Tettenbaum for his enlightening introduction on how distributed ledger technology and the smart containers equipped with electronic monitoring equipment may revolutionize the way shipping business is being currently conducted. Having listened to his presentation, personally, I come to have an impression that distributed ledger technology and the VDR, voice data recorder, will make a sweeping and huge impact on sweeping law and practices, perhaps within the coming decade. I also thank Mr. Johansson for his excellent presentation. He has introduced us to remote inspection technology, which is currently used and may be applicable in the future for the inspection of vessels within the international regulatory regimes. Now I'll invite Mr. Seo Young-woo, CEO of the 2 grams systems, to the podium. He will make a presentation on sweep engine failure prediction system. Mr. Seo studies computer science in Korea National Open University and holds a master's degree in computer science from Salford University in UK. Now, Mr. Seo, you have the floor. Yeah, please go ahead.
네, 반갑습니다. 2gram 시스템즈의 서영우입니다. 저희는 지금 저희가 지금 서비스하고 있는 선박 엔진 고장 예측 시스템 ECBM에 대해서 한번 설명을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 발표 순서는 간단하게 다음과 같이 설명을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 예, 선박 ECBM은 빅데이터 기술을 활용하여 선박에서 발생하는 데이터를 실시간으로 수집, 분석하여 선박 실시간 수집 분석하여 의사 결정을 지원하는 시스템이라고 간단하게 말씀드릴 수 있습니다. 크게는 한 6가지로 구성되어 있고요. CII 탄소 배출에 대한 진단, 그리고 동영상 비교, 그리고 경제 운항, 고장 진단, 그리고 실시간 모니터링 및 세이프 라이트, 안전 항로의 큰 6가지로 구성되어 있습니다. 서비스 시나리오를 간략하게 말씀을 드리면 선박이 출발항에서 목적항까지 운항하는 전체 프로세스에 대해서 선박에서는 다양한 데이터가 발생을 하고 있습니다. 이러한 데이터들을 인공위성을 통해서 실시간으로 수집하여 각 센서에서 발생하는 데이터의 이상 징후를 캐치해서 의사결정자에게 알림을 주는 시스템이라 할 수 있습니다. 이렇게 발생하는 데이터는 저희 서비스를 제공하는 입장에서는 크게 한 3가지로 나눌 수 있습니다. 전 세계에 저희 선박이 이제 가는 항구 정보라든지, 그 다음에 매 6시간마다 전 세계 해상 기후, 그리고 선박에서 발생하는 이제 AMS나 VDR 데이터, 그리고 패세지 플랜이라는 데이터들을 수집하여 분석, 그 다음에 판단을 지원하는 시스템으로 구성되어 있습니다. 이러한 ECBM 시스템즈는 앞서 지금 4차 산업혁명에서 많이 사용하고 있는 빅데이터 플랫폼 기반으로 지금 구성이 되어 있습니다. 소프트웨어에 대한 기술적인 설명은 여기서 간략하게 여기까지만 하도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 CBM에 대해서 주요 기능에 대해서 한번 말씀을 드리면, 지금 고장 진단입니다. 앞서 말씀드렸듯이 저희가 선박에서 발생하는 데이터는 크게 한 3가지로 말씀드릴 수 있는데요. AMS 데이터는 이제 선박의 엔진에 관련된 데이터입니다. 엔진 메이커마다 좀 틀린데 보통 한 1000개에서 한 1500개 항목으로 구성되어 있고요. 그리고 VDR 데이터는 보야지 데이터 레코드의 약자로서 선박의 블랙박스라고 불리웁니다. 항해 데이터라고 알고 있고요. 그리고 매 10분마다 저희가 이 데이터를 이제 수집을 하고 있습니다. 이렇게 수집된 데이터들은 이제 크게 분류를 하자면 메인 엔진이라든지 메인 엔진의 터보 차저, 선박의 엔진의 모든 파트별로 이제 나눌 수가 있습니다. 이러한 체계별로 구성된 선박 엔진 데이터들을 자기가 중요하다고 생각되는 센서에 대해서 알고리즘을 적용하여 보시는 바와 같이 지금 진단하는 이제 모형을 추출하게 됩니다. 간략하게 보시면 이제 크게 위에 있는 빨간 선과 그 밑에 있는 빨간 선, 그리고 이제 중앙에 있는 녹색 선, 이런 것들은 간략하게 최대값, 최소값, 그리고 녹색은 이제 알고리즘을 통해서 분석된 뭐 평균값, 안정값이라고 할 수 있고요. 흰 점으로 보이는 것은 실제 이제 데이터가 지금 찍히는 상황입니다. 그리고 이러한 그 센서 간의 진단은 기본적으로 그 타 센서에 그 필터링을 적용을 해서 적용을 하면 이제 센서 데이터가 새롭게 알고리즘이 새롭게 도출되고 있습니다. 다음은 안전 항로입니다. 안전 항로도 또한 그 같은 패러다임으로 저희가 그 선박의 그 패세지 플랜의 데이터를 활용해서 이제 최단거리가 출발항에서 목적항의 최단거리가 무엇이냐 이거를 이제 알고리즘을 통해서 이제 도출해내는데요. 위의 사진은 패세지 플랜 데이터, 과거에 그 쌓여 있던 패세지 플랜 데이터입니다. 그 상해부터 광량까지 과거에 그 패세지 플랜 데이터를 출력한 거고요. 그리고 밑에는 실제 운항 데이터입니다. VDR 데이터입니다. 참고로 이제 패세지 플랜 데이터라는 거는 그 선박이 운항하기 전에 어떠한 경로로 이 배를 운항을 하겠다라고 이제 그 계획을 세우는 데이터라고 말씀을 드릴 수 있습니다. 그래서 앞서 저희가 가지고 있는 패세지 플랜 데이터와 VDR 데이터를 활용하여서 지금 도출해낸 결과인데요. 지금 뭐 좀 색깔이 다양하게 보입니다만 파란색 같은 경우는 패세지 플랜 데이터를 활용해서 최단거리를 도출한 거고요. 그리고 보라색 선은 실제 그 선박이 운항한 데이터, VDR 데이터를 가지고 최단거리를 추출한 겁니다. 지금 빨간 그 실선은 실제 선박이 현재 운항하는 데이터고요. 그리고 뭐 지금 현재 이 선박이 운항하기 전 또한 그 패세지 플랜 데이터, 운항 계획 데이터를 그 회색 선에 지금 뭐 표시를 했습니다. 그래서 이 선박이 지금 과거에 도출된 최단 경로, 패세지 플랜 경로에서 도출된 최단 경로를 따라가느냐, 아니면 과거에 실제 운항한 데이터에서 최단 경로를 따라가느냐, 아니면 이번에 제출한 항해 계획 데이터를 가지고 따라가느냐라고 이제 표시를 해주고 있습니다. 지금 다음 화면은 이제 경제 운항입니다. 육상과 달리 선박은 이제 그 바다를 항해하기 때문에 좀 다양한 외부 환경이 좀 그 발생을 하게 됩니다. 본 그 경제 운항의 그 목적은 뭐냐면은 외부 환경에 대해서 실제 그 RPM 속도를 얼마 냈을 때 실제 그 속도로 운행을 했는지 그거를 지금 그 빅데이터 분석을 통해서 지금 서비스를 하고 있는 부분인데요. 그 AFT 드래프트라든지 그 바람 그리고 해류 그리고 뷰포트 스케일은 이제 전 세계에서 지정하는 뷰포트 스케일 그 해양 기후의 그 나쁜 정도를 표시하는 뷰포트 스케일입니다. 그리고 각각 이러한 외부 환경에서 RPM을 얼마를 속도를 냈을 때 실제 속도는 얼마였고, 그리고 마일당 기름 소모량은 얼마였는지 이러한 부분들을 빅데이터 분석을 통해서 지금 진단을 하고 있는 부분입니다. 다음 화면은 지금 그 앞에 있는 도표를 이제 그래프로 이제 표현한 화면이고요. 지금 동영상 비교입니다. 동영상 비교는 저희가 이제 서비스하는 선박의 이제 그 동형 그 같은 스펙의 사양의 이제 선박도 다수 있고요. 그리고 기존 선박이 과거에 비해서 과거 1년 전에 비해서 얼마의 그 경제 운항을 했는지, 연료 절감은 얼마를 했는지 이거를 이제 빅데이터 분석을 통해서 이제 그 진단을 하는 부분입니다. 여기서 또한 중요한 부분은 이제 그 외부 영향 요소, 이제 그 바람이라든지 해류 부분들에 대한 외부 영향 그 인자들이 적용된 화면입니다. 마지막으로 저희 주요 기능 중에 하나는 이제 탄소 배출과 관련된 부분입니다. 지금 2023년도부터 아마 이제 그 탄소 배출과 관련해서 규제가 되는 걸로 저희는 알고 있는데요. 이 선박이 얼마나 많은 그 탄소 배출을 하는지 이 등급이 지금 그 현재 되어 있습니다. 그래서 선박이 많은 선사들은 이 탄소 배출을 줄이기 위해서 이제 경제 속도를 내 가지고 실제 그 연료를 많이 소모하면 소모할수록 탄소가 배출이 많이 되기 때문에 어떻게 하면 정시에 목적지에 도착하면서 이제 경제 속도를 내 가지고 연료를 많이 절감을 하는지 부분들을 이제 그 계산식에 의해서 지금 진단을 하고 있는 부분입니다. 그 실사례에 대해서 한번 말씀을 드리면 간략하게 한번 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 저희가 이제 본 리포트는 고객사에 이제 그 양해를 구하고 지금 레퍼런스를 한 부분인데요. 이제 그 매달 이제 리포트를 하는 부분에 대해서 그 실린더에 이상 징후가 발생해서 지금 실린더 센서에서 이상 징후가 발생해서 확인을 해보니 실린더의 부품을 교체를 한다든지 아니면 지금 경제 운항과 관련해서 연료 효율이 낮아가지고 프로펠러에 부착되어 있는 센서가 이상 징후가 있어서 확인을 해보니 동영선박과 관련해서 지금 하루에 연료 효율성이 한 75% 정도 떨어졌다. 그래서 확인을 해보니 지금 프로펠러에 이물질이 많이 붙어 있고 그리고 하루에 한 4톤 가량의 연료 몇 톤 가량의 연료가 더 동영선과 비해서 많이 소비가 되더라. 이러한 것들을 지금 저희가 가지고 있는 서비스를 가지고 지금 진단을 하고 지금 서비스를 하고 있습니다. 예, 이상 발표를 마치겠습니다.
Okay, I thank you, Mr. for his excellent presentation, which seems to me quite interesting. I'm layman in this field and a bit difficult to understand, but it's very enlightening, I would say. Yeah. Our last speaker is Mr. Park Jae-pil. He is the CEO of Nara Space Technology. Nara Space Technology is a startup servicing CubeSat total solution since 2015. He will make a presentation on ship monitoring by using satellite constellation. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
네, 안녕하십니까. 방금 소개받은 나라스페이스 테크놀로지 대표 박재필입니다. 저희 나라스페이스 테크놀로지는 요즘 이제 이슈가 많이 되고 있는 초소형 위성 종합 솔루션 회사고요. 초소형 위성은 일반적으로 100kg 이하의 위성을 이제 의미를 하는데 저희는 이제 50kg급 미만의 대량 생산이 가능한 초소형 위성의 제작과 그리고 초소형 위성 말고도 다른 일반 위성들의 어떤 위성 영상 빅데이터 정보를 가지고 저희가 어플리케이션 서비스를 하는 회사입니다. 그래서 좀 생소하실 수도 있을 것 같아서 저희 이제 회사에서 하는 일들과 이게 어떻게 이제 해양 분야에 적용이 되는지 이제 말씀을 드리고자 합니다. 저희 회사가 지금 부산 그 영도에 위치하고 있고요. 부산 영도에 위치하고 있고 거기 이제 부산시하고 같이 지금 그 부산시의 항만 관리를 위한 그 시범 위성을 만들고 있거든요. 그래서 그런 부분들도 재밌게 들어주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 일단은 인공위성이 가지고 있는 인공위성 데이터가 가지고 있는 장점을 하나 말씀을 드리자면 일반적으로 아시는 이제 드론이나 항공기 같은 경우에는 굉장히 이제 한번 뜨게 되면은 저 좁은 지역밖에는 데이터를 수집할 수가 없게 됩니다. 지금 여기 보시면은 서울 지역을 두고 봤을 때 드론이 하루 내내 이제 그 데이터를 수집을 하게 되면 지금 보시는 그 네모 영역 하에 회색 네모 영역 정도의 이제 20제곱킬로미터 정도의 영역을 수집이 가능한데요. 인공위성 같은 경우에는 이제 한 번에 한 샷을 찍을 때 이제 서울 정도의 크기의 면적을 찍을 수 있게 됩니다. 그래서 전 지구 단위의 이제 전 지구 단위에서 빨리빨리 변하는 데이터들을 촬영하기 위해서는 이제 인공위성이 가장 적합하다라고 말씀을 드릴 수 있겠고요. 또한 이제 국경을 넘어가지고 국내뿐만이 아니라 국외의 데이터들을 수집할 수 있는 데이터 수집 매체 같은 경우는 인공위성이 거의 유일하다고 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다. 그리고 마지막으로는 이 한번 띄워놓게 되면 오토노머스하게 이제 데이터를 수집을 하기 때문에 오히려 뒤로 장기적인 목적을 봤을 때 좀 더 경제적이다라고 말씀을 드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 네. 그래서 이러한 장점들은 특히 해양 분야에 많이 더 장점을 나타낼 수가 있는데요. 특히 저희 지금 이제 아까 말씀드렸던 그 부산시에서 진행하고 있는 그런 부산 해양공간 관리를 위한 위성 프로젝트 같은 경우에도 부산이 관리해야 되는 해양공간만 이제 5,526제곱킬로미터 정도 됩니다. 그리고 지금 해양 쪽에서 가장 큰 화두인 뭐 스마트십이나 아니면은 스마트 항만, 스마트 시티 그리고 그린 선박 같은 경우에는 굉장히 이런 넓은 바다 위에서 실시간으로 일어나고 있기 때문에 인공위성 데이터의 적용이 확실히 필요하고 그게 이제 전 지구를 대상으로 하다 보니까 그 중요성이 더 많이 커지고 있는데요. 이를 위해서 저희는 이제 초소형 위성을 가지고 전 지구 빅데이터를 수집을 하는 비즈니스를 하고 있습니다. 초소형 위성에 대해서 잠깐 소개를 해드리자면 큰 위성의 어떤 그 주요 기능들만 이제 축약시켜 가지고 좀 효율성이랑 경제성을 극대화시킨 위성이라고 할 수 있습니다. 그래서 위성의 크기가 굉장히 작고 그래도 이제 그 대형 위성이 수행했던 임무들을 이제는 많이 수행을 할 수가 있어서 그렇게 되면은 이제 같은 시간과 자원으로 위성 하나를 만들 같은 시간과 자원으로 위성 군집을 만들 수가 있거든요. 그럼 위성 군집으로 단위로 임무를 하게 되면 위성 하나가 아무리 정밀을 하더라도 한 지역을 만약에 찍고 그 다음 지역을 찍을 때는 이제 지구 적외도 위성이라고 하면은 거의 이제 하루나 이틀 정도가 걸리게 되는데 위성 군집을 이용하게 되면 성능은 약간 떨어지더라도 거의 뭐 30분에서 거의 준실시간 정도의 데이터를 수집을 할 수가 있게 됩니다. 이런 저희가 또 이렇게 위성을 대량으로 생산할 때 뉴스페이스 개발 패러다임을 따르고 있는데요. 과거에는 위성을 띄운다는 게 굉장히 어려운 일이었습니다. 왜냐하면 우주로 나가는 비용이 굉장히 컸었고요. 우주왕복선 시절만 하더라도 1kg을 지구 밖으로 올리는데 한 10억 정도 들었습니다. 그리고 이제 그렇게 되다 보니까 발사 기회가 굉장히 적다 보니까 시스템 마진을 굉장히 많이 가져가면서 굉장히 좀 벌키한 시스템을 했고 그렇게 되면은 또 예산이 커지면서 국가 주도의 시스템으로 만들었었거든요. 하지만 이제 발사 기회가 많아지고 발사 비용이 줄어들면서 그리고 또 직접 회로의 능력이 늘어나면서 작은 위성으로도 이제 빨리빨리 지상에서의 검증하는 시간과 비용들을 전략해서 우주 공간에서 바로바로 테스트하고 실패하면은 만약에 그 실패율만큼의 위성을 더 발사하는 그런 식으로 이제 대량 생산하고 대량 발사를 중심으로 하는 이제 뉴스페이스 패러다임이 이제 지금 각광을 많이 받고 있고 저희 회사도 그런 개발 철학을 가지고 위성을 만든다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그래서 저희 회사의 이제 비즈니스 모델 말씀을 드리자면 지금 위성을 메가 컨스텔레이션 단위 그러니까 수백 기 정도 만들어서 그다음에 여기에 이제 AI 기술을 접목시켜 가지고 전 지구 단위 빅데이터를 여러 분야 특히 이제 해양 분야에도 많이 접목시키겠다라고 말씀을 드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그동안 이제 위성 데이터들을 사용하기가 어려웠던 게 위성 데이터는 크게 한 3가지 정도의 특성을 가지고 있는데요. 지금 보시게 되면은 그래프의 오른쪽으로 가면 갈수록 이제 재방문 주기가 늘어나고 그 다음에 위로 가면 갈수록 이제 그 해상도가 늘어나게 됩니다. 근데 기존에 있는 위성들은 대형 위성이 커지면 커질수록 이제 해상도는 늘어나게 되지만 이게 또 빨리 또 같은 지역을 방문할 수가 없게 되거든요. 그래서 이제 초소형 위성이 나오면서 이런 그 군집 단위의 위성 운영이 가능해지고 재방문 주기가 이제 빨라지면서 대량의 데이터가 필요했는데 근데 현업에서 지금 원하시는 데이터들은 빅데이터 수준의 위성 데이터 그러니까 해상도가 어느 정도 1m 이상 정도로 높고 그다음에 재방문 주기가 1시간 이하로 떨어지는 그런 양이 많으면서도 동시에 양질의 데이터들을 원하기 때문에 그동안에는 그런 위성 시스템을 그런 이제 데이터를 만족시킬 수 있는 위성 체계들이 없었는데 이런 뉴스페이스 시대가 오면서 그런 빅데이터로서의 위성 데이터를 뽑아낼 수 있는 그런 시대가 열렸고 거기를 이제 저희뿐만이 아니라 다른 위성 회사들도 많이 추구를 하고 있습니다. 거기에다가 이제 위성 데이터 같은 경우에는 또 스펙트럴 레졸루션이 굉장히 또 높아야 되거든요. 그래서 이렇게 이제 굉장히 복잡한 데이터의 어떤 그 특성들이 있기 때문에 이걸 한꺼번에 융합시켜서 하는 거가 굉장히 그동안은 어려웠었는데 이제는 그런 대량 생산, 대량 발사를 통해서 이런 시장에서 원하는 정도 수준의 위성 데이터를 제공할 수가 있게 되기 때문에 이제 요즘 들어서 이제 위성 데이터를 굉장히 많은 분야에 어플리케이션 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이제 전체적인 과정을 말씀드리자면 저희 같은 경우에는 이런 일단은 이 기본 관측으로 한 베이스 맵에다가 위에 지금 뭐 전파 위성 데이터라든지 아니면은 하이퍼 스펙트럴 데이터라든지 이런 것들을 올려서 야간에도 전천후 감시가 가능하거나 아니면은 뭐 해색 데이터를 만약에 수집을 해야 된다고 했을 때 그런 분광 데이터들이 필요하기 때문에 여기에 이제 데이터 버징을 올리고 각각의 이제 지상 센서하고 칼리브레이션을 해서 마지막에 소비자들께 서비스하는 그런 과정들을 거치고 있습니다. 그래서 저희가 이제 이런 위성 서비스를 여러 가지 분야에 적용을 하고 있는데요. 그 중에 이제 베슬 모니터링 분야에 이제 저희가 적용한 예시들을 좀 말씀을 좀 드리겠습니다. 요거 같은 경우에는 저희가 이제 사 위성이라고 해서 전파를 쏴서 이제 돌아오는 신호를 수집해가지고 물체를 탐지하는 그런 위성 데이터를 사용을 했는데 ICI사의 이제 ICI X2 위성 데이터를 사용을 했고요. 이건 스캔사 모드라고 해가지고 굉장히 넓은 영역 100km by 100km를 한꺼번에 찍을 수 있는 위성입니다. 그리고 이게 10기 정도가 띄어 있어가지고 재방문 주기가 이제 한 1시간 정도 되는데 이런 것들은 이제 해상에서의 어떤 어선 감시나 아니면 선박 감시에 굉장히 유용하다라고 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같고요. 요거 같은 경우에는 이제 해경에서 요청을 하셔가지고 저희가 그 관심 지역인 동해에 지금 타겟한 지역에 대해서 저희가 모니터링을 한 결과입니다. 그래서 스캔사 데이터는 이렇게 나오고요. 오른쪽에 나왔던 것처럼 나오고 여기에 이제 지금 잘 안 보이실 텐데 이 조그만 것들이 다 배고요. 15m 스캔사로는 굉장히 넓은 영역을 찍을 수 있는 대신에 조금 더 큰 선박밖에는 찍을 수가 없게 되거든요. 그래서 넓은 지역에서 선박을 한번 탐지하고 그 다음에 이제 관심 지역에 대해서 더 높은 해상도로 탐지를 할 수가 있게 됩니다. 그래서 스캔사 모드 같은 경우에는 한 15m 정도의 굉장히 넓은 영역 해상도로 넓은 영역을 찍는 이런 모드다라고 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 네, 이거 같은 경우에 이제 광학 위성을 사용을 했었는데요. 플래닛사의 도부 위성들의 컨스텔레이션 플래닛스코프를 사용을 했었고요. 저희 회사가 있는 이제 영도 앞바다를 이제 찍었던 장면입니다. 그래서 특히 이 위성 같은 경우에는 신발 사이즈 정도 되는 그런 크기의 작은 위성이고요. 근데 한 300개에서 400개 정도 지금 컨스텔레이션이 운영이 되고 있습니다. 그래서 전 세계를 하루에 한 번씩 지금 스캐닝을 하고 있는데요. 그래서 특히 이제 어떤 지역에서의 선박량의 변화라던가 아니면은 뭐 물동량 예측이라던가 이런 부분에 사용할 수가 있게 됩니다. 그래서 요거는 3m짜리 레졸루션을 찍었고 저희가 이제 여기에서 보게 되는 선박 디텍션 프로그램 같은 경우에는 저희가 이제 딥러닝 프로그램을 사용해서 자동적으로 이제 위성 영상이 들어가게 되면 이게 선박인지 아닌지를 판단을 해서 카운팅을 하게 되는 거고요. 지금 요 광학 위성 같은 경우에는 거의 한 90% 정도 이제 신뢰성을 가지고 선박인지 아닌지를 판단해서 이제 개수를 샌다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 여기에다가 이제 선박에서 나온 AIS 데이터나 아니면 그 이외에 또 어떤 데이터들을 얹으면은 어떤 선박이 어떤 목적으로 가고 있는지 이런 것들도 다 표현을 할 수가 있게 됩니다. 특히 그리고 해양 감시 때는 아까 말씀드렸던 전파 위성 사용하는 게 굉장히 좋거든요. 왜냐하면 해양 같은 경우에는 해무가 많이 껴 있어가지고 그냥 광학 위성으로는 좀 보기가 힘들고 그리고 굉장히 넓은 지역을 한꺼번에 찍어야 되기 때문에 사 영상이 굉장히 유용한데 이거는 같은 지역을 이제 전파 위성 영상으로 찍은 거고요. 이것도 한 95% 정도의 그 선박 탐지율을 보이게 됩니다. 이런 거 같은 경우에는 이제 위에 AIS 데이터를 얹게 되면 불법 어선 탐지 같은 것들이 굉장히 유용하거든요. 이게 지금 새벽 3시에 이제 영도 앞바다 모습인데 AIS 데이터 켠 배만 이렇게 지금 체크를 했었는데 대부분의 이제 배들이 이제 좀 끄고 다닌다 이렇게 새벽에는 끄고 있다 이렇게 보실 수 있을 것 같고요. 그래서 이런 거 같은 경우에는 불법 어선이라던가 아니면 밀수선 이런 걸 모니터링을 하는데 굉장히 유용하다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 마지막으로는 이제 항구 모니터링도 진행을 하게 되는데요. 요거는 이제 북한의 남포항입니다. 그래서 2019년도와 2021년도에 위성 영상을 비교로 분석을 해보면 남포항에 이제 유리 탱크 시설들이 이제 만들어져 가지고 이런 항만의 변화가 있다. 이런 것들을 이제는 위성으로 우리나라뿐만 아니라 외국의 어떤 항구의 변화라던가 아니면은 앞으로 이제 뭐 여기가 어떻게 되겠다 예측하는 거라든가 이런 것들에 이제 위성 영상을 쓰게 되면은 굉장히 실시간으로 모니터링이 될 수 있다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그리고 이제 요새는 전파 위성 영상도 굉장히 해상도가 좋아졌어요. 그래서 지금 보시게 되는 영상은 0.5m짜리 이제 ISI 위성 이미지인데 이 같은 경우에는 선박의 종류하고 그다음에 유리 탱크 같은 경우에는 또 뚫고 볼 수가 있거든요. 사사 같은 경우에는 그 관통력이 투과가 되는 부분이 있어서 유리 탱크 저장고의 유류량 같은 경우도 이런 것들도 이제 확인해서 항만이나 아니면은 지금 국내 말고 국외 항만 어떻게 운영되고 있는지 이런 것들도 확인할 수 있다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 네, 저희 회사는 이제 이런 위성 영상 분석뿐만 아니라 이런 위성 영상을 로데이터를 얻기 위해서 이제 직접 위성도 개발을 하고 있는데요. 요거는 이제 저희가 지금 개발하고 있는 스탠다드 셋입니다. 그래서 거기에 이제 들어가는 위성 버스고요. 일반적인 초소형 위성 개발 패러다임을 좀 따른다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있고 그 대신에 이제 학교에서 뭐 대학이나 이런 연구소에서 하는 것보다는 신뢰성을 좀 더 높이는 방식을 채택을 했다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그래서 요 같은 경우에는 굉장히 작은 컴퓨터 본체 정도 크기고요. 이런 것들은 여러 목적에 따라서 굉장히 유니버설하게 이제 적용이 돼가지고 이제 여러 시스템을 지원을 하는 위성체라고 이렇게 말씀을 드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 각각의 이제 위성들은 저희가 이제 실제 임무들을 위해서 지금 만들고 있는 과정 중에 하나인데요. 요거 같은 경우에는 전자레인지 정도 크기 되는 위성이고요. 1.5m짜리 이제 지상 해상도를 갖게 됩니다. 요거는 저희가 이제 외부 투자를 받아서 진행하고 있는 옵저버1이라는 프로젝트고요. 이제 저희가 여기에 슈퍼 레졸루션 기술을 얹으면 한 0.5m까지 저희가 목표로 하고 있는 위성이라고 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 0.5m라고 하시면 지금 국토위성 얼마 전에 올라간 국토위성 해상도하고 비슷한 해상도라고 생각하시면 될 것 같고요. 그 대신에 크기가 한 25kg 정도, 전자레인지 정도 크기가 돼서 생산 대량 발사에 유용하다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같고 이런 거를 굉장히 많이 발사해서 위성 군집을 구축할 거다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 형상은 다음과 같고요. 그래서 뭐 여기 안에 들어가는 이제 카메라나 아니면 전장 박스들은 이제 다음과 같습니다. 그래서 이제 통신 같은 경우에는 대량 이미지를 전송할 수 있게 엑스밴드나 S밴드를 이렇게 사용을 하게 되겠고요. 네. 요거 굉장히 관심 있어 하실 것 같아가지고 가져왔습니다. 저희가 또 하고 있는 프로젝트 또 만들고 있는 이제 위성 중에 하나는 부산시의 이제 해양 항만 공간 관리를 위해서 이제 만들고 있는 부산셋이라는 위성인데요. 요 같은 경우에는 편광 카메라를 설치를 해가지고 해양 항만 미세먼지라던가 아니면은 항만에서 일어나는 배들에서 나오는 먼지들 그리고 대기 환경, 대기에 있는 에어로졸을 촬영할 수 있기 때문에 이런 기후 변화 이런 것들 부분에서 데이터를 수집하는 위성이라고 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다. 여기 기술 같은 경우에는 탑재체 같은 경우에는 한국 천문연구원에서 만든 달 크리에이터를 촬영하는 카메라를 좀 개조를 해가지고 넣은 거고요. 여기에서 이제 탑재를 해가지고 지상용으로 이제 바꿔서 이제 진행을 하고 있습니다. 형상은 다음과 같고요. 네, 그래서 이런 트렌드들은 이제 저희 회사뿐만이 아니라 위성의 해상도를 고정을 하고 굉장히 작게 만들어서 이거를 굉장히 많이 띄워서 지구 전체를 감시한다 이런 것 트렌드는 저희가 다 국외에서도 이제 똑같이 이제 진행을 하고 있다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같고 그 트렌드에서 저희가 가장 효율적인 위성을 만들려고 노력을 하고 있다 이렇게 봐주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 그리고 아까도 말씀드렸지만 뉴스페이스 패러다임 같은 경우에는 우주급 부품을 쓰는 게 아니라 지상에서 핸드폰 정도 들어가는 부품을 이제 지상 모드 부품 같은 경우를 스크리닝을 해서 사용을 하거든요. 지금 왼쪽에 보시는 건 이제 방사선 테스트를 진행하는 내용이고요. 이런 것들을 지상에서 진행을 해가지고 적극적으로 이제 위성 단가를 맞추려는 노력을 많이 하고 있습니다. 네, 그리고 이제 뭐 시설 같은 경우에는 아까 말씀드렸지만 이제 본사는 이제 부산에 위치하고 있고요. 그다음에 지금 이제 서브 시스템 테스트 할 수 있는 또 하나 이제 R&D 센터 같은 경우에 서울에 지금 위성 생산 능력을 갖췄다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같고, 저희가 최종적으로는 이제 하루에 위성을 한 대를 만드는 걸 목표로 하고 있습니다. 지금은 이제 위성 한 대를 만드는데 한 1년 반 정도 걸린다고 하면, 우주 검증 이후에는 이제 하루에 한 대씩 만들어서 그런 위성 단위의 어떤 서비스, 위성 군집 단위의 서비스를 하는 것을 목표로 하고 있다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그래서 저희가 이제 아까 말씀드렸던 부산의 해양공간 관리를 위한 위성은 내년 말에 저희가 납품이 있고요. 그런 그 옵저버 아까 보셨던 광학 위성 같은 경우에 내후년 상반기에 발사가 하나 있고 하반기에 발사 하나를 목표로 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이제 우리나라에서도 이런 위성 영상 데이터들이 많은 부분에 쓰였으면 좋겠고, 특히 해양 분야에 접목해가지고 쓸 수 있는 곳이 너무 많을 것 같다라고 저희는 생각을 하고 있습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
Okay, I thank Mr. Bach for his excellent presentation on the satellite constellation technology, which seems to be very promising, applicable to the field of swim monitoring. The advance in this technology seems to me to be very critical in keeping oceans sustainable. So far, we have listened to the presentation by the four speakers. Now I will turn to discussions for their comments. We have two discussions. First discussion to Mr. Lee Seung-woo, Deputy President of Korea Maritime Institute. He has been involved in various governmental projects, many of which are associated with shipping management and the port logistic park development. I now invite Mr. Lee to make a comment. You have 7 or 8 minutes here.
네, 안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은 이성우라고 합니다. 소개해 주신 저자님께 감사드립니다. 오늘 4가지 발표를 들었고요. 또 너무 흥미롭고 또 좋은 정보를 지금 많이 제가 오히려 공부를 하게 되는 것 같았습니다. 기본적으로 이제 저는 이 물류 전문가고 지금 큰 관점에서 이제 물류를 바라보고 있습니다. 그래서 오늘 주로 이제 해운과 관련된 이 디지털 기술을 어떻게 접목하느냐에 대한 이야기가 주로 되었는데, 이 부분에 대해서 조금 저희 생각과 또 한두 개 정도의 또 질문을 좀 드리고자 합니다. 우선 첫 번째 발표해 주신 우리가 앤드루 교수님의 내용에 대해서 이제 저 블록체인 기술이 거의 이 물류 분야에 장착이 다 되어 가고 있구나라는 생각을 하게 됐습니다. 근데 이게 물류 분야가 요즘 저희들이 듣고 있는 글로벌 SCM 붕괴, 그러니까 해운 운임을 폭등하도록 촉발하고 있는 이 SCM 붕괴가 한 곳에서 생기는 게 아니라 여러 곳에서 지금 계속 발생하고 있는 겁니다. 그러니까 LA 앞바다, 그리고 또 LA LB 항 뒤쪽에 있는 트러킹 체계. 그래서 만약에 우리가 여기 지금 이 블록체인 기술이 제대로 적용이 되기 위해서는 여기 이야기되고 있는 이 해운 산업에 대한 이야기뿐만 아니라 이 전체 물류 흐름에 대해서 좀 적용을 할 수 있는 방법에 대해서 좀 같이 고민을 해야 되지 않을까라는 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 오늘 아까 이야기해 주셨던 이 내용에 대해서 전반적인 생각에 이제 공감을 하고 있습니다만, 지금 사실 이 블록체인 기술이 제대로 지금 적용이 안 되는 게 대부분 민간 주도로 지금 진행을 하고 있습니다. 그러니까 민간 주도로 진행을 하다 보니까 전체 파티, 이 물류에 참가하고 있는 이 공공기관, 뭐 관세 당국이라든가 통관, 그리고 해운 기업, 또 트러킹 기업, 전문 물류 기업, 포워딩 기업 등등등이 다 포함이 돼야 되는데 이게 제한적이라는 거죠. 그리고 또 한 가지 문제는 이전에 정부 차원에서 정보를 통제하고 이 통관이나 이 무역 시스템을 갖추기 위해서 만들어진 공공기관들이 있습니다. 우리나라 같은 경우에는 KTnet, KLnet. 그런데 이러한 기존 공공기관들이 오히려 지금 이러한 블록체인 기술을 적용하는데 상당히 많은 어떤 걸림돌 역할을 하고 있다는 부분입니다. 그래서 이런 부분에 대해서 우리 같이 좀 고민을 좀 더 해 나가야 될 것 같고요. 앞에서 우리가 앤드류 교수님도 이야기해 주셨던 이 국가 간의 여러 가지의 어떤 차이점도 지금 이게 결국은 전 세계가 엮여져서 움직여야 되는 체계라서 이 부분에 대해서 어떻게 우리가 통일화시키고 표준화시킬지에 대한 부분이 상당히 좀 중요한 포인트라고 생각됩니다. 그리고 마지막에 또 언급을 해주셨습니다만 결국은 이 블록체인 기술의 핵심은 이 데이터를 읽어내는 이 IoT 기술이 가치 접목이 돼야 되는데 이게 다 비용하고 수반되는 부분입니다. 그래서 이 부분에 대해서도 우리가 어떠한 아이디어를 가지고 좀 진행을 해나가야 될지에 대해서 같이 좀 고민이 좀 돼야 되지 않겠나 생각해서 이건 제 의견을 첨부를 좀 드리고요. 세 번째 발제자께 제가 좀 간단하게 질문을 좀 드리고 싶은 게 흥미롭게 이야기를 들었고 예전에 제가 일본에 공동 연구를 하기 위해서 여러 가지 이야기를 하다가 그 당시 기후 환경과 해류의 흐름에 따라서 최적의 해운 운송 시스템을 구축을 한다는 이야기를 들었었는데 이게 구체적으로 이렇게 진행되고 있다는 걸 방금 이번에 확인을 했습니다. 다만 현재 여기 구축되고 있는 이 시스템은 화석 연료 기반으로 지금 시스템이 구축이 되고 있는데 만약에 곧 나올 수소라든가 메탄올 혹은 암모니아 같은 연료로 바뀌어질 경우에 이 시스템의 사용이 그대로 호환이 되는 건지 아니면 또 다른 데이터의 키핑이나 다른 방법이 필요한지에 대해서 질문을 좀 드리고 싶고요. 그리고 마지막 발제자한테 제가 또 궁금한 사항이 있는데 지금 현재 소개해 주신 내용들은 대부분 소형 인공위성을 통해서 영상이라든가 어떤 다른 시스템을 통해서 이제 기후의 환경이나 오염 물질의 발생 같은 것들을 추적을 해 주신 것 같습니다. 그런데 이게 혹시 지상에 있는 어떤 자동차나 그러니까 우리 GPS 시스템처럼 같이 이렇게 커뮤니케이션을 통해서 이 소형 위성들이 작동을 하는 것인지 이 질문을 드린 이유는 제가 이제 북극 쪽 일을 좀 많이 하다 보니까 위도 66도 이상으로는 인공위성들하고 커뮤니케이션을 할 수가 없는 상태입니다. 거기에 이런 소형 인공위성들이 만약에 그런 GPS 시스템 같은 것들을 그러니까 포지셔닝을 서로 커뮤니케이션을 할 수 있다면 추후에 북극 항로 운항을 할 때 현재 당면하고 있는 이런 문제들을 이 소형 인공위성을 통해서 해결을 할 수 있지 않을까 해서 그것 때문에 제가 질문을 좀 드린 겁니다. 네, 이상입니다.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Now I will invite Mr. Park An-sung, our next discussant. He is a research fellow, Maritime Industry and Logistics Division, Korea Maritime Institute. Currently, Mr. Park's research is mainly focusing on marine climate change and greenhouse gas, maritime cyber security project. Mr. Park will join us via Zoom. No?
Yes, did you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. First of all, I am very sorry that I could not attend the on-site conference today, despite being in Korea. And I am currently the head of the Maritime Safety Research Department at KMI. Actually, my specialization is maritime law. According to the moderator, I'm also nowadays to the research under maritime autonomous surface ship and especially eco-friendly ships. Yesterday night, I joined to the MEPC meeting of IMO, and so it's very interesting to issue is the debating now and in this week. I would like to some question about the professor to the Andrew. Regarding blockchain and shipping, I think that blockchain technology is directly related to the cybersecurity matter. Safety in shipping and logistics is very important to issue. In cybersecurity, I believe that managing various risks, such as physical security and technical security, is important. Considering the recent technology, and the technical development that is accelerating digitalizations. I think that the establishment of various cyber safety and related international standards is of most important. In Korea, also the maritime autonomous surface ship research and development is going on. One of the core technology development is how effectively a cybersecurity system can be developed and applied to the mass is being reviewed. Actually, I am developing a technical development document to establish international standard in relation to IMO, ISO, and IEC, the international standardizations of organizations. My question is, if the blockchain technology can be applied to mass, I would like to hear from the Professor Andrew on what field and how it should be used. That is my first question. And another one, I would like to the question about the senior researcher from World Maritime University, Tafu Johansson, and is very interesting presentation about the item. I also have a 17 years of experience working in the field as a ship surveyor, before working as a research fellow at KMI as a director. I have my little bit wondering about the remote inspection is really possible. Last year, as I know, there was a discussion about the remote inspection at the IMO, the Maritime Safety Committee. But there was many skeptics about defining specific implementations. Of course, effective condition inspection can be performed in dangerous situation for condition assessment scheme, of tankers, or for the bulk carrier enhanced survey program, is very, very important to the check item as a surveyor. But I think that there is a limit when performing a non-destructive inspection or detailed inspection of the hull. I would like to question about you, if you think that an inspection technique that can overcome such costs or ESP for remote inspection can be developed. That is my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Park. Now we have some questions from two discussants. First, let me ask Professor Tottenbaum to respond to question. You have questions from Mr. Lee, and I hope you understood well the question. Question was made in Korean language, but I think his questions was properly translated into English. And then you have also a question from Mr. Park, and then just concerning this, the cyber safety, cyber security in relation to this blockchain technology. Could you respond to these questions from these two gentlemen? Yeah? Professor Tottenbaum. Yeah.
May I start by responding to Han-Seong Park? When I'm asked if blockchain applies to a mass, what fears have I for things that might go wrong, which I think sums up your question. I think there are essentially three problems. One is that you have a rogue system which may be very difficult to override, which I may cause problems and will have to be dealt with quite carefully. The second, much more important, is commercial confidentiality. If you apply blockchain to masses and require all sorts of other cybersecurity information to be shared with governmental organizations, then very careful steps will have to be taken to ensure that that information does not get into the wrong hands and does not, for example, get into the hands of a rival company whose brother-in-law is the Minister of Shipping or something of that kind. The third problem is one thing which I think everybody has noted, and that is piracy and the hijacking of a mass. Now, admittedly, such piracy will very much be aimed at property because there is no crew to take hostage. But wherever there is a computer, there is a clever hacker able to do something about it. And I think this is going to be what we call in England a game of cat and mouse between those two. Does that answer your question?
And so very good point of your view. And so I think is the blockchain technology is very availability is more than powerful the method as we understand. And so there are many private sector and government sector, public sector, maybe is in the public sector is the nation and the government have make rules and regulation related to the protection of cyber safety. And then private sector is, as you exactly point about to the commercialization, is in the how to apply application of the blockchain to the cyber security protection. Thank you to the answer. Excellent.
As for Mr. Lee's question, I must apologize for incompetence, but I was unable to operate the simultaneous translation. And so, having no Korean, I'm afraid that I could not understand it. I wonder if somebody could tell me in English roughly what the question was.
Okay, just let me try. Let me make a try. And his question his question is like this. And this blockchain technology is now being applied mostly in private sector, not in public sector. That's not a problem then. Yeah? For instance, in Korea, the communication companies are in public sector, but then this public sector companies seems to be reluctant to apply this blockchain technology, and that's the problem. This is the only in order for this blockchain technology will be properly applicable, properly used. This both private sector and the public sector will move in tandem. But now then, they are not working just in tandem. That's the problem. How to solve this problem? That's what I understand. Yeah.
You have asked me one of the oldest problems in economic politics. How you persuade the public sector to take over important technology developed by the private sector. I'm not sure how well I can answer that. I think in the end, what will be required is ensuring that the public sector operates in level competition, in equal competition with the private sector, and that it is forced to take on board that technology. I think the other way to do it is quite simply pressure, which is called again in English nudging pressure from various ministers in the relevant ministries to the people who run the public sector organizations, asking them to adopt this technology and to cooperate with the private sector. I don't think I have any better answer at this stage. I think I would probably say this is a question that would take about an hour to think of a good answer to.
Okay, then another question, and he raised one more question concerning this cost relating to blockchain technology. And then, as I understand that, the question like this is, will the blockchain technology is cost effective? I mean, is in compared to other methods. And he also mentioned this IoT, the Internet of Things. Then, just in this context, whether this blockchain technology is cost effective. Yeah.
Right. That is a very good question, if I may say so. And I think you would be very foolish if you assumed that every problem can be solved by blockchain. There are cases where, quite simply, it is not worth employing blockchain. Let me give you an example. When it comes to shipping documentation, blockchain is brilliant. It is ideal for bills of lading. But many cargoes these days are not shipped under bills of lading, they're shipped under sea waybills. And although I understand a number of operations have tried to put sea waybills on blockchain, it seems to me that is very unlikely to be cost effective, because there you are dealing with documents that are not unique, where you do not have to have protection against forgery, and where you can quite simply write the document in Microsoft Word and email it. So I think it's a very good question, and I think there are a number of cases where blockchain, you might just as well forget it for the moment, and that is one example.
Okay, thank you. Then next, Dr. Swanson, could you respond to a question from Mr. Park? And yeah.
Most certainly. Thank you so much for the question. Yeah. I think there were a lot of elements in the question. I managed to pick up a couple of them. So the first one was not really a question, rather a statement, skepticism. And there are skeptics, and this couldn't be more evident and clear 2 years ago, prior to the pandemic. And I say pandemic because of a reason. But I would have to say I was one of them. But after embarking on this project, it kind of brought me very close to reality. And some of the issues highlighted, again, in the context of the pandemic, was a number of applications that are kind of being drawn up by member states of IMO. But before I go into that, I wanted to quickly pick up on one point that on 4th November 2021, through an article, IMO stressed on a message that was, and I quote, "Keeping ships' hulls free from just a thin layer of slime can reduce a ship's GHG emissions by up to 25%, according to the preliminary findings of a new study launched at COP26. And this brings us to the deduction that a layer of slime as thin as 0.5 millimeters covering up to 50% of a hull surface can trigger an increase of GHG emissions in the range of 20 to 25%. Now, this is kind of based on evidence-based research. Now, the question is, to what extent can remote technologies identify that, and what would the difference be between a remote technology and a surveyor through physical presence? Now, that is something that is kind of being tested as we speak, and the pandemic gave class societies a raison d'etre to conduct these various testings, and this is simply because the physical survey couldn't be done in the presence of the surveyor on board the ship. And I'm also aware that as member states are gearing up to submit applications to IMO for the clarification on remote inspection technologies, they are seeking to understand whether there is a perfect methodology. Without a methodology, without differentiating between what a remote inspection technology is and what a remote survey is, without having the proper definitions in place, without ensuring all those elements that I mentioned, I think it's going to be the skepticism will remain. But however, in the foreseeable future, look at vessels, how far we have come. Where did we start, right? I think it was Professor Kraska that showed that barge, Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn in the very first slide. So we've come a long way. And I do believe that remote technologies will be integrated. And when I say integrated, I'm very careful because I am dubious with regards to the fact that fully autonomous remote technologies will take over inspection and survey because there are so many complex layers, so many people come into play. And there's always the validation and verification level, which has to be done by a surveyor because, question mark, are we able to rely on remote technologies or autonomous systems to verify for us? That is the biggest question. And also there are a lot of explanations that need to be done. So member states note that with permissions of flag states, some ROs are swiftly adapting themselves to the pandemic by even expanding the application of the remote survey to periodical statutory and class surveys, which may not be clearly separated in accordance with STOLAS regulation. The scope of remote surveys, again, conducted by some representative ROs are not clearly defined and may vary. So a lot of things do come into play, but I'm an optimist at the end of the day, and I'm a researcher at heart, and I do believe that if not fully autonomous, remote technologies are the future and will take over some parts of the work. In relation to the costs, I would have to say that they should be cost effective. Again, I'm very careful when I make these statements because I don't represent the service supplier or the flag state. I belong to the UN system and a university, and the research that I have done over the last 2.5 years, I come to the realization that there are costs when you hire a surveyor, and there are costs involved in travels, staying overnight, scaffolding, and a lot of other necessary measures that need to be considered by the ship owner. With RITs, we would have to first look at a full deployment, a landscape with full deployment, then wait 100 years, and then maybe not 100 years, that's a hypothetical statement, but at least 10 to 15 years, and then compare. Because remote technology, the technology itself is expensive, but the question is how many do we need? And then we're talking about different types of technology. Not one technology can do all the survey. You have drones for air, you have crawlers for the steel surface, and then you have ROVs for underwater, for in-water inspection going underwater. But remember, the only thing that...
I'm sorry, can I intervention to my question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
My question is to it is possible to remote survey can use to the condition assessment scheme, you know. And in that survey program, I think is needed to more to the method development of surveying related to the cost and to the ESP program. And so I think is until now to the technology of a survey method and skill is premature about to apply to the cost and ESP. That is my question, and I would like to listen to the opinion to relate to the remote surveying.
Dr. Johansson, you have already spent your time.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Please just respond quite quickly then. Yeah.
Well, ESP was not one of the areas that we investigated thus far. What we do understand, it's for closed-up survey and thickness measurement, but those are alternatives. Those are again alternatives for bulk carriers over 500 tons, if I'm not mistaken. Cost effectiveness again would depend on whether it is approved at the international level. If there's a guideline, and then the ship owners can go ahead and say apply for these surveys. Of course, needs to be approved by flag states. But cost is I'm not an expert on cost. Again, I'm someone who's kind of dealt with a regulatory blueprint. Cost would come into play or would be a question once we know that this is an approved system. Once all the other layers have been kind of they fell into place, the questions have been addressed. But for ESP, it's still a sensorial experience, right? It's going to be a sensorial experience for the surveyor, and that's something that needs to be harmonized, done through IMO, if I may. Okay. But this needs to be brought up by respective classification societies and surveyors. And so I hope I was able to somewhat give you a little idea.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Johansson. Okay, then. Now then, I will ask Mr. Seo to respond to a question raised by Mr. Lee. Yeah, okay, yeah. Just Mr. Seo. Yeah.
제가 이야기로는 수소 선박, 앞으로 선박이 친환경 선박으로 변하고 있는데 수소 선박일 때 저희 기술이 특별한 그거 수정 없이 적용될 수 있느냐라고 저희는 이해를 했고요. 일단은 발표할 때 한번 말씀드렸습니다. 저희 입장에서는 이게 수소로 가는 선박인지 아니면 기존 연료를 사용해서 선박인지 사실 크게 중요하진 않고요. 단지 수소 선박이면 아마 저희가 제공하는 서비스 중에 환경과 관련된 부분들은 사실 크게 필요가 없겠죠. 아까 전에 조금 추가로 말씀드리면 저희 입장에서는 수소 선박인지 아니면 다른 선박이 크게 중요하지 않은 부분은 저희가 지금 현재 직면하고 있는 얼마나 많은 엔진 메이커의 선박을 사용해서 서비스를 했냐 이 경험 이런 거와 같은 패러다임이라고 보고 있습니다. 이상입니다.
Okay, then lastly, Mr. Park Jae-pil, could you respond to a question from Mr. Lee? Yeah.
일단은 충분히 초소형 위성이나 소형 위성들도 지금 현재 현존하는 GPS 시스템이나 위치 기반 시스템을 보조하는 방식으로 진행을 할 수 있을 것 같고요. 예를 들어서 여러 가지가 지금 있는데 지금 오늘 소개해드렸던 거는 영상 기반의 어떤 선박의 위치 시스템이고 지금 스파이어사나 아니면 호크아이 360 같은 경우에는 AIS 신호나 아니면은 무전 신호를 위성 3개가 이제 삼각 측량하면서 위치를 잡고 이렇게 하는 거기 때문에 충분히 기존에 얻는 위치 시스템에서 제공하지 않았던 부분들을 제공할 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다. 저희가 사실은 북극 항로를 위한 위성 컨스텔레이션도 저희가 좀 검토를 해봤었는데요. 그게 일단 상업성이 나오게 되면 만약에 자율운행 선박이라던가 아니면은 기존에 좀 무인으로 이제 북극 항로에서 좀 북극이나 남극 극지방에서 운영이 돼야 되는 부분이 더 많아진다고 하면 거기에 대한 상업성이 올라갈 거고 거기에 그런 이제 그럼 시장을 개척하기 위해서 충분히 이런 틈새 시장들 같은 경우에 초소형 위성이 좀 더 잘 서포트를 해줄 수 있다라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
Okay, thank you. We have listened to 4 speakers. May I express my deep appreciation to them for their excellent presentations. I hope their presentations have enlightened those attending this session about the developing maritime field prompted by new information technology. My gratitude also goes to two discussants for their pertinent comments which have complemented the presentations. I now close the session. I thank all those who are attending this session. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a little bit delayed due to our discussion. So we'll now take about 20-minute break. So please join us again at 4 p.m. Thank you. 네. 네. 예. 제가 4시에 한번 어나운스 하겠습니다. 예, 4시에 어나운스 해서 10분 늦게 한다고 하고요. 네, 저희가 자막 넣겠습니다. May I have your attention, please? Our next session will be start in 10 minutes. So please join us again for 10 past 4 p.m. Thank you. 3세션은 4시 10분에 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 안녕하십니까. 잠시 후에 세션 3 시작하겠습니다. 착석 부탁드립니다. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll start the third session. Professor Park Yong-an, former chair of UN Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf, CLCS, will moderate this session.
And now, since the Professor Yong-an Park was the first professor of the Seoul National University. Oh, Alabama campus, you are here, okay, good. And and yesterday, 7 o'clock, I arrived in Seoul, from New York to Seoul. And Aldino campus also, he returned to yesterday from New York to Portugal. So he's okay, so good. And now I am chairing Technological Innovation and the Continental Shelf, and a chair of the Yong-an Park, and so on. And so three speakers: Aldino campus member, CLCS, and his topic on the television was technological innovation applied to the continental shelf, or three-stage challenges. So his speech, very famous one, and very active, very challenging. He's now, since 2017 to 2002, stage 5 CLCS member. And the second, Sri Mark Christian Rajan. Dr. Rajan was former director, National Center for Antarctic and Ocean Research in India. And India is a former member of a CLCS. So he's a very active, very challenging topic. So his topic today saying is UNCLOS in the polar region. So his speech very important. And the third man, He Shik, Dr. He, a principal investigator, KIOST, Korea Institute of for ocean science and technology. And Mr. He is a very active one, very important topic. 3D digital twin atlas from stratigraphy, strategy, and tectonics around Korea seas. Very important topic he found. And he challenged his 3D digital twin atlas from strategy and tectonic around Korea seas. So three speakers and two discussants. One Stuart K, Professor University Wollongong, you see on the television screen. So he's a very active one. He's very much concerned about the Korean Peninsula and he's around surround seas and very important professors. And the second emeritus Professor Woo Kyung-sik, Mr. Woo, Professor Woo, Gwangwon National University. He is just finished long time history in geology and oceanography in Gwangwon National University, and he's newly my student. And I have found many active professors, Seoul and other Korea universities speaks on. So Professor Woo is one of the best well-known professor in geology and marine geology also. And he just finished 65 years old professors last summer, last August. So 2 months ago, he retired from the Gwangwon National University. So more than 40 years, he was very active and very well-known professors of Korea. So I am very much speed on this program, and actually I found to teach this sort of nearby Korea and all of the world oceans of Korea. And when I met Professor Dr. Kim Sung-jin, former Minister of Ocean Science and Technology, so he's coming. Actually, he is going to be finished this year. This seminar, but suddenly his family member, former sisters, he died. So he's actually he had to come to the southern part of Korea Peninsula. So he will be in the 1 hour later. He will join in this wrap-up session last 47 to 18 hours speech. So he's wrap-up. So first speaker is Aldino Campus. And the second speaker, Sri Barshan Rajan, and the third speaker, Ho Shik. And then discussant will come again. So we will see firstly Aldino Campus, famous professor of oceanography, technological innovation applied to the continental shelf. Okay, we'll see here. And the three speakers, Sri Basan Rajan, Sri Basan Karshan Rajan, and Hoshik. Three of them, we heard about their speech. And then we come back, discussant. And then we will see there, okay? Let's go.
Hello, everyone, and greetings from New York. Hopefully, in a few minutes after this set of presentations, I can join you from Lisbon for the discussion of this panel. This is an example of the wonders of the technological innovations. But first and foremost, I would like to thank the organizers of this Global Ocean Regime Conference for having me invited for the third time. This event brings me good memories from the beautiful island of Jeju and from Seoul. The topic of my presentation regards to the technological innovation when applied over the continental shelf. I will try to demonstrate that this innovative process influenced our view over the continental shelf in the past, offers some challenges in the present, and might be a game changer in the future. Before I start my presentation, allow me to show the formal disclaimer as stated by the Rules of Procedure of the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf. My presentation is basically divided in three main sections. The first will introduce the definition of technological innovation and how these contribute to a better understanding of the marine science and, in special, to the continental shelf. The second part will describe the three historical stages and the relation between technology and the continental shelf. These were divided prior to the Anglos, the present day, and the future challenges. I will conclude with some brief remarks. As defined by OECD, technological innovation comprises new products and processes, and also significant technological changes of existing products and processes. Technological innovation is the key component for a more complex cycle, as is one that we have seen here in the slide, that has driven our society. For example, technological innovation improves the science by allowing to gather more and better information. Science, on its turn, boosts the knowledge, and knowledge drives to the technological innovation. This reality from our day-to-day life applies also to the marine environment where the continental shelf has its place. Some examples from the past, not distant, we can identify three major events that boost and were boosted from technological innovation. The first is the chronographer that allowed to solve a huge challenge for mariners at sea by providing the longitude using astronomical navigation. The second is the use of innovative technology, for example, during the HMS Beagle expedition that brought a new approach for natural evolution. The last but not the least was the Challenger expedition. This expedition is widely known and recognized as the first devoted mission to marine science. In this expedition, it was collected sounds deeper than 4,000 meters, actually at 8,200 meters in the Mariana Trench. This information would be a game changer for the knowledge of the seafloor. 16 years after the end of Challenger expedition, the British geographer Robert Mill published its outstanding work, The Realm of Nature, an outline of physiography. In this work, it was defined for the first time the geological concept of continental shelf that was supported with a new set of data that resulted from the application of a technological evolution. This opened the use of continental shelf terminology to our evolution as a society. So, in the first stage of our analysis, which is prior to the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, we can find some legal reference based on the continental shelf concept developed 18 years earlier by Robert Mill. For instance, Portugal, in 1910, prohibited trawling by steam vessels with the limit of the continental shelf as defined by the ISO line at a depth of 100 fathoms, or within a minimum of 3 miles from the coast. At this point in time, Portugal was concerned with the depletion of fishery resources, and we still are today. And note that this problem is also a result from technological innovation, but this time applied to marine propulsion and to its implication of the fishing stocks. This act marked the official introduction of the shelf concept into the state practice. 15 years later, after Robert Mill concept, the UK, as administrative power of Trinidad and Tobago, set a bilateral agreement with Venezuela to explore the continental shelf. Note that this time, the jurisdiction over the sea was resumed only up to 3 to 6 miles from the coast. This major achievement, considered under the auspices of the legal nations and published in the treaty of such league, the treaty series of such league. Another remarkable milestone, as well known, regarding to the continental shelf is the Truman Proclamation. In this proclamation, Truman claims that the exercise of jurisdiction over the natural resources of the soil and seabed of the continental shelf by a contiguous nation is reasonable and just. He also highlights that this can be applied only because the continental shelf may be regarded as an extension of the landmass of the coastal nation and thus naturally appurtenant to it. Obviously, this appetite over the resources of the seabed and subsoil of continental shelf were raised because the innovative technology pushed for it. Several scholars point out this proclamation that gave birth to the modern concept of the continental shelf as we know today. But logically, the appetite over the seabed resources also grow in other different parts of the world. Several other states claim, with different metrics, their maritime jurisdictions of the resource of the seabed. Among others, several South American countries play a major role in this process. The need for a worldwide approach to set an universal limit for the continental shelf were demanded. Technology acted as a game changer in this process, since it was a resource appetite driver, the way to access them. This, among other issues, triggered the first United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, also known as the Geneva Conference on the Law of the Sea, held in 1958. From this conference resulted 4 conventions, one devoted to the continental shelf, the 1958 Convention on the Continental Shelf. And in its Article 1, we can see the definition for the continental shelf as either the 200-meter depth, which is close to the values postulated by Truman's proclamation, or the depth of the superadjacent waters that admit exploitation. With the second criteria to define the limit of continental shelf based on the exploitation capability, the marine technological innovation play a major role. With time, all seabed would be accessible by marine technology, and technologically advanced states would be in a better position when applying these criteria, controlling the bulk of the world resources from the seabed. With this, the term continental shelf would never be the same. The undefinition of a limited continental shelf pushed by technological innovation, along with the global oceans issue, led the Maltese ambassador to the UN to speak at the General Assembly in 1967 on the need of the establishment of a new international regime for the management of the natural resources of our planet. This remarkable speech opened the way to the third conference on the law of the sea that set a new global ocean regime. It also opened the way to set a new definition to the continental shelf and to set a new constructivist ideal based on the common heritage of mankind. UNCLOS, in its Article 76, paragraph 1, defines the continental shelf. It states that the continental shelf comprises seabed and subsoil of the submarine areas that extend beyond its territorial sea through the natural prolongation of its land territory to the outer edge of continental margin, or to a distance of 200 nautical miles from baselines from which a breadth of territorial water is measured. Where, and again, here, the new limits were set, and therefore new challenge came from these limits. The 200 nautical mile, it's actually quite simple. It's even simple than deriving the 200 meter depth formula from the 1958 convention. The problem is the complexity to establish the outer edge of the continental margin. But again, technology can also help in this one. Look to this simple and clear model of the margin. One can easily depict the components of the margin: shelf, slope, and rise on its geological sense. They are all clear in this model that that support the drafters of the convention to write the formulas. Also, this map that was prepared by a set of experts to support the drafters of the convention to estimate the impact of the new formula to derive the limits of continental shelf show a maritime world that was made at the scale of the available technology in the 70s. One can identify several formulas to define the outer edge of the continental margin, as well as the constraint line to limit that margin and derive the outer limits of continental shelf. The problem is that this reality changed as technology was evolving to a higher level of sophistication and complexity. In reality, during the conference, those concerns were raised in the plenary of the second committee that was in charge of these matters. There, one of the most essential items to be derived and to implement Article 76, which is the foot of the continental slope, presents some interpretational difficulties. Those could be only overcome with the access of high technology in order to get clear a picture of the margin. The margin was, in fact, very far from the typical model that helped the drafters of the convention to set the rules and define the continental margin. An example here, we have a typical margin, and to be frankly, for me, it's more representative of the reality around the world rather than the simple model that support the rulers, the drafters of the convention. Here, where it is not evidence the identification of the components of the margin, the availability and access to better technology can play a decisive role in the identification of such elements. The better is the technology, the better is the data, and the better is the technical support that is the paramount foundation of the submissions to extend the continental shelf. As I mentioned earlier, during the third conference on the law of the sea, the marine technology allowed to depict a reality of the seafloor that departs from today's knowledge. That unreal perception led the drafters of the convention to estimate around 30 submissions at all. Therefore, this led to the establishment of a Commission on the Limits of Continental Shelf as an interim body in the setting of the outer limit of continental shelves around the world and, consequently, the limits of the area within a lifespan very limited in time. This reality, the reality, has shown the opposite. Besides, another challenge regarding the technology innovation is the increase of complexity in submissions. The sophisticated technology existing today allows to collect more and more complex data, which requires not only a higher level of expertise from the members of the CLCS, but also leads to a more time-consuming consideration process. This graphic shows the present status of the subcommission in blue, showing the cumulative value of submissions and resubmissions, and the issue recommendation in red, also both recommendations for submissions and resubmissions. As you can see, from 2012 on, the Commission started work 21 weeks a year in New York, more than double of the previous 8 weeks a year. But the pace of issuing recommendations did not double, not even close. This is not because we are more lazy now, but mostly because the submissions are more and more sophisticated due to the new available technology that support new findings and evidence to a better proposal. Finally, the last stage, where the future lies. As we know, coastal states are extending their continental shelves because they want to access and control resources. That is pretty clear on Article 77 of the Convention. That's what we want. When we look to the assessment in terms of richness that the seafloor can offer us, the potential of engagement in the deep ocean floor exploration and the exploitation is enormous. The demand from daily technology, like cell phones, computers, over more and more refined elements in the nature, force coastal states to look for the necessary supplies to fulfill the industry demands. But that has a cost. And again, once more, technology innovation might be the solution to overcome that cost. The cost is obviously, as we all know, the environmental impact. And this future major challenge is to find the proper balance between the industrial deep sea mining action with the environmental impact that results from that activity. I believe, and I want to believe, that knowledge, science, and technological innovation will play a key role in the development of this process. Allow me to finish my presentation with some final remarks. The first is that technology innovation acts since ever as an enabling driver for our civilization. The second is that the innovation cycle, supported by enhancement of science and knowledge, allow to map the true reality of the world, and the continental shelf is one good example. Third, the technological innovation represents, as we have just demonstrated, a mind changer in the past. Things were to be seen with different lenses. Fourth, it represents a present challenge, since more detailed and more complex data and information is gathered to support the submissions. And last, it will play a very important role in the near future in establishing the balance between the economical growth and environmental sustainability. Thank you very much, and this concludes my presentation. Hope to see you soon.
Hello, everybody. A very good evening to you all. At the outset, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the organizers of this conference for the kind invitation extended to me. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for your esteemed presence. Well, now coming to the topic of today's presentation, although the title says UNCLOS, considering the time constraints, I'll be restricting my discussions to only one important aspect of the law of the sea, namely the maritime zonation and its perceived conflict with the Antarctic Treaty System. I would also touch upon the maritime zonation in the context of delineation of the outer limits of the continental shelf by the coastal states in the Arctic region. As before, I'll start off with a disclaimer saying that the ideas expressed here are not reflective of the views of the government of India, for which I was working, or of the United Nations Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf, of which I was a member for about 7 years. The way I've structured my presentation is that I will start off with the maritime zones in UNCLOS, a bird's eye view of the Antarctic Treaty System, and then I will go into the 7 claimant states for Antarctica, the CLCS, and how the CLCS would like to consider the Antarctic submissions before it, and the challenges and possible solutions before the Commission, the Arctic and the law of the sea, and finally some concluding thoughts. Okay, UNCLOS, a regime for the oceans. As all of you know, it seeks to basically codify the subdivision of ocean space into several maritime zones. And the sovereign rights of the coastal states are extended to specific distances offshore, with powers being phased down through successive zones. That's a critical aspect of it. And it also declares the high seas and the seafloor, which are outside the zones of national jurisdiction, to be the common heritage of mankind. Interestingly, that's also what the Antarctic Treaty talks about, the Antarctic continent being the common heritage of mankind. And this is a schematic showing the different maritime zones. And starting from the left side of the screen to the right end, you have got a gently sloping continental shelf, which gives way to a continental slope. And then you have got a continental rise, and the shelf plus slope plus rise constituting the continental margin. And beyond the continental margin, you have got a deep ocean. And under the law of the sea, this entire continental margin can be divided into 4 subunits. Namely, up to a distance of 12 nautical miles, you have got a territorial sea over which a coastal state has got total sovereignty over the airspace above, the water column, the seabed and subseabed. Then up to a distance of 24 nautical miles, you have the contiguous zone, beyond which up to a distance of 200 nautical miles, you have got exclusive economic zone, wherein a coastal state has got total sovereignty over the water column, as well as seabed and subseabed. Then, Under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, there is something called an extended continental shelf, which under Article 76 of UNCLOS, it says that if a coastal state is able to demonstrate that it has got a continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles, then by applying certain principles of the law of the sea, which are provided in Article 76, it can submit for the consideration of CLCS enough documents to prove that it has got a continental shelf which extends beyond 200 nautical miles. And beyond this continental shelf, beyond the EEZ, you have got high seas, which are also called as the common heritage of mankind. Coming now to the Antarctic Treaty, 12 states originally concluded the Antarctic Treaty in 1959, which entered into force ultimately on the 23rd of June, 1961. The total number of parties to the Antarctic Treaty stands today at 54, which includes 12 the original signatories. And 29 have got consultative status, meaning that they have proven or they have got a demonstrated scientific presence in Antarctica. Over the years, the Antarctic Treaty has grown to become an Antarctic treaty system comprising the original treaty plus the International Convention for the Conservation of Antarctic Seals, plus the Convention on the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Resources, plus Protocol on Environmental Protection to the Antarctic Treaty of 1991. So the Antarctic Treaty, can it be considered as a legal framework for the management of Antarctica? Essentially, the Antarctic Treaty seeks to ensure in the interest of all mankind that Antarctica, the entire area south of 60 degrees latitude, including all the ice shelves, shall continue forever to be used exclusively for peaceful purposes and shall not become the scene or object of any international discord. But has the Antarctic Treaty achieved what it seeks to achieve? What about the territorial claims by some nations? Interestingly, the territorial claims predate Antarctica Treaty. Seven nations have made claims for the territorial sovereignty over nearly 3/4 of the Antarctic continent, starting with the UK in 1908. And all these claims predate the Antarctic Treaty system. This year, got the territorial claims made by Argentina, United Kingdom, Norway, Australia, France, New Zealand, and Chile. The US and Russia incidentally have not made any territorial claims over Antarctica, but they have made it very clear that they reserve the right to make claims at a future date. So now, how does the Antarctic Treaty view the existing territorial claims? The treaty, interestingly, does not renounce any previously asserted rights or claims to territorial sovereignty in Antarctica. It only freezes the existing territorial claims. So as per Article 4 of Antarctic Treaty System, no new claim or enlargement of an existing claim to territorial sovereignty in Antarctica shall be asserted while the present treaty is in force. Now the question is that the Antarctic continental submissions to the CLCS, despite the fact that all territorial claims over Antarctica or enlargement of the existing claims have been put on hold, all the 7 claimant states have either made a submission or have declared their intention of making a submission at a later date for areas of the continental shelf pertinent to Antarctica and possibly beyond 200 nautical miles, starting in Australia on the 15th of November 2004. So that's the thing. So they might like to make a claim for a continental shelf pertinent to Antarctica, possibly beyond 200 nautical miles. Does it mean that it's an enlargement of the existing claims? I'll come to that in a minute. And this here is a map taken out of the executive summary of the Australian submission to CLCS dated the 15th of November 2004. What you see here is the Australian Antarctic Territory and sandwiched between the territorial claim of Norway and the territorial claim of France. Then what you see here is the 200 nautical mile limit of Australian Antarctic Territory. Then these green patches are the extended continental shelf claims being made by Australia. However, The excerpt from the executive summary of the Australian submission also makes it clear that under the provisions of the Antarctic Treaty, including its Article 4, it realizes that pertinent to Antarctica, there exists areas of continental shelf, the extent of which is yet to be defined. And it also goes on to say that it's open to the states concerned to submit information to the Commission, which would not be examined by it for the time being, or to make a partial submission, not including such areas of continental shelf, for which a submission may be made later. And consistent with the first option, Australia requests the Commission in accordance with the rules not to take any action for the time being with regard to the information in its submission that relates to the continental shelf pertinent to Antarctica. The same goes for Argentina's submission for extended continental shelf 21 April 2009. Argentina also made a submission for extended continental shelf covering the natural prolongation of Argentina pertinent to the continent, islands, and the Argentine Antarctic sector. While a note to our dated this 21st of April 2009, the Argentine Republic also takes cognizance of the fact that south of 60 degrees south latitude, there exists a region which have got special legal and political status of Antarctica under the provisions of Antarctic Treaty, including Article 4 thereof, and the rules of procedure of the CLCS. Now, Norway's submission of 4th May 2009 makes a mention of the extended continental shelf of the Norwegian territory in the Dronning Land area. What you see here is that in red or pink is the 200 nautical mile offshore area of Dronning Land, and then you've got extended continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles being claimed by Norway. Norway has also requested that the Commission, in accordance with the rules, not to take any action for the time being with regard to the information that relates to the continental shelf pertinent to Antarctica, including Dronning Land. Now, what about other four claimants? Unlike Australia, Argentina, and Norway, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and France have not made any submission as such for the extended continental shelf of their respective Antarctic territory. But yes, they have indicated that they may make submission for the areas of continental shelf pertinent to Antarctica at a later date. So how does the CLCS view the Antarctic submission made by these coastal states before it? In deference to the request by the concerned coastal state, the CLCS has resolved not to consider submissions made for extended shelves of Antarctica. Fair enough. Because these states have said so, CLCS resolved not to consider submissions made. Furthermore, the Commission has resolved that in accordance with its rules of procedure, it is not in a position to consider and qualify that part of the submission that relates to the continental shelf pertinent to Antarctica. So it's likely that sometime in the future, these submissions for extended continental shelf of Antarctica might come up for consideration before the CLCS or some other body. And if so, what are the challenges when the submissions and claims are considered? Number one, the absence of territorial sovereignty. Most countries do not recognize any territorial sovereignty claims over Antarctica. So no question of creating any sort of maritime zones. Status of offshore areas within the treaty area. Article 6 of Antarctic Treaty says that nothing in the present treaty shall prejudice or in any way affect the rights or the exercise of rights of any state under international law with regard to the high seas within the Antarctic Treaty System area. Unfortunately, however, this Antarctic Treaty doesn't mention where are those high seas. Number 3, Article 4, paragraph 2 states that no acts or activities taking place while the present treaty is in force shall constitute a basis for asserting, supporting, or denying a claim to territorial sovereignty in Antarctica or create any right to sovereignty in Antarctica. So what it talks about, it has been said that what it talks about is the territorial sovereignty. And the question now is that does the territorial sovereignty translate to sovereignty over ocean space as well, or is confined onto the land territory? And finally, the delineation and demarcation of maritime zones. As you are aware that any delineation of the maritime zone is with respect to a baseline. So the technical challenge of what constitutes a baseline insofar as Antarctica is concerned. Antarctica is covered by ice. So can Antarctica have a baseline? And if so, where it could be? Is it at the edge of the ice sheet? Or is it where the ice sheet is grounded to the continent? Or is it where the ice sheet goes down below and breaks off the edge of the ice shelf? The second question is, will the different forms of permanent or semi-permanent ice sheet or ice clinging to the coast define the baseline? Where do you draw the baseline? At the edge of the ice shelf, or the area where the ice is grounded, or at the edge of this permanent ice shelf? Now moving away from Antarctica to the Arctic continental shelf, this here is the Arctic Circle, what you see at 66.6 degrees north, and surrounded by, and within that you have got the different countries like Canada, Alaska for USA, Russia, and Norway, including the Svalbard area, Greenland and Denmark. And so what you see here are this maritime boundaries, so the 200 nautical mile limits of the different countries, and the area covered within enclosing this is the area beyond 200 nautical miles. As you can see here, leaving apart a small area, just about the entire area beyond 200 nautical miles, which falls in the Arctic Ocean, is covered by extensive continental demarcations. So there are 8 Arctic nations with sovereign territories and rights, of which 2, Finland and Sweden. They don't have any ocean space which falls within the Arctic Circle. And discounting USA, which is not a states party, all Arctic nations and maritime zones have made full or partial submissions delineating the outer limits of the continental shelves beyond 200 nautical miles, which is what I showed in the figure before. And as on date, Norway and Iceland have already received the recommendation of CLCS, facilitating them to proceed with their boundary delimitation with adjacent coastal states. And the interesting thing about this continental extension beyond 200 nautical miles is a whole lot of overlapping claims between the states concerned. For instance, you have got a significant overlap between Denmark, Iceland, Norway, Denmark and Norway, between Denmark and Russia, and Canada, Denmark and Russia, and Denmark, Russia and Norway, between US and Russia, etc., etc. For instance, Canada, Denmark and Russia together have overlapping claims over an area of about 54,850 square miles around the North Pole itself. So, where do we stand right now? The Antarctic territorial rights and the consideration of submission for extended continental shelf now or at any later date is likely to face both scientific and law policy issues. As regards the Arctic, as on date, the submissions are without prejudice to future maritime delimitation between states with overlapping maritime boundaries. There's also an interesting aspect to the extension of the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles as far as the Arctic is concerned. It deals with the transit rights of vessels through the present day mostly ice-covered straits of the Northwest Pacific, hugging the Canadian coast, as well as the northern sea route hugging the Russian side. These two passages could become a political or legal hassle in the future, with the polarized caps retreating and the passages becoming increasingly navigable. So that I think I would stop here. Thank you so much, and I'm prepared to take any questions. Thank you very much once again.
네. Good afternoon. My name is Shiko from KIOST, Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. I am very happy to be here to present 3D digital twin atlas from stratigraphy and tectonics around the Korean Sea. The contents include from background to purpose to summary and discussion. The purpose of this research work is to investigate seismic stratigraphy, geologic structure, and seismic phases in the marine basin around the Korean Peninsula, to reconstruct tectonic evolution and depositional environment, to map the sedimentary structures such as time structure maps and ice crown map, and distribution of marine resources, and finally to define and estimate the amount of hydrocarbon deposit in the South Sea of Korea. To define the basin architecture for hydrocarbon exploration, we make a flowchart for interpretation. The big data portfolio includes data gathering and GIS interpretation, 3D and 2D geological structure. Data mining includes the virtual reality framework, 2D and 3D modeling. The artificial intelligence also includes well plane, geo-steering by statistics, and simulation for well engineering and hydrocarbon exploration. We develop marine intelligence information technology for 4D digital ocean by autonomous unmanned vehicle swarm platform. Especially the research vessel for us include the seismic survey, gravity and magnetic survey, and the bathymetry. We also establish a 3D and 2D high-resolution seismic acquisition system called the P-cable system. The RV only include the airgun array for source, streamer for receiver, Ferrovane for 3D acquisition, and acquisition system for data. This figure shows the design and application for 3D high-resolution seismic data acquisition systems. We also set up the geophysical interpretation system in the landmark by Halliburton Service Company. We usually use 8 windows for the interpretation at the same time. This figure shows the 3D high-resolution seismic data by P-cable acquisition system. For 2D data, they shows the inline and cross line. However, in 3D, data system shows continuous depth information called the time slice for 3D seismic volume. 2 years ago, we drilled and analyzed over 100 meter geological sample. We measured the grain size and total organic content, and etc. This figure shows the 3D seismic section. We do 2D interpretation, so we overlapping 2D seismic data with the 3D seismic data. You can explore the very nice resolution for the drilling site. And also we use quantitative seismic interpretation for 3D seismic data by AI. For the geological characteristic of South Sea of Korea, we establish ground stability around the Yeodo observation station by sea bottom profile and 3D P-cable seismic data. We construct a database from geophysical and geological data in the marine basin around the Korean Peninsula. We establish and interpret dense geophysical and geological database with a tightly connected line without any gap in the marine basin around the Korean Peninsula. So the line represents seismic data, and the circle represents deep well data. From the database, we interpret the seismic stratigraphy and seismic phases. We reconstruct geological history for the evolution pattern with the sea level change, such as paleo-environment, paleo-oceanography, and paleogeography. We constructed this distribution map of paleo channel, fault, shallow gas, igneous volcanic, and the marine resources. We draw time structure maps and ice crown map with the different geological ages. We correlate the well log data for geological age, lithology, depositional environment, and hydrocarbon of correlated commercial wells in the East China Sea. I shows the several examples for seismic interpretation. This figure shows the seismic interpretation at the Ulung Basin in the East Sea. The Ulung Basin is covered with a thick sediment of more than 5 kilometers in the central part of that has been deposited since the early Miocene. The East Sea has seafloor, Pleistocene, Pliocene, late Miocene, middle Miocene, and acoustic basement paleotops. The section from the left represents the slope of Hupo area, Ulung Basin, and the Ulung Island and Dok Island. It's a very, very long seismic section, about 340 kilometers. This figure shows the section in the South Sea of Korea. They have all the Oligocene and Eocene paleotops compared with the East Sea. They show the intersection shallow gas, paleo channel, fault, and igneous volcanics in the seismic section. This section is Yellow Sea. They have oldest paleotops such as Paleocene and Upper Cretaceous compared with the South Sea of Korea. So total 11 paleotops are interpreted from the seismic section. This figure shows the interpretation part for the seismic stratigraphy, geologic structure, and seismic phases in the drilling site with the seismic sections. And also the database includes extra geophysical data in the landmark interpretation system, such as bathymetry, magnetic, and gravity data. This figure shows the fault distribution map around Korea. The purple color represents strike slip fault, green normal fault, and the violet represents reverse fault. Fault distribution is the different geological age around Korea implies the geomorphology, geotectonics, basin architecture, sediment formation, geohazard like earthquake, and hydrocarbon generation. In the seismic section, we interpret the paleo channels. That means the old river side. So we make 3D distribution map of Paleochannel in the Yellow Sea and the South Sea of Korea. We also make atlas for the sedimentary environment and geotectonics, time structure map, interpret from geophysical and geological database for marine basin around the Korean Peninsula. Time structure map means the depths from the sea level to the geological age paleotops. So we make Pleistocene, Pliocene, late Miocene, and middle Miocene. It's the holder is cover the Korean Sea. For example, the older one about the South Sea, and also the oldest one in the Yellow Sea is cover the different seas for the geological ages. Ice chrome map means the depth difference between two paleotops. So we make ice chrome map for the Pleistocene and seafloor, Pliocene and Pleistocene, and the acoustic basement and seafloor with the fault distribution, especially the ice chrome map between acoustic basement and seafloor means the sediment thickness around the Korean Sea. And we also construct a 3D structure map of Pleistocene and the acoustic basement with or without a fault. Especially because we have a very, very dense database, you can make 3D distribution of the time structure map and ice chrome map. So left side represents 3D structure map of Pleistocene and acoustic basement overlapping without fault. The right side represents the with deep fault, so you can see the fault distribution in the underpart. To define the characteristics of hydrocarbon resources near the Korea, Japan joint development zones, we interpret stratigraphy, geotectonic, and hydrocarbon distribution. So from the seismic section and well data, we interpret seismic phases from the high resolution seismic data. To define the characteristic of hydrocarbon resources near the JDG, we make several time structure map and ice chrome map with different geological ages. The buried hill or fault-related structures in the basement high. At the center of graben is a target layer. Petroleum was generated in the Eocene source rock and transported before the late Miocene tectonic inversion. The coastal plain, deltaic deposit, and coals are the major source rock in the JDG area from the East China Sea. For the future technology, the goals and objective for IoT in ocean are real-time collaboration, self-synchronization, machine-to-machine networking, dynamic sensor management, and geographically dispersed sensing. From this idea, we plan unmanned autonomous ocean observing platform and its operation. We make the conceptual diagram for permanent observing platform plan and its operation. We use the satellite for communication and unmanned vehicle, underwater glider and wave glider and AUV for the observation. Finalists, we would like to set up user-friendly VR atlas for real-time 3D digital twin marine subsurface information. Marine subsurface information from land, coast, shelf, slope, and basin floor include stratigraphy, lithology, depositional environment, and geotectonics. The figure in the center represents one example for the Ulung Basin in the East Sea. As a summary and discussion, we establish and interpret dense geophysical and geological database with tightly connected lines without any gap in the marine basin around the Korean Peninsula. We reconstruct geological history for the evolution pattern of sedimentary layer with sea level change, such as paleoenvironment, paleoceanography, and paleogeography. We construct thematic distribution maps of paleochannel, fault, shallow gas, igneous volcanic, and marine resources. We draw time structure map and ice core map with 11 different geological ages. We develop marine intelligence information technology for 4D digital ocean by autonomous unmanned vehicle, swarm platform such as 3D, high resolution seismic acquisition system called the PCable. Thank you for your attention. As the finalist, I want to say the Korea has really have a very nice the database compared with other countries because the EASY project in Korea, because of MOP, Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries, we started that project 1997. And I working more than 25 years for the, this database and interpretation. So compared to other countries, it's really best one and have no gap, even 1 centimeter gap in the each area. So you can configure every the marine basin from the database. Thank you. 감사합니다.
자, 박사. 허식 박사 이쪽으로 오세요. Now we open the questions and their environment of the answers. So, and first of all, Dr. Student K, Professor of University Wollongong, firstly about your discussant's view of your understanding of the three speakers. So would you kindly have any questions about that?
Thank you very much. And I'd like to echo the sentiments of being delighted to be invited to this conference. And my only disappointment is not being able to join everyone in Seoul. I think we've been treated to three very good papers. As a specialist in international law, I must confess I'm not well equipped to comment on the excellent paper that we've just seen from Dr. Shi-He. Only perhaps the question I could draw from it is certainly the collection of the remarkable database that we've seen assembled in Korean waters was suggested that it would be useful in terms of identifying potential deposits for oil and gas. I might also hazard that would it also be useful in terms of potential maritime boundary delimitation in the future in informing Korea's position in such things? I imagine it would, but I'd be grateful for his thoughts. To some extent, his presentation is the closest of the three to Dr. Aldino Santos de Campos's excellent presentation as well. I greatly enjoyed his fine summary of the development of the law and technology in relation to the continental shelf. It's one of the best summations of that I've heard for a number of years. The development of technology, though, has clearly outpaced what was envisaged when the law of the sea was negotiated. And I wonder if he would hazard some thoughts as to how the CLCS might assist within its competence, within its rules of procedure to aid this. I know that at the very beginning, the CLCS was not happy to receive data like a topo data with respect to bathymetric data and the like, for what I think at the time were very good reasons. But for developing states, the cost and complexity of making submissions is a terrible drain, and whether it may be something that the CLCS might wish to revisit, given the difficulties for developing states to assemble the extraordinary data that is potentially available, but may come for them at a cost which hampers their abilities. The other presentation that we had was in relation to the Antarctic and polar regions, which I must confess is an area I've written quite a deal about over the years, and so it was the area in which I felt most competent to comment. And I'd ask a few questions of Dr. Rajan in relation to his presentation. One is in the context of Article 4. Given that a number of the claimant states had already made claims to continental shelf, such as it existed before 1959, could it be argued that they're not making a new claim by asserting a claim to areas of continental shelf, consistent with Judge Huber's interpretation of intertemporal law in the Island of Palmas case, but also that the Article 4 refers to territorial sovereignty, and the continental shelf, as we know it, is sovereign rights, and so it might be a way to distinguish the reference in Article 4 of the Antarctic Treaty to continental shelf claims. And then also one thing that he didn't touch on that I'd be interested to hear his thoughts. There has been continental shelf claims that extend into the Antarctic Treaty area. They've been generated by territory north of 60 degrees south. And among those claims, one extended all the way to 200 nautical miles from the Antarctic continent itself, given that it was running down a mid-ocean ridge that permitted the shelf to be extended in that fashion. Those areas have been dealt with by the CLCS without a note verbale. And I'd be interested to know whether he thought that they were still covered by the Article 4, or whether they should be dealt with in a different fashion, as appears to have been the case. They're the questions that I had in respect of three excellent presentations.
Yeah, yes, and I understand that your good questions. So then about your question first. Your first question was that in Korea Peninsula related problem, and for that reason, the Dr. Ho Shik, you understand, what your view and what your answer will be, okay? His main question is how about the Korea Peninsula, that region of that potential oil gas? How do you expect such a case? And secondly, Razan's presentations about his problem. Okay, firstly, Dr. Hoshik, you understand? You say about that.
Yes, as you expect, the Korean Sea has a very, very different characteristic. The East Sea looks like very deep seas. About the water depth is more than 3,300 meters. In the South Sea and the Yellow Sea in Korea is less than 200 meter water depth. And so they are very famous for tidal flood. They have a very distinctive marine resources around the Korean Peninsula. In the East Sea, we usually see the gas and oil in the continental shelf and slope, and upper part we call the Korean plate. We have phosphorite there. In the slope and basin floor, we have gas hydrate in the East Sea. However, in the Yellow Sea and the South Sea, we have very famous for the sand-rich area in there. So we utilize the sand from the sea. And also they have the oil and gas resources, especially near the boundary between China and Japan. That's the reason we really working for the very dense seismic line near the boundary between the China and the Japan. 그다음 질문 뭐였어요? 그다음 질문.
일본밖에 없지 뭐.
Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much.
About Mr. Ho. Okay, then Dr. Rajan, you understand what about the Dr. K as questions about. Okay, you go ahead. Rajan, okay. You have a question.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. Thanks, Stuart, for those questions. Let me start off with one statement. I wish, like just about everyone else, the Antarctic Treaty was a little more unambiguous or more transparent that way. It all starts from that ambiguity. Article 4 basically makes a mention of the fact that it doesn't allow any new claims, nor extension of any claims. That's the crux of it. So when it says, the question comes up like, okay, it has not said no to the Antarctic Treaty. It has not said that the territorial sovereignty rights are not pushed aside, nor has it accepted the territorial sovereignty. So the question now comes up like that, look here, we have about 7 claimant states to Antarctica, claiming them for several reasons. It could be historical reasons, or it could be business interest, or it could be just proximity to the Antarctic continent of a country. But now what happens is that someday if it has to be examined by the CLCS, or it could be any organ of United Nations, the question comes up like, when you say the territorial sovereignty cannot be extended, or you cannot have new territorial claims, does it extend to the ocean space as well, or does it stop with the land? There are two schools of thought there. One is that territorial sovereignty per se stops where the land ends and no more. No country which has got a territorial sovereignty rights over Antarctica can extend its present claims beyond that distance. That's one school of thought. Territory meaning only the land, not the ocean. But there's another school of thought, which is much more interesting, saying that if it comes to the continental shelf, you don't have to claim continental shelf. As per Article 76, continental shelf is there. No country which has got a territorial claim or no coastal state need to prove that it has got a continental shelf. It is there. If it's not claimed by that country, no one else can claim that. So there is that kind of ambiguity. And plus, you have got a very interesting case of USA and Russia saying that, okay, look here, we don't subscribe to the Antarctic Treaty, but then we also reserve our rights to lay claims to territorial sovereignty or Antarctica at a later date. So you have the basic thing is that until and unless we study, it starts almost like the continental shelf thing itself, UNCLOS itself. We have to go through the whole lot of discussions, different scenarios emerging and different kinds of discussions emerging before we could crystallize our thoughts together. Right now, it's more of a personal level that I'm telling that from my side, I feel that Antarctic Treaty in its present form has a lot of ambiguities. It needs to be sorted out. And coming out, the next question which you asked was that, what was the second question, if I may? That is, one is about
areas of shelf generated from north of 60 degrees.
Oh, yeah, right. That's true. That's true. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Stuart. I didn't touch on that for the fact that, I was running out of time and I was told that I have to restrict my presentation within that. But Antarctic Treaty also, it declares that the whole of Antarctica, including the ice shelf, south of 60 degrees south, that is the area which is within the purview of the Antarctic Treaty. There are a whole lot of nations in Southern Ocean, islands, scattered islands, Kerguelen and Heard. These are the islands which have got their own continental shelves, which extends beyond 200 nautical. They have got their own territorial sea. They have got an exclusive economic zone, which extends beyond that, and beyond 200 nautical miles, they have got the continental shelves. So the Antarctic Treaty per se has presently no role to play as regards interpretation of the continental shelf north of 60 degrees south. So anything south of 60 degrees south, including all the scattered islands, whether you call it Rose Island or Peter Island or all these islands or islands of South Atlantic beyond south of 60 degrees south, yes, they come under the purview of the Antarctic Treaty system as it stands now. So there again, you have this kind of difficulty of interpretation. North of 60 degrees south, the Antarctic Treaty per se has primarily no role to play. I hope I make myself clear there. Thank you.
Okay, and then lastly, Campus, you will have the short explanation for Mr. K.
Thank you, Mr. Park. It's good to see you again. Morning to everyone. And I would like to start by thanking the kind words of Mr. Stuart Kay. It's good to see you again, although in these conditions. It is quite a challenge for the Commission to consider these, I would say, new sets of data, more sophisticated data it's put in place for the submissions. And at the same time, we can see there is a clear distinction from wealthy states that are more well prepared to collect more and more sophisticated data and take advantage from that data, comparing to developing states that do not have a clear access to the data to support their own submissions. Unfortunately, I think that would be the main driver for the Commission. In order for us to recommend over a submission, we need to have the proof regarding the state can satisfy the conditions. And for us to take that decision, we should rely on measured data. So actually data that was collected. And again, you're right. Sometimes it's difficult for developing states to access their data, and so they are not in a clear advantage over developing states. Either way, there are several world programs where I think there is a good cooperation in terms of collecting that data, and hopefully we are everyone in the same boat, because we only have the area defined when the full set of continental shelf extensions are closed. So one limit implies the other. So I think for the sake of the humanity and to set this limit of the human the heritage, the global heritage for the seafloor and for the ice seas, we should work together. I mean, this is the global common. And so there is some global interest in having these limits to be set. But again, to conclude, we still rely on measured data, and that there is a per amount which is stated in the guidelines, and hopefully we can work together, helping developing states to achieve also those goals, because those goals are the common goals for the humankind. Thank you. Mr. Park, I have also here a question from Commodore Daniel Tapka from Nigerian Navy. I don't know if it's to answer at this point in time or later on. Thank you.
No, later time, okay, you can speak. Okay, then firstly, then Mr. Wu, Professor Wu, you have the questions and your some questions about that. Okay?
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to show my gratitude to organizers for inviting me again. I think three speakers made excellent presentations on different aspects on this topic. I'd like to make a few comments and questions, but not really scientific questions. Maybe it's a little bit philosophical questions, because I have some questions not as a scientist but as a common man. Dr. Campos made an excellent summary on the past, present, and future stages, and I had an impression that previous agreement by UNCLOS was very much biased for the convenience of some developed countries for exploitation of marine resources. These biased agreements should have caused many problems, because the boundary of any continental shelf would never be the same, because it had to be mainly controlled by marine technological innovations, as Dr. Campos pointed out. Thus, I think it has reached a wonderful agreement that the new definition of continental shelf should be considered as the common heritage of mankind. There is no doubt that any parts of the continental shelf, as well as deeper parts of the deeper marine environment in the world, should be regarded this way, because the ocean system in the world, including Neritic, hemipelagic, pelagic environment, are all teleconnected in terms of current system and also climatic system. There have been many studies published recently in Science or Nature that they are all interconnected. Also, I agree that the deep seabed mineral deposits should be approached from the same concept, that they are also common heritage of mankind. UNCLOS should play a critical role on the balance between the economic growth and the environmental sustainability, as pointed by Dr. Campos. Above all, any exploitation activities of marine resources in pelagic realm by certain state parties are not desirable just because they have more advanced technological innovation at present. This should also be applied to Arctic and Antarctic regions, as Dr. Rajan mentioned. The Article 76 by UNCLOS clearly states that the outer limit of continental shelf of a coastal state may extend to outer edge of the continental margin or to the distance of 200 nautical miles. But because I'm living around the Pacific Ocean, I think it's not really advantageous to the state parties around the Pacific area, because Dr. Campbell showed that it's over the generalized profile of continental margin from continental shelf, slope, and rise, and abyssal plains, which can be only applied to Atlantic type the Atlantic type continental margin. As we all know, continental margin in the Pacific Ocean show quite different seabed morphology. Eastern part of the Pacific Ocean shows the continental margin, the slope, shelf slope directly to the trench system. So maybe we can just simply apply the 200-mile nautical rule because it's narrower. So I think it's not really fair philosophically. Also, we have a western margin around the Korean Peninsula and China and Japan. We have an epicontinental shelf. The origin is different because it's the collided, abducted part of the old continent. So we have a very broad continental seas. So in that respect, I have just a simple question to Dr. Campos, that I guess the western margin, like off Chile area, we can apply the 200-mile nautical mile limit. And maybe same is true for the broader continental margin of Argentina, where we have a broader continental shelf area. But what about epicontinental seas? What is the basic way of thinking of the CLCS members to approach this diplomatically very complicated area? And another question is, I am a carbonate sedimentologist, so I'm just curious that there are thousands of seamounts in the Pacific Ocean, and many atolls, huge atolls, and the coral reefs, are they regarded as a part of land property? Because sometimes during the low tide, it's severely exposed, and I'm very confused that whether it can be. How do you approach this kind of setting? So those are the two questions to Dr. Campos. And I have two questions to Dr. Rajan. One is very out of curiosity. There are some state parties very far remote from the Antarctica, and they are claiming that they're right. I mean, what is the justification for that? Any countries can make a request. Maybe Korea can request that we have a the research base and that's our land. I don't really understand the philosophy of that. And the second question to Rajan is that in the Arctic Ocean, you have a 200 nautical mile limit, and within the core region of the Arctic Ocean, can we just treat that as a common heritage of mankind? I mean, I think that's the philosophical question, and I think we have to stick to the concept because it doesn't belong to anybody. And the last question to Dr. Ho is that you showed us a fantastic data, scientific data, And how do you provide scientific knowledge of continental shelf development processes for the decision of optimum and maximum jurisdictional boundaries? So those are the questions, and I'm not sure whether we have enough time to discuss everything, but I guess it's up to Dr. Park to decide. Thank you.
Yeah, my conclusion is very simple. The knowledge is the power for the decision of optimum and maximum jurisdictional boundaries. Especially scientific fact is the best and reasonable practice for the decision making. Thank you.
그다음에 K, press K.
I asked several questions to Dr. Campos and Dr. Rajan.
Yeah.
Okay, if I may, Mr. Park, I will start answering the questions, which are very interesting and I would say convenient at this point in time. I fully agree with your observation, and we are living in a planet with a unique ocean, a continuous and unique ocean, and by the force of the international relations, states are setting several and multiple limits: territorial sea, contiguous zone, EZ, extended continental shelf, and this is, I would say, evolving process along last century, and we are still in the process of consolidating those limits today, and I fully believe that in the next 30, 40, 50 years, the process will not be concluded. So it is an ongoing process, and the international relations with all states in the world, they do have to adjust to that reality. I normally say, from a Martian guy that looks to the planet Earth, all he can see it's a unique body of water that covers 70% of our planet. But in our minds, we are just chopping and setting limits on that body of water, and we are applying different levels of jurisdiction and for our convenience. So it is a complicated process, but it is also driven by the international law in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Regarding to the specifics of the questions, I do realize, and I fully agree with you regarding to the formula and the ways that the drafters of the convention set the formulas to derive the outer edge of the continental margin. And I do recognize, and I'm only speaking in my own capacity, that we cannot generalize for the entire world the types of margins that we have. And I mentioned in my presentation that shelf, slope, and rise were the three main components that drive the drafters to set the formulas for Article 76. But when we start looking at the submissions, we can see that it's clearly an exception. But I also understand that by the late 60s and 70s, early 80s, when they were drafting the convention, the knowledge of the reality of the seafloor, it's completely different from what it is today. So they needed some, I would say, fundamental model to set those formulas, to help them to set those formulas, and mainly it was Mr. Edberg and Garner that put forward the two main, I would say, formulas that allow us to derive from a classic profile in a passive margin the formulas to set the outer edge of the continental margin. And it's complicated when you are preparing, and I was deeply involved in the preparation of the Portuguese submission to the CLCS, and now as a member of the CLCS, I consider that this is complicated not only for the states that are preparing the submissions, but also for those that are considering those submissions at the CLCS. So it is complicated. It's more adequate for large margin states. And I keep remembering from the submission, I think by Sri Lanka in the Bay of Bengal, with the statement of understanding that, well, their continental margin, and they have this huge pack of sediments around Sri Lanka, and they are neither a large mariners, so a large margin state, nor narrow in a classical sense of Pacific that you mentioned. So they come up with this statement of understanding, which is, I would say, a second way to certify their own interests. So I feel that if the convention was drafted today, we might have multiple solutions to fit the needs for several different parts of the world. But again, UNCLOS, it's also about universality. So it should be one rule for all the world, which is practically impossible. So this is what we have. It's UNCLOS, it's Article 76 plus the SOU. And this is what the Commission is considering in their own daily work to set the limits of the continental shelf. Well, regarding to some other questions, the other questions, so regarding to the Pacific Ocean, yeah, we also do need to consider, as we consider in the classical passive margins, we also have to consider the elements such as the foot of the continental slope for narrow margins. But again, the technology has shown that even these narrow margins, it's the same case in Portugal. Our margin, it's not very large, but we have some sort of this sort of submarine ridges that we know today with multi-beam data that there are some sort of morphological continuity, and we can explore the limits to Article 76 and extend beyond this classical continental shelf as in the geological sense. Regarding to the question of the issue of the several epicontinental seas, so my basic, you asking me about my idea of the diplomacy related to these complicated areas. I recognize that those are complicated areas. It's a very particular case. But again, if we look to the document that drives us all, which is UNCLOS, we do need to see this epicontinental sea as a common sea for multiple states, and therefore we should and we must apply the convention. We should identify the land parts of those states, identify the baselines, and apply the limits that are set in the UNCLOS. The last question regarding to the coral reefs and different geological systems. Well, there is a paramount issue in the convention.
Make a short term, okay? Yeah, you know.
I'm just finishing. Which is the principle of crustal neutrality. So either it's sand, rock, or coral. The crustal neutrality allow us to set a universal principle to all types of geological supporting systems, and we apply for this type of coral and islands, isolated islands, the same principle. If it's an island, we have to see to whether or not to check if it's can be applied as an island or rock, and then we apply the constraints
Okay,
of.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. About Mr. Razan and Mr. Keith, what do you have problem? Yeah, Razan, okay. Razan, you go ahead very shortly. Very shortly. Razan, you have a very short answer about Mr. Wu.
Okay, here we go. I hope I'm audible, and thanks, Professor Wu, for bringing out this question on can we consider these territorial claims, leaving aside the territorial, can we consider the whole of Antarctica and the ocean surrounding it as a common heritage of mankind? Looking at what we are doing to Antarctica and the ocean space on the lighter side, I would say it's highly desirable that the whole of the ocean space itself should be considered the common heritage of mankind rather than, parceling out that area. And it seems kind of strange, that sitting in this day and age, we are considering territorial claims by some country over a parcel of area in Antarctica, sitting thousands of kilometers away. But then you have to view it not in the view of proximity to Antarctica, but there are several historical reasons. Going back in time to the 18th and 19th centuries, there are some historical claims which have been made by British Empire for that matter, claiming Falkland Islands in the mid-1800s and then 1905 or so, declaring on behalf of His Majesty, saying that the whole of Antarctica should be partitioned among the crown territories like Antarctica, Australia, New Zealand, and UK. And there is also the business angle which forced countries to occupy part of Antarctica. For instance, Norway. Norway went ahead and claimed a part of the Peter Island as well as the Drowning Mountain Land in Antarctica. The primary reason for it was to avoid a taxation by Britain or the whaling station. So if I have my own country there, I don't have to pay tax to another country. That was the logic behind Norway. Number 3 was the accidental discovery of Antarctica, the so-called discovery of Antarctica by seafarers. For instance, there was a French gentleman, French explorer D'Iberville, who went ahead and found an area on the coastal area of Antarctica. He got down there, planted a French flag, and declared that this belongs to France. And he also incidentally named it after his wife, at a lake. So there are several reasons, if you go back in time, that there are several reasons why Antarctica has become a bone of contention among these territorial nations. Unfortunately, as I've been highlighting, the Antarctic Treaty System has not frozen any of these things. He has not said no to it. It's kind of bottling the genie and saying that, look here, I will just keep it away for the time being. I will not allow any further claims. But yes, there are difficulties, and the ideal situation would have been to declare the whole of Antarctica as the common heritage of man. Coming out to the Arctic, it's a totally different thing itself. Okay. There also I was asked the question that can we consider the ocean surround as the Arctic region as the common heritage of mankind? It's difficult. If you look at the map of Antarctica, on a map of Arctic Ocean and Arctic regions, leaving aside USA, which is not a states party, and Sweden and Finland, which don't have an ocean space into the Arctic Circle, there are about 5 countries which have got well-defined territorial seas. They have an ocean space into the Arctic region. For instance, in Norway, or for that matter, Canada, or for that matter, Russia, they have got well-defined, they're sovereign states with their own territorial sea, exclusive economic zone, and beyond which they have got a continental shelf. Unfortunately, there's a whole lot of overlap, but they have taken a stance, they have delimited their continental boundaries among themselves, leaving aside only a small patch of area within around the North Pole as the common heritage of mankind. I mean, you can't access that area unless you pass through a whole lot of territorial claims and other things. But there you are. Whereas in Antarctica, it might be possible. When it comes to Arctic, it may be difficult, if not impossible, to say that the whole of Arctic Ocean would belong to the common heritage of mankind. I think I hope I answered this question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And about Mr. K? No? Okay. You don't have any what saying about that, Mr. K? Professor K? No? Okay. Okay, then we finish this session 3. So we are very sorry that it's a long time we have spent. So I am sorry for that. Anyhow, we'll see next wrap-up session until 6 o'clock, but we more than 10 minutes more longer than expected. So see you later. Ladies and gentlemen, please understand our sessions so long time, but anyhow, we have good discussions and understanding. Thank you for that. Anyhow, see you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we have a very short break for setting the stage and resume next our final session as soon as stage is ready. Well, now we start the next wrap-up session for today by Dr. Kim Sung-jin, the former Minister of Oceans and Fisheries.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Now we are approaching today's final stage toward the wrap-up session. It was ninth Global Ocean Regime Conference since 2013. During last 8 years, we touched various kind of topics and issues. And today, we focused on technological innovation and the role of the law of the sea. Before concluding today's conference, I would like to invite Dr. Young-gil Park from KMI. Dr. Park is going to summarize the main point of this year's topic and today's discussions. Dr. Park, please.
Thank you, Chairman, for your kind introduction. I want to report a summary of today's conference in Korean, so I would like to ask the audience to switch the language. You can find the language choice function at the right bottom of your screen. 이제부터 한국말로, 우리말로 발표하겠습니다. 오늘 회의는 기술혁신과 해양법의 역할이라는 주제로 개회사와 3개의 세션으로 진행되었습니다. 기조 강연, 사회, 발표 및 토론을 위해 한국과 해외의 전문가들 19분이 참가하였습니다. 풍성한 토론을 통해 컨퍼런스가 성공적으로 이루어지도록 노력해 주신 19분의 패널리스트들에게 깊이 감사드립니다. 또한 비록 코로나로 인해 이곳 회의장에는 오지 못했지만 인터넷을 통해 회의에 참가한 모든 청중분들에게도 감사드립니다. 오늘 회의에서 논의된 내용들을 간결하게 보고드리겠습니다. 개회식에서는 김종덕 KMI 원장 직무대행이 개회 인사말, 문성혁 해양수산부 장관님이 환영사를 해주심으로써 이번 행사를 빛내주셨습니다. 그리고 백진현 국제해양법재판소 재판관께서 과학기술이 어떻게 해양법에 영향을 미치는지와 해양법의 과제에 대해 기조 강연해 주셨습니다. 특히 내년은 UN 해양법 협약이 채택된 지 40주년이 되는 해인데 해양법의 각 분야가 과학기술의 발전에 맞추어 적응해 가는 것이 해양법의 중요한 도제 과제임을 지적하였습니다. 백진현 재판관님의 깊이 있고 통찰력 있는 강연에 감사드립니다. 제1세션은 기술혁신과 해양법이란 주제로 이근관 서울대학교 교수님이 좌장을 맡았으며 3분의 전문가가 발표를 했습니다. 첫 번째 발표자인 제임스 크라스카 미 해군대학 교수는 자율운항 선박과 해양법이란 주제로 발표했습니다. 크라스카 교수는 IMO Maritime Autonomous Surface Ship, 즉 약으로 MASS라고 하는 자율운항 선박에 관한 IMO의 규정 제정 작업에 대해 상세히 검토했습니다. 그는 MASS가 수색 구조 협정, 국제 해상 인명 안전 협약 등 IMO 주도하에 채택된 모든 문서에 영향을 미칠 것이라고 하면서 MASS를 어떻게 IMO 규정으로 도입할 것인지에 대해 발표했습니다. 다음으로 스티븐 키링 미 국가지리정보국 법무자문위원은 안전항행을 위해 촉진하는 인공지능이란 주제로 발표했습니다. 오늘날 해양 공간을 정책적, 전략적으로 활용하기 위해서 해양 영역, Maritime Domain 또는 해양 영역 인식, Maritime Domain Awareness라는 개념이 많이 사용되고 있습니다. 발표자는 해양 영역 또는 해양 영역 인식이란 개념을 살펴보면서 인공지능이 해양 영역에서 재난 방지 등에 대해 크게 기여할 수 있음을 강조했습니다. 정태환 한국 선박해양플랜트 연구소 국제회사실장은 친환경 선박과 IMO 이산화탄소 배출 규정에 대해 발표했습니다. 오늘날 IMO는 선박 기인의 환경 오염을 줄이기 위해 규제를 강화하고 있는데 이산화탄소 감축을 위한 첨단 과학 기술들이 선박 운항에 있어서 비용 효율적 해결책을 제시해 줄 것이라고 전망했습니다. 제2세션은 기술혁신의 산업의 적용이라는 제목으로 김두영 KMI 석자연구위원 그리고 전 아이틀로스 사무처장께서 좌장을 맡았으며 4분이 발표했습니다. 첫 번째 발표자인 앤드류 테트본 서한지대학교 교수는 블록체인과 선박이라는 주제 발표를 통해서 블록체인 기술이 해사 화물의 관리 및 추적, 선박 모니터링에 어떻게 적용되는지 그리고 그에 따른 법적 문제들에 대해 발표해 주었습니다. 다음으로 탑스 요한슨 세계해사대학 박사는 해양산업에서 적용되는 원격 검사 기술과 이와 관련한 법적 규제 장벽들 그리고 이러한 장벽을 어떻게 극복할 것인지에 대해 구체적인 대안을 제시했습니다. 서영우 투그램 시스템 대표이사는 선박 엔진 고장 진단 시스템에 대해 발표했습니다. 이를 위해 인공위성과 빅데이터를 활용하는데 이러한 기술을 통해서 선박의 항행 효율을 높일 수 있다고 전망했습니다. 박재필 나라 스페이스 테크놀로지 대표이사도 유사하게 위성을 통한 선박 모니터링에 대해 발표를 했습니다. 위성을 통해 선박 항만 등을 아주 고해상도의 화면으로 파악하고 이를 통해 선박의 위치나 상태 등을 모니터링할 수 있는 기술을 소개하였습니다. 제3세션은 기술혁신과 대립붕이라는 주제로 박용환 유엔 대립붕 한계위원회 위원님이 좌장을 맡고 세 분의 과학자가 발표를 했습니다. 먼저 알지노 캠퍼스 유엔 CLCS 위원은 기술혁신이 대립붕에 어떻게 적용되는지를 살펴보았는데 유엔 해양법 협약의 채택 이전 그리고 현재 유엔 해양법 협약 또한 장래의 상황이라는 3단계로 나누어 도전 과제들에 대해 발표했습니다. 그는 특히 장래의 과제 중에는 대립붕 광물 자원 개발 산업과 환경 보호 사이에 균형을 잡는 것이 있다고 지적했습니다. 끝으로 다음으로 라잔 인도 국립남극해양연구소 전 국장님은 극지지역 관련해서 유엔 해양법 협약에 대해 발표하면서 CLCS에 제출된 정보들에 대해서도 살펴보았습니다. 이번 컨퍼런스의 마지막 발표자인 허식 한국해양과학기술원 박사님은 한국의 대립붕 탐사에 활용된 3차원 디지털 트윈 기술에 대해 실제 사례를 들어가면서 현장감 있는 발표를 해주셨습니다. 오늘 10분의 발표들에 대해서 6분의 지정 토론자들은 법적인 면에서 그리고 산업적인 측면에서 날카로운 지적과 질문을 함으로써 오늘 회의 주제를 보다 깊이 이해하는 데 도움을 주셨습니다. 이번 컨퍼런스를 통해서 AI, 블록체인, 빅데이터, 인공위성, 디지털 트윈 등 많은 첨단 기술들이 해양 분야에 폭넓게 적용되고 있음을 배울 수가 있었습니다. 또한 선박이란 무엇인가와 같은 유엔 해양법 협약상의 본질적인 물음부터 자율운항 선박의 도입에 따른 여러 법적인 문제 등 여러 가지 풀어야 할 많은 해양법적 과제들이 있음도 확인할 수가 있었습니다. 개인적으로는 발표 자료를 보고 또한 발표를 들어도 어떤 첨단 기술의 그 내용을 이해할 수가 없었습니다. 제가 해양법을 공부한 게 천만다행이라는 생각을 하는 동시에 과학자들에 대한 존경심을 가지게 되는 계기가 되었습니다. 오늘 회의에서 사회 발표 및 토론을 맡아주신 패널리스트들에게 다시 한번 깊이 감사드리며 끝까지 온라인으로 함께 해주시는 청중들에게도 감사드립니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr. Park, for your very brief and precise summary. 이제 그 오늘의 컨퍼런스를 마무리하겠습니다. 저는 항상 그 해양은 우리 인류가 가진 공통의 자산이며 따라서 이 해양을 잘 보존하면서 또 효율적으로 이용해야 되는 책임을 우리 인류 사회는 가지고 있다고 강조를 하고 있습니다. 특히 지속 가능한 해양의 발전과 이용을 위해서는 무엇보다도 과학기술과 국제협력이 가장 중요한 요소라고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 오늘 과학기술과 해양법 그리고 해양산업 또 대륙분과의 그 역할, 관계에 대해서 우리가 세 분야를 다루었습니다. 최근의 그 추세에서 보고 오늘 또 회의에서도 많은 토론이 있었던 바와 같이 최첨단 과학기술이 해양 분야에도 광범위하게 되고 있습니다. 이렇게 해양 분야에서 첨단 과학 기술이 발전됨에 따라서 현행 해양법을 비롯한 오션 레짐과 상충되는 점도 나타날 수 있음을 알 수 있었습니다. 기술 변화와 해양법 또 해양 레짐이 조화를 이룰 수 있는 방안이 함께 모색되어야 할 때가 되었다고 생각을 합니다. 따라서 오늘 모인 우리 해양법 가족들 또 해양법 전문가들은 적절한 해답, 즉 feasible 솔루션을 찾아내는데 우리들의 지혜를 모아야 할 것으로 생각을 합니다. 그리고 GORF에서도 계속 관심을 가지고 팔로우업해 나가야 되리라고 생각하며 또 글로벌 오션 레짐 포럼의 공동 의장으로서 저도 관심을 가지고 기술 발전과 오션 레짐과의 조화로운 관계를 계속 팔로우해 나가는 다짐의 계기로 삼겠습니다. 이제 제가 오늘의 컨퍼런스를 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. I think it's too early to evaluate today's conference. I'm quite confident we build very meaningful and valuable steps toward harmonious relationship between technological innovation and international ocean resin forum. And we realize our responsibility for this objective. I sincerely thank all participants and discussants for today's conference. And last but not least, I convey my sincere gratitude to KMI and KMI staffs for their dedicated preparation and support today's conference. Now, I declare today's the 9th Global Ocean Resin Forum 9th session is over, and I wish you all good health and happiness. Thank you very much. See you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today, and I extend my sincere thanks to all participants who are attending the very end of today's conference. And in the next year conference, we look forward to meeting face-to-face in Korea. Thank you again. And then I'll be making my farewell to conclude 2021 Global Ocean Resin Conference. Thank you very much once again, and see you next year. Bye-bye.